roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisi here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Zach Gallen's first inning woes continued last night as he gave up all 4 of his earned runs in the first inning, and the Diamondback bats went silent into the San Diego night. Just 1 run on 5 hits in their 4-1 loss to the Padres on Tuesday night. Rookie Jose Cabrera will be on the mound tonight looking for his first big league win. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to provide it drama yesterday as Argentina and Lionel Messi were down 2 goals in the 70th minute and would somehow find a way to get a 3-2 win, and the defending champs advance to the quarterfinals against Switzerland. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 30 years is old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to learn more.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go on a wonderful Wednesday. Good morning, everybody. After 27 consecutive days of World Cup soccer football, the tournament has reached its very first day off.
Yeah.
We can all exhale today.
I think the group stage, and obviously it was expanded this year with the expanded field, it dragged on and on. I know I sound like Jarrett when I'm saying
No,
this,
you're right.
But once it got to the knockout stage,
Tremendous.
the rapid fire scheduling has been
Tremendous.
awesome.
The problem with the group stage this year is there were so many teams that it took a long time between games. Like you only played like once a week. And so many teams advanced that 2/3 of the way through, everything was kind of settled, and it didn't really matter what happened that final week, which kind of made it drag out.
So after I left the show yesterday, we were kind of aware of an upset in the making that Egypt had a 1-0 lead on Argentina. I'm driving home. The lead went to 2-0, but then it went back to 1-0. Then it went back to 2-0. And
Usually that's it. Done.
And usually that's it. And all on talk radio at that point in time, national shows were like, see, it's not that bad that USA lost. Look at Argentina. They're going to lose. It's not that bad. And by the time Argentina had rallied for a victory, the whole narrative had switched to, see, why can't we have a guy like Messi who puts his team on his back?
It's true, though.
Stupid Pulisic.
Argentina also, I mean, they nearly lost. They were the team that nearly lost to Cape Verde, right?
Yes.
So, like, they're really grinding their way through this tournament. Boy, what an amazing game that was. Followed up by 120 minutes of 0-0
But
No,
Switzerland versus
not for me.
the PKs were awesome. I thought
They
man.
were.
No,
They
no.
were.
I followed up that soccer match with 5 hours and 15 minutes of Novak Djokovic is what I did.
Well, fair enough. I'm just saying within the soccer tournament, you saw the most exciting game.
And then the boringest
followed
game?
by soccer.
Followed by soccer. So I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, man. A rare day off from the World Cup, I've become very, very weaned and addicted to it.
I have an idea. Why don't you go play golf?
Oh, that's just easy.
That's a good idea.
Only 115 today.
What are the temps today?
Oh, they were bad. They're bad.
114.
It was like 95 when I got in my car this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have to put your air conditioning on in the car at more than the lowest level.
Yes.
At 4 in the morning.
It's bad.
It's
It
bad.
is bad.
It's bad.
But at the end of last week, over the weekend, it was the first time this summer I've gotten into my car and went, oh, damn it.
Yeah. Last couple of days just being outside, you can feel it.
Yes.
And it's a reminder of how lucky we've had it for a couple of months.
We have. But
Something tells me the luck is coming to an end.
remember,
Is it?
just like the World Cup, those days are over.
And I want to remind everyone that it was 110 degrees in March this year.
It was. We had
a
weird
very
week.
a very moderate May and June, but let's not pretend like it wasn't a ridiculous weather
Okay.
this year.
All right.
It was 1 week.
All right. And
We
that's,
thought we were going to
in
get
March.
bombarded. Yeah, I know.
And apparently there's a super El Nino coming through California sometime soon, and we're gonna get all
Go for some rain.
we're gonna get all the runoff of that.
Not the humidity though.
Yeah, right. All right, fun times ahead, folks. Start the show, Jarrett.
Super El Nino.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Was Monday night's 8-0 win over the Padres a one-night tease? It certainly felt that way last night as the D-backs fall to the Padres 4-1 at Petco Park. All the offense came in the first inning. Padres got to Zach Gallen for 4 right off the bat, highlighted by a 3-run home run by Jake Cronenworth. After that, for the D-backs, it was again a lack of timely hitting. 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Gallen settled down after the first, but not enough. As the D-backs dip below 500, they are now 45-46 on the season. Game 3 of that 4-game set tonight at Petco. Diamondbacks sending Jose Cabrera to the hill against Michael King of San Diego in a battle of right-handers. First pitch 7:10 a little later tonight to satisfy a national television audience on ESPN. All the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with the D-backs BP show at 6:30. Again, peak Diamondbacks frustration watching that ball game last night.
Yeah.
We'll get into it. Last night, there was a lot of weird, historic stuff in the major leagues. This all happened on one night. Shohei Ohtani hit his 300th career home run. Dodgers fall to the Rockies 4-3. He's the 7th fastest ever to 300 home runs. And you figure he'd be way higher than that if not for the injuries. The Yankees became the first team to strike out 17 times in back-to-back
That's
9-inning
wild.
games. They lose to the Rays. 34 strikeouts
That's
in 2
wild.
games. Ryan O'Hearn of the Pirates homered 3 times and drove in 10 runs in a 12-4 win over the Braves.
So Ryan O'Hearn had 10 RBI by the 6th inning of last night's game. Pavin Smith has had 9 RBI since July of 2025.
I dug up some Pavin stats last night. We don't want to get into it.
Hey, did you hear what Ryan O'Hearn did last night?
He set a Pittsburgh franchise record with that, and only the 17th player in the live ball era to do that. And Kansas City's Tyler Tolbert went 5 for 6. He tied a major league record by getting hits in 12 straight plate appearances.
Wow.
That streak ended when Tolbert flied out to right field leading off the 9th. The Royals beat the Mets 16-12. But he hadn't had a ton of at-bats, Tolbert. When this started on last Wednesday, his batting average was 200. Now it's 396.
Wow.
The Phoenix Suns made 3 player signings official on Tuesday. They announced their new deals with Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and Mark Williams. Gillespie, 4 years, $48 million. He had a franchise record 232 threes last year for the Suns. Goodwin, 3 years, $19 million. after a career year, and Mark Williams back on a 3-year, $38 million contract. He averaged 11.7 points, 8 rebounds per game, while playing a career-high 60 games last year. Elsewhere in the NBA, Donovan Mitchell agreed on a new 4-year extension with the Cavs worth $273 million. Mitchell has been an all-star all 4 years he's been with the Cavs and helped Cleveland to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since 2018. Kevon Looney, the big man, hooking on with the Lakers. 1 year, $3.9 million. Mercury fell to the Chicago Sky 77-66 at Mortgage Matchup Center. That snaps their 3-game winning streak. They'll host the Indiana Fever tomorrow night.
Oh, boy.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, boy. My goodness.
The league is still reverberating from the last 2 times these teams played.
Did you see what Sophie Cunningham said about her former team, by the way, during that podcast recently?
I did not.
She basically said the vibe is really, really bad with the Mercury. It's the least fun group, and everybody knows it. Oh. Like, nobody's happy.
Super great.
Maybe because she was around.
No, she's saying that
this
she's saying that
this year's team. I got you.
Certainly isn't translating to wins.
Certainly not.
So, another day, another thriller at the World Cup. Argentina stormed back to take down Egypt 3-2 in Atlanta, not without controversy. Trailing 2-0 late, the defending champs got a goal from Christian Romero in the 79th minute, the equalizer from Messi in the 83rd minute, and the game winner from Enzo Fernandez in stoppage time. Argentina moves on to the quarters. They'll be joined by Switzerland, who beat Colombia in PK. So the quarterfinal matchups are set. France versus Morocco in Foxborough tomorrow at 1. Then Friday, Spain versus Belgium in LA at noon. And then a doubleheader on Saturday with Norway facing England in Miami at 2 and Argentina against Switzerland in Kansas City at 6. Big 12 Media Days happening in Frisco, Texas. ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham held court at day 1. Day 2 of that event today is kicked off by Brent Brennan, Arizona head coach, talking to the media at 9. The highlight, though, was League Commissioner Brett Yormark not choosing to answer any questions about Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah, why would he, huh?
Yeah, it's not
This is not the time.
This is not the time.
I know this is literally media day
This is
for our
the
conference.
only time, yeah.
7-seeded Novak Djokovic won a thriller of a match over 3rd-seeded Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime in 5 sets to advance to the Wimbledon finals. The match included 3 of 5 sets going to tiebreakers, including the decisive 5th, and took 5 hours and 15 minutes to complete. Unbelievable.
And another player in Auger-Aliassime who cannot summon the mental strength to beat a 39-year-old legend.
Yeah.
This new generation of tennis players, shame! For shame!
You're all soft.
You're all soft.
Defending champ Jannik Sinner had a much easier time. He disposed of German Jan-Lennard Struff in straight sets. On the women's side, Coco Gauff bounced back from losing the first set to defeat Jessica Pegula, punch her ticket to the semis, as did 10th seed Karolina Muchova, took down Naomi Osaka. Men's quarterfinals today, American Taylor Fritz still alive, taking on 2nd-seeded Alexander Zverev, and British qualifier Arthur Ferry facing 9th-seeded Italian Flavio Caboli.
Oh!
Oh, there's an Italian name.
That Ferry story. Good story.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Kind of pulling for him. See if he can make it happen against Flavio today.
That's a great. He's Italian?
Yeah.
That's much better than Yannick as an Italian name.
Sinner. It just bleeds Italian.
Yeah.
You know. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, July 8th. Coming up. I'm setting the tone here. Another game. Same Diamondbacks frustrations. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
You worked hard for that 800 credit score, so why are you still using a mortgage designed during the Great Depression for people who were financially struggling? Shouldn't financial discipline earn you something better? The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, pay off in a few short years, and keep 24/7 access to your equity. Control, flexibility, speed, because you've earned it. It's not magic, it's just math. Visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at Shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
This game was won and lost in the first inning. We load the bases with no outs, and we scratch across 1 run. And we have very capable guys, and we didn't get the job done. You walk off the field, they get a big 2-out, 3-run home run, and that stood up the whole way. So I feel like if we got some slug in that situation, Zach gets a little extra push, might be a totally different outcome.
Might have been, wasn't. Torey Lovello on last night's game of 4-1 loss to the Padres. Chris Garagiola on the final call from Petco. It was, I talked about it being, again, peak frustration in terms of a viewing experience, and a lot of it goes back to that first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. Not only no slug, but a fielder's choice to score the run. And kind of a theme was set in that first inning, I thought, offensively, Bick, when Nolan Arenado came up, and ahead of him, Max Kepler had just drawn a bases-loaded walk. It wasn't even a fielder's choice. That's how they scored their run. A bases loaded walk. So Marquez is obviously struggling to throw strikes. And what does the veteran Nolan Arenado do? He swings at the first pitch and hits into a double play. Bad base running by Gabby Moreno, but still, no patience shown. Later in the game, Diamondbacks had a chance in the 6th inning. Arenado again came in after a pitching change. They bring in Johnny Brito, who hadn't thrown a pitch in the major leagues in 2 years. And what did Arenado do? He swung at the first pitch and hit it to a double play. This team has no consistency in terms of offensive philosophy, it seems to me, 91 games through the season. And it's rinse and repeat with the big inning plaguing Zach Gallen over and over again.
Yeah, well, okay, so I'll start at the very top here. Not that long ago, Torey Lovullo came out and said we are not going to quit on Zach Gallen. You could make an argument that after that first inning, the Diamondbacks offense did just that. They just almost as if, Zach gave up a crooked number in the first inning. Again, we're done.
Yeah. And
they basically were ineffective. Nolan Arenado, he has always been a double play machine in terms of grounding into double plays. I hear what you're saying. Sometimes when a pitcher walks a guy with the bases loaded and walks in a run, sometimes it's a good strategy to sit dead red fastball right down the middle because chances are the pitcher's going to groove one to get one over and the pitcher's going to assume the next hitter is going to take a pitch. But you got to be certain. And if you get that pitch, you got to hit it a little harder than Nolan Arenado nubbed that line out double play in the first inning.
Yeah.
Because that first inning was very, very pivotal. We talked about building on the momentum of a very forceful victory on Monday, a game when the metrics really, really looked impressive for the Diamondbacks, offensively and from a pitching standpoint. And they were right on the brink of doing the same thing for Zach Gallen, busting open the game in the first inning, bases loaded, nobody out. You got to get more than one run in that situation.
Absolutely.
You got German Marquez up to over 30 pitches in the inning. You got to start throwing knockout punches at that point in time, and the Diamondbacks didn't. And then the Padres just completely flipped the script on them. Touched up Zach Gallen in the bottom of the first, and even though Zach, I thought, did a very good job at composing himself and getting through the next 4 innings, the game was dead. It was like over.
Yeah.
It was it was a tough watch.
I can't be very common for a game to be 5 runs combined between two teams and nothing after the first inning.
Yeah.
That's got to be a real rarity.
Yeah, it really does.
Here was Torey Lovullo on Gallen bouncing back after the rough first.
I did see the recovery, and I had a nice conversation with him after the game and talked about that. There were five plus real good innings where he was on the attack and pitched into the 7th inning, and at a time where we're really thin in the bullpen, that was a really good boost. But in that first inning, I thought the walk of Sheets was a very critical at-bat, maybe missequencing to Cronenworth. He swung over a couple of changeups, and then I know they were trying to reset with a fastball up out of the zone, and he just made a mistake. And Cronenworth did not come off the fastball, and we paid for that.
Yeah, and he talked about the miscommunication there after the getting the whiffs on the previous 2 pitches to Cronenworth, who's had a miserable season and had a miserable day by getting hit in the face with a ground ball in warm-ups. It was doubtful whether or not he was going to play, and he hits the big home run. But Gallen again, 4th straight start, Bick, where at least one, if not multiple, 3-run innings yielded. And they're just not equipped to sustain that right now.
Yeah. And like I said, I feel bad for Zach because you know that he's wearing this. He's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. And you go up there and you get touched for 4 runs in the first inning. It's got to be very, very hard to kind of look your teammates in the eye. Got to be really, really hard to get the ball and go back the next inning. Mm-hmm. I respect what he did after that. I really did, especially given the fact that he knows the deal. He knows the score literally and figuratively. And he found a way to keep kind of motoring on, and the offense just couldn't do anything. What, they got 3 little singles after the first inning?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wasn't much.
No.
Wasn't much.
Yeah, Gallen's ERA in the first inning is 9. He's had 19 starts. He's given up 19 runs in the first inning.
Let's talk about making things hard for yourself and your team.
I know. And Big mentioned, the way he's been, like the way he looked, they showed Gallen a couple times in the dugout, and I don't know if you guys felt the same way. He looked just beaten down.
There was a couple times, even after clean innings, where he would walk off the mound and the cameras would catch him, and it's head down, and it's just, I mean,
he's not the most like.
Well,
no, but
I understand that.
You can gauge body language,
yes,
and he's feeling it right now. There's no doubt.
I mean, if you want to be positive, and you're saying like the baby steps he's taking, last start, his first 5 innings, he was good, and then he had a bad end of the game, wound up giving 6 earned runs. This one, he had a bad 1 inning, then he was good after that. At least he's having stretches in games where he's looking good, but man, it's amazing that we're even looking for bright spots like that.
Well, again, now a couple things about that. The bright spot is, for the first time in a long time, Zach Gallen's total ERA actually went down last night. Not by much, but it actually went down. That's a sign of progress, if you will.
It's down to 634.
Yeah.
Well, and he's right.
He got some swing and miss last night, too.
He did.
The other thing is, if he is indeed tipping pitches, as Jack Summers believes, as Todd Walsh brought up, at some point in time, this organization has got to help a brother out.
Yeah.
I mean, help him figure this out.
Right? Usually tipping pitches doesn't sustain itself for that long of a time. It's usually corrected pretty quickly.
And here's the other thing that I thought was an interesting little highlight from last night's game. So, and I'm sure you saw this. Geraldo Perdomo challenged a call early in the game. And Steve Berthiaume kind of went nuts a little bit, said that's a terrible challenge. Now, Geraldo Perdomo was right, but so was Steve Berthiaume. According to Torey Lavello's metrics, his instructions, that's not the time or the place to challenge pitches.
No, because
it was the top of the third. You're down 4-1. There was nobody on base. It was early in the count. It was a low leverage situation. So Steve Berthiaume, I think, was correct in asserting a little criticism on Geraldo Perdomo, not necessarily for being right or wrong in the instance, but for not following the game plan.
That's another play that I had marked. It was, he challenged it. He got it right. It went to 2-0. What did he do? He swung at the next pitch and Weekly popped it up.
Yes.
So what did you accomplish?
What did you accomplish? And more to the point, are you even listening to the manager?
It's a fair question.
And I've seen this consistently with Gabby Marino and some really, really silly challenges from him. And those are the little things that I wonder if the owner is wondering about. And I wonder if these next 5 days go horribly wrong, if we're all going to get leveled with some news about the manager at the All-Star break. Now, I may be way out in left field about this, but it feels like every time the Diamondbacks do something good, one step forward, one step backwards, one step forward. As Alex Weiner pointed out in his story, they're 45-46 right now. Same record they had last year, same record they had the year before that. For 3 years straight, we've been on this up and down, up and down.
Dog day.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. We'll have more on the Diamondbacks, including an interview coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Brandon Pfaadt scheduled to join us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Egypt looked prime for a World Cup upset, and then things got a little messy. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom. From glasses and contacts, refractive lens exchange from K2 eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata back. And a long time ago, over 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery. It changed my life. I had worn glasses and contacts for a really long time and wanted freedom, and I got it. But now, after all this time, my vision has changed a little bit. It's still pretty good, but I do find myself squinting at times, looking at distance, and I've had to use readers on occasion as well. So I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision. I got a thorough exam, and it turns out, like many people who had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a good candidate for a refractive lens exchange, RLE. That is a permanent solution that not only fixes your vision, but also ensures that I would never get a cataract. The doctors at K2 Vision gave me all kinds of info on my vision in that thorough exam. And if you're wondering what's going on with your vision, the surgeons at K2 Vision have performed over 300,000 procedures combined. So they are going to know what the best procedure is for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented with What's Trending Now. In a very familiar sight for Diamondback fans last night in San Diego, the inability to get a big hit with runners in scoring position. Zach Gallen's first inning struggles and the bats going quiet as the game goes on were all on display last night in their 4-1 loss to the Padres. They'll look to bounce back and get Jose Cabrera his first major league win tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And for more on the Diamondbacks and their season, the Suns and the Cardinals off seasons, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And although the World Cup for the United States is over, that doesn't mean yesterday didn't deliver. Egypt was 2 goals up on Argentina in the 70th minute. Lionel Messi and the defending champs rallied all the way back to win it 3-2 and advance to the quarterfinals, which are now set. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How did the Diamondbacks go from possible pretenders to real contenders in the wild card race before the trade deadline. It's the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Se debía la pelota que cae al área. No pudo Julián Messi.
Spanish language.
That's one of the
call.
greatest cuts ever, by the way.
Lionel Messi's game-tying goal yesterday. Look, that game had all kinds of drama, all kinds of heroics. Obviously, that game-tying goal, Messi's 8th of the tournament, a big one. They get the game winner 3-2. The Egyptian side, the losing side, feels very much aggrieved, feels very much victimized, and I can't say I disagree with them. There was a goal that was scored.
Not just a goal. Goal!
It was, had it stood, top 5 goal maybe in the whole tournament.
Yeah.
To see a team go the length of the field. But 20-some-odd seconds after the goal was scored, a VAR review is triggered, and it was determined that there was a foul that started the whole possession for Egypt.
Yeah.
They disallow the goal.
Right.
They go on to lose the game. Now, they did, again, push the lead to 2-0, but they blew that lead.
But a lot of people in real time pointed out this is not what VAR was intended for. To after a goal, trace back to the beginning of it, to something that happened, it felt very much like an overreach.
Yeah. Do you remember
Felt
when,
like trying to find something.
Very much so.
Do you remember when photo radar became very prevalent on valley roadways?
I do.
This is exactly how I felt, because I got popped by photo radar a few times, and I was like, you know what? If you're not around to police it, you can't go back and give me a ticket. That's not the way this works.
This is America. We don't roll like that.
VAR is kind of the whole photo radar of soccer.
The worst is when they had it on the highways.
Oh my goodness.
The photo radar. That didn't seem fair at all.
Okay, so let's. I don't know which way you want to attack this, but I want to start here. When that second goal was taken off the board for Egypt, I think everybody who has been paying attention deeply to the World Cup has said to themselves, oh, here we go again. Another FIFA controversy where people are going to start to question, are you rigging the outcomes of these matches? Because this isn't the first time this happened. This happened early in the tournament. Who got victimized by a very bad? The Croatians.
On the header.
Yeah. I think either in Iran or Iraq side.
It was the Croatia player where they claimed that a microchip in the soccer ball detected a glance of a human touch when the replay showed it barely touched a strand of hair, if anything.
Yeah, if it touched anything, it was hair.
Right. But in watching it in real time, you're like, this is a goal.
Yes.
There's no way you can tell me this is not a goal. So this whole thing has been brewing. When that second goal came off the board for Egypt, everyone thought the fix is in. Then Egypt goes and gets another second goal, and they're up 2-0.
At what point was the missed Messi penalty kick?
That was early. That was in the 21st minute of the game.
Was that when it was 1-0?
It was 1-0 still at that point.
Yes.
So you're thinking 1-0 goal taken away, but then they get another goal, missed penalty kick. Everything is going in Egypt's way.
Right. Everything is going in their way. In the 75th minute, they uncork 3 goals before the end of regulation time. Stunning comeback.
Virtually impossible to do.
Virtually impossible to do, and it's capped by late heroics again from Messi, who was, once again, he's done this twice in this tournament already, where he's missed a penalty kick early and then come back with a sensational endgame performance.
And essentially said, we're not losing.
Exactly.
Yes. Which I don't know soccer well enough, but that's the one thing I am consistently surprised about, that in a game with that big of a field, with that many players on the field, with that little scoring in each game, that one player can carry a team to victory over and over again. It's unbelievable.
Well, Argentina has 14 goals in this tournament.
Yeah.
Messi has 8 of them. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I think a lot of the stars are like that. Like Mbappe and Holland each also have like 7 goals, like the vast majority of their team.
And Messi's brilliance on the game-tying goal was just finding an angle in traffic and leveraging his body the way he did and just blistering this little kind of...
And knowing that goalies can't stop any shots anyway makes it easier.
There is that.
Oh, you're getting ahead of this.
Okay, so now we're tied, and then now Egypt's trying to catch their breath. Their best player, Mo Salah, he gets tripped up.
Who's a legend in his own right, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Not Messi status, but he
a
is
legend in his own
elite.
right. He gets tripped up, but this time there's no foul call, and I don't
no
think there should
VAR.
have been.
No.
But there was no VAR, so it wasn't the same process.
What did you think of the VAR reversal? Do you think that was? I don't even think it was a foul.
I don't either. Listen. I think Egypt got completely hosed.
I do too.
Completely.
And look, they lost their minds at the end of that match.
Yep.
And the decorum went out the window.
Yep.
And there was a lot of yellow cards getting thrown around. But it's understandable. They were on the doorstep of a huge upset against the defending champions, and it was ripped away from them.
Yeah. And listen, here's the other thing that I think we've kind of seen in this tournament. By expanding it the way they did, they allowed more African teams to come into this tournament, and man, they are good.
The African teams have really, really
They have
acquitted
shown
themselves
out.
nicely.
Yes, they have.
Although Argentina's beaten a lot. I think that was their 4th win against an African team in this tournament. Crazy.
Wow. So you're predicting Argentina, Morocco in the final?
I
actually have no idea how the brackets work.
That could happen, Jared. You did a good job. Yeah.
Could that happen?
Yeah, it
that's,
could.
That's bracketly possible.
It's bracketly possible.
Is that a word?
We just made it up.
We made it up.
Yeah.
So it was a stunning day all the way around. From the controversy, because now you've got people, after everything that went down with Balogun and the red card reversal, and with everything that went down yesterday, people are just assume that FIFA is just beyond corrupt. And it's funny because, welcome to
everybody else knowing that for the last 100 years.
Exactly.
Right?
But also to have the tournament get off to such a great start, and up until the Balogun thing, really, it had been kind of brushed under the rug. There wasn't a lot of people focusing on FIFA and corruption. But now there's 2 instances in the last few days where you're like, what is this organization doing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the head coach of Egypt said that totally corrupt, undeserved win by Argentina. Not watching any more of the World Cup. They got screwed.
Yeah. We looked. Here was his quote: "We looked better than the reigning champions, better in everything, but the result was influenced by internal factors on the pitch and external factors off of it. Perhaps they wanted to keep the world champion in the competition. Perhaps they wanted Messi to stay in the running. In football, there are sometimes external factors that go beyond the technical aspects. The world champion receives support at every level."
And it's hard to argue with him feeling that way because, as you said, they were on the precipice of a life-changing victory.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody on that Egyptian team, that would have been a life-changing moment for them.
Yeah.
I also think don't give up 3 goals in 20 minutes.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
There's that too. But and also, just like the Balogun thing, the result of that was, okay, maybe it was corrupt, maybe it was fishy, but we get to see Balogun play and the U.S. has a better chance. The result of this now is we get to keep watching Messi do what he does, and he's been ridiculous in this tournament.
And again, that's kind of the lesson. We didn't have a guy like Messi.
Yeah, there's not too many of those
and
guys.
there's not many of them.
Yeah,
but there's more than there's. Guys
all the good teams have one.
All the good teams seem to have a guy that's ready to pull them up a mountain if they need it.
Coming up next, what does the Big 12 commissioner have to say about this whole Brendan Sorsby scandal? Turns out, not much. We'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. You know, like to your point with Miles Bridges, like I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list: a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Hey, it's Wolf. How big is the quarterback position for Arizona State this season? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
let me start off by saying I appreciate the question. I appreciate other questions that are probably going to come forth today. Today is not the time to address that issue. Today is about celebrating the upcoming football season and celebrating our 16 schools. But I appreciate the question, so thank you.
Very appreciative, though. Gotta give him that.
I always hate that passive-aggressive. Yeah, but thanks for that question. I appreciate that.
It's not the time. Like Jared said, it's media day.
How often is the commissioner of a big power conference available to the media?
Not very often.
Not very
It's
often.
media day.
Yes.
And people traveled to Texas from a lot of different states to try to get answers on the Big 12 and this Brendan Sorsby thing. Now, their hands are clean. They don't have to deal with it, but an explanation would have been pretty cool from the commissioner. And he talks about, hey, we want to celebrate the beginning of football season. No, you wanted to celebrate selling naming rights to your football product to Monster Energy. That's what that was. Did you see that deal?
Yeah,
sure.
$20 million to put an energy drink name on football. Not the league, the product.
Right. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Listen, clearly there's an issue now, and as we've got two schools in this conference, so this is also our problem. What's going on at Texas Tech? The fact that the Big 12 had to sue Texas Tech to secure the authority to potentially punish Brendan Sorsby for playing football or attempting to play football means that Texas Tech is throwing its weight around like never before. And they've got a billionaire donor. What's the guy's name again?
Cody
Campbell.
Cody Campbell.
Cody Campbell, who is clearly driving this thing. And yet you've got the school and the head coach complying with it all. I mean, it was the head coach of Texas Tech who literally said 2 months ago, well, it's not like he killed anybody. And is that what we've come to in college athletics? Well, at least he didn't kill anybody. So yeah, I think that this is a pivotal point for this conference right now.
Well,
going forward,
Texas Tech, because of the big money donor Cody Campbell, they've become a real player in college athletics because the game that's being played right now, they're equipped to play it. They've got a lot of power. They feel very victimized in this whole situation. And judging from a lot of the fan reaction on social media, not the best place to do it. I get it. But there is so much vitriol to the Big 12. Like, a lot of Texas Tech fans want out. Like, they want to exit the conference. And I don't know if Brett Yormark wants to get into this type of back and forth with Texas Tech right now. Because they do feel that way.
Yeah.
Did they feel victimized that they weren't allowed to keep Sorsby?
Yes. That the league is out to get them because they have this big money donor. The fact of the matter is they're still really good at football. They've got a question at quarterback, but they've got like 4 or 5 preseason all first-team Big 12 picks.
And
that's how good they are.
If you're the Big 12, don't you need a team like that to help you like be consistently in the college football playoffs and consistently have a contender? Regardless of whether you think about the ethics of, how much money they spend to buy championship contending teams, like it's good to have a team like that in your conference, isn't it?
I think so. From a business standpoint, I think what makes the Big 12 the most interesting conference in the country is that that team does not exist right now. And since this new setup with 16 teams, and you saw ASU come in its first year and win the conference, and we thought we had those conversations. Is this going to be their playground? Are they going to be that team? Is it going to be Utah? Is it going to be Texas Tech? There's a lot of candidates that are trying to bubble to the top to be that team, but I think it makes the conference that much more interesting. A lot of people might disagree with that and want to see the Blue Bloods always at the top of the conference competing for national champions.
Listen, I'm not going to argue that it makes it more interesting, but it doesn't. I'm not going to say it's unfair either, but to have a billionaire this involved and this much in terms of driving what the school does, it just feels reckless. It feels, I don't know. I'm not certain how I feel about it.
Yeah, I guess we have to see how it plays out if Texas Tech, if they are consistently now the team that wins the Big 12 every year just because they spend the most money every year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's good for everything, is it?
We've got one year of evidence. They were clearly the best team in the conference last year.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the only team from the conference to get to the playoff, and they got shut out when they got to the playoff. So there's still some ground to be made up. But Joey McGuire, their head coach, did speak yesterday at Big 12 Media Days in Frisco, Texas, and talked about the support he got from a lot of coaches around the country in this whole Sorsby saga, including one from Tempe.
For my peers, I got a lot of support. You know, Eric Morris, the first day any news broke, called me and said, "Hey, man, I'm just doing a well check." He's a good friend of mine. Kalani is a great friend of mine. Said the same thing. Kenny Dillingham made a joke in a group text and then called me and said, "You know, I was kidding." I said, "Kenny, dude, I get it, man." So for me, my peers, I had so much support from my peers. And it was tough to see Kirby and President Skubanek have to go through that.
I mean, there was also...
Are they playing the victim?
There was also a lot of questions or parts of questions that Brett Yormark moonwalked away from that wanted to implicate Cincinnati in this whole thing because those transgressions did happen while he was at Cincinnati. They've not been touched in this whole process. Yep. So not only does Texas Tech feel victimized, they're like, well, what about them? They were more culpable than we were. He actually played for that team in the conference. So it's a mess. And I thought it was a real misstep by Brett Yormark not to address it more completely than he did yesterday.
Yeah.
This is not the time. You gathered the media there. When is the time? You going to take them out to lunch?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Coming up next, the Phoenix Suns are not completely running it back, but three big pieces from last year's playoff team are back. And they all talked yesterday. We'll tell you what they had to say. Coming up, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, the president of Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, if I told someone they could pay off their mortgage decades faster without changing their lifestyle, they'd think I was crazy.
That's not the only reason they'd think you're crazy. But that's exactly what the Ownership Accelerator loan does. It puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day.
And your clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years?
On average, yes. And what really makes us different is that we sit down with you and show you exactly how your money will work to make it happen. Customized specifically to your situation, not just a one-size-fits-all simulator. We'll answer all of your questions with no pressure every step of the way.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio to learn more or text Galaxy to 620-620 for more information. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Zach Gallen's first inning woes continued last night as he gave up all of his 4 earned runs in the first inning, and the D-back bats went silent into the San Diego night. Just 1 run on 5 hits in their 4-1 loss to the Padres Tuesday night. Rookie Jose Cabrera will be on the mound tonight looking for his first big league win. First pitch will be at 7:10, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to provide drama yesterday as Argentina and Lionel Messi were down 2 goals in the 70th minute and would somehow find a way to get a 3-2 win, and the defending champs advance to the quarterfinals against Switzerland. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort August 13th through the 19th with an estimated $3 million prize pool, and don't miss it.
Everybody, it's Burnsy. How many rotational minutes do some of the younger guys for the Suns need to get each game for their season to be a success? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important. Obviously, I feel like we have the best fans in the league, so they show up every night, night in, night out. They're always bringing energy. They're always loud. So being able to kind of grow that relationship more within the community, with the fans, with the people in the community is going to be really important. Obviously, being here longer term and hopefully being able to finish my career here is something that I would like to do and create relationships that'll last forever. So that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Colin Gillespie, Suns guard. Yesterday, the deal becomes finalized and official. A new $48 million contract for Colin Gillespie. What a story he's been in the last couple years. A couple seasons ago, a 2-way player gets the full-time roster spot last year, sets a franchise record, 3-pointers, cashes in this year. So Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Mark Williams, all of their contracts finalized in the books what is next for the Suns in terms of finalization. I know there's a lot of people waiting on the deal to become official, the Miles Bridges deal. I know some people are speculating maybe, Bick, that it's a physical situation. Other people saying it's probably going to be tied into a bigger deal with more teams as opposed to just the Suns and the Hornets. Mm-hmm. We shall see. That deal should become official sometime this week, I would imagine.
Yeah. I think people were saying July 9th was the next trend date, which is what, tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and there's no hints that anything is going wrong or holding up the Miles Bridges deal. So I think it's just a matter of time with that.
Yeah.
And that's the press conference I'm interested in. I mean, we've talked about Colin Gillespie, we've talked about Mark Williams, we've talked about Jordan Goodwin. This is no new ground for any of these young men, but the Miles Bridges piece, that's going to be a big moment for the organization. Getting that relationship between Miles Bridges and the media and the fans in Phoenix off on a really good foot.
I wonder if anybody in the Suns organization will take the opportunity to answer a question by saying, now's not the time.
Yeah, now's not the time for that question.
Now is not the time to talk about
celebrate Miles Bridges. We're not here to talk about the past.
We are not talking about Miles Bridges today. Ladies and gentlemen, Miles Bridges.
Yeah, so I don't know if that means if it does become official tomorrow, maybe a press conference on Friday. We shall see. But that is something to look forward to. Mm-hmm. I thought this was interesting too. Mark Williams, there was some question because the Suns did strike pretty early on Gillespie and Goodwin on back-to-back days to get those deals done before they even hit free agency. Mark Williams got the qualifying offer, was going into restricted free agency. They also took care of it then. But the big thing that had transpired in the interim was Devin Booker announced he was changing his number to 15, which was Mark Williams' number last year. And everybody was like, oh, Mark Williams is gone. Mark Williams himself cleared up that whole situation yesterday at the press conference.
Yeah, he brought it up during the year, actually, at one point. He kind of said it in passing. And then at the end of the year, it was like, yeah, it's really going to happen. So, yeah.
You guys came to an agreement?
Yeah, we're in negotiations. Yeah. Think of it as going upstairs and talking. But we'll agree on something here soon. I mean, I'm not worried about that. He said he got me, and I'm taking his word for that. So. For sure.
I hope that comes out to Mark Williams' advantage.
Well, I mean, I don't know how, again, Devin Booker's already taken over the number. It's already been announced.
And Williams has a new number. He's going to wear 25.
Yeah. Even him telling that story where it's like it came up in passing, and then at the end of the year, he comes up and said, yeah, it's happening. I'd be like, what? What do you mean it's happening? I'm wearing the number right now.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, too bad.
Too bad, and I'm taking it. Yeah. It's quite something. So I'm sure there will be remuneration. I'm sure Devin Booker will give him something. Hopefully it's more than a fresh pair of book shoes.
Yeah, exactly. That might be part of the package, but hopefully it's more than that. Mark Williams is going to have a lot of eyeballs on him this year as Suns center. I think he goes into this year. Well, I guess I could say that at $13 million a year, he's going to go in, if healthy, as the starter. Do you feel that way?
Yeah. I do.
Oso Ighodaro, first guy off the bench.
I do.
And, I think in a lot of ways, those three, with Kaman Malawach also in the mix, those will be three of the more watched players because that is something that I don't think can necessarily continue with three guys at that position for the Suns.
No.
They're going to weed it down to two somehow.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of it's going to depend, again, on how ready Kaman Malawach is to play rotational minutes. Mm-hmm. And if he's made strides and taken steps and if the game is slowed down for him a little bit, then I think you explore the Mark Williams trade route. And if not, you don't. I think that the way you said it yesterday was best. He's sort of like in this tradable contract land, as long as he stays healthy.
Yes. Because he's only, I think he's turned 24 years old. Still very young in the whole grand scheme of things. But it's also such an interesting trio of players because they all have such different skill sets. I mean, Mark Williams can score probably out to 10 feet. He's not a guy that's going to stretch the floor very much. but more so than Oso Ighodaro. Oso could put the ball on the floor and distribute and has a lot of point guard skills to him. And the only one of the three that has any ability to stretch the floor from a shooting threat is Malowacz, because he's willing to go out there and fire that top of the key three.
And the best defender.
I was going to say, his defensive ceiling is far and away.
That's like, I don't even know what you want from Mark Williams. Like, do you want him? You obviously want him to stay healthy and you want him to be really good, but what does that mean for Kaman Malowacz? Because don't you have to find out what you have with him at some point in the season? I mean, by the end of the season, if it's Mark Williams and Oso Ighodaro getting most of the minutes like last year, where are you?
Yeah, I know Burnsy was talking about this yesterday, and the clips were out there, and he talked about, hey, if that doesn't happen with Malowacz this year, is it panic time? He believes it could be. I don't know if I feel as strongly. I think the amount of patience that the Suns are going to show with Kaman Malowacz is going to be pretty immense compared to other players in the league, even young players at age 19.
Don't usually see that for top 10 picks in the NBA.
No, you don't.
You don't.
I think there's a heightened urgency because of that, because this was a functioning member of a team that played for a championship in college. How raw could he be? That's the question. How raw could he be that in 2 years you couldn't find a rotation for him or a piece for him?
Well,
I get the fact that the kid is not even 20 years old yet. I understand that. But you drafted him with the top 10 draft pick.
We also saw how raw he was, though. You know, and the college game, different than the pro game. I was a little shocked at how green he looked at the beginning of the year after watching Duke make that run.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's extreme panic if it doesn't happen. I also don't think he's got 4 years to figure this out either.
Yeah, but I think that clearly by bringing back Mark Williams, you're tipping your hand that this is definitely an option. An option for the Phoenix Suns is to continue to slow grow this kid to the point of discomfort, where people will be like, why can't he play? Why isn't he good enough yet? This is a guy who shared a court with Con Knippel and Cooper Flagg.
Mm-hmm. I also think we're going to see a lot of growth. I'm hoping we see Kaman Malowacz really flash at Summer League starting on Friday.
Yeah, I think that would be provide some reassurances.
Yep. Here's Jordan Goodwin, also a big cog off the bench last year for the Phoenix Suns, talking about his new contract.
Still trying to let it settle in a little bit. Well, it's been a long journey. Definitely blessed. Want to thank Matt, J.O., Josh, and everybody, BG, for just seeing the talent and just taking a chance on me. So, but with that said, I'm just going to get back to work, keep grinding, and try to get another one.
Yeah, he also had a quote yesterday, Bick, where he said last year, look, a lot of people were surprised by Jordan Goodwin last year. He said, I didn't surprise myself. He knew he had that in him. And we got to see Jordan Goodwin a couple years ago, and I think how he played last season is what we expected the first time around. Mm-hmm. He's really grown as a basketball player in terms of confidence and just his ability to not only affect the game on defense, but to do it with offensive rebounding. He's the best offensive rebounding guard in basketball, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And that shot is so much improved.
Yeah. Well, listen, there's a reason why he was starting in the playoffs for this team. His on-ball defense is excellent as well. Yeah, he is going to have more than a bit role on this team if they're going to sustain this defensive-minded identity.
Yep. Coming up next, 16 years ago today, LeBron James made a decision that changed the shape of the NBA. How much impact will his change of team have this time, and when is it going to happen? We'll give you the latest next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike three called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
40,000 people is bigger than just a crowd. That's the size of a small city. It's also the number of the people who chose the simple but life-changing treatments at QC Kinetics, people who chose pain relief without the surgery, 40,000 people who said there's got to be another way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments where they actually repair and restore damaged joint tissue right at the source wherever you are hurting, and it's all natural. The treatments are done in office. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you go about your day. 92% of the patients nationwide express satisfaction with the results at this great company, and that is a huge number. At 92% proves to you that this stuff works. I've leaned on them a couple of different times, and both times had dramatic results. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus. More recently, 5-round treatment for a terrible case of tennis elbow that is profoundly better. This is what QC Kinetics is doing. They're giving people their lives back. They're right here in the Valley. They've got 4 different locations. If you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, see what these treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the ducket? Right in straight.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know. LeBron, what's your decision?
In this fall, man, it's very tough. And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
Miami Heat. That was the conclusion you woke up with this morning.
That was the conclusion I woke up with this morning.
16 years ago today. The decision that rocked the basketball world, the sports world. And look, Jarrett wrote the tease. He's not wrong. That really changed a lot of stuff in the NBA. Obviously, LeBron went to Miami for 4 years. They went to the finals for 4 years. They won 2 championships there. Then he went back to Cleveland for a while. But now we're wondering where LeBron's ending up now. Will he end up in Miami again? Will he end up in Cleveland again? Will it be Philadelphia? Will it be Golden State? In true LeBron fashion, we're more than a week into this whole process. Lots of free agents and lots of trades have gone down. Yet we're still wondering where LeBron's going to land.
Yeah, and so I wonder if he's got all the information he needs. I wonder if he's just taking time to kind of think about this and try to picture himself in each of these cities and where to go. I think each of these 6 contenders, although I wasn't prepared to see the Timberwolves as a potential finalist, the Denver piece is very, very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. Do you think any of those are realistic, though?
I don't know.
Or do you think it's
don't know.
really, truly just going to be like Cleveland or Miami, his old familiar?
I don't know what LeBron is going to prioritize. If he is prioritizing one more ring at all costs, then I think it's a different conversation than where am I going to have the most fun.
Yeah, which had been presented from day one of this whole process starting was happiness is going to be the biggest thing. There wasn't a whole lot of talk about championships. Now, if you can blend those two together, if you're LeBron, obviously that's probably the more preferable landing spot for him. But here's Brian Windhorst yesterday from ESPN kind of updating the whole situation on where things are with LeBron and his future whereabouts.
People in the league are certainly, I think that it's pointing towards Cleveland, but they are operating off vibes. And if you ask me, are the vibes pointing towards Cleveland? Yeah, the vibes are pointing towards Cleveland, but it's just vibes. And I wish I could sit here and tell you, my sources tell me, Chris, that at 6:14 p.m. on Wednesday, here's the thing. In 2010, he announced on live television. In 2014, he announced on the internet. I mean, it was basically through a magazine, but it's essentially in an internet article. Yeah. In 2018, it was a press release. Now he gets to pick the medium. So we'll see.
What's it going to be? Is it going to be TikTok?
It's going to be Jaylen Brown's Twitch stream.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Yeah, I'm coming to Philadelphia
that'd be funny.
JB.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So, obviously, we said, him choosing to go to Miami, make the big 3, change the shape of the NBA, 2 championships, ushered in the big 3 era in the NBA where everybody tried to assemble superstar teams for a while there. At this stage in LeBron's career, how much impact do you actually think he will have on regardless of whatever team he goes to?
I think there's still an impact, but to go a step further where we talked about happiness meeting up with championships, let's say he does identify that spot, and let's use Philly as an example, okay? So he ends up in Philadelphia, and they win a championship, and LeBron's like the 3rd or 4th most influential member of that team. Is that really a feather in his cap? He's been the central point of 4 championships.
Yeah, listen, I think this is really kind of what you've got to weigh if you're him, is how all of this is going to be perceived. I mean, people have been obsessing over LeBron and his legacy forever. Where you go and who you are in the context of the team you join is going to be all of it's going to matter. If you go to a team like Minnesota, that's a team that's got a maturity issue with LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards. He would be a good fit there. People think the same thing for San Antonio. Spurs have already made it clear they're not interested. Mm-hmm. The Denver piece, playing alongside Jokic, those are 2 of the smartest basketball players you've ever seen.
True.
Could they vibe together?
Great passing big men.
Yeah,
they would just solve problems left and right.
Yeah, they would solve problems left and right. And I think that would give him a shot to win. I would think on some level, he's probably got, and he'll never admit this, but I would think on some level, he would have the red ass towards the Lakers. On some level. And again, he would never admit this because he has framed this that this was my decision, but everybody in the game knows the deal.
Yeah.
And the Lakers basically showed him the door.
We're building around Luka. Sorry, LeBron.
Sorry, LeBron. Just the way they froze him out this offseason, very shrewdly and strategically, They got to the desired result. LeBron walking out the door, they didn't have to offer him a cent.
Well, there's also the idea, like, did he ever truly feel the love from L.A. and the Lakers?
There were, I can't even believe this is true, but people who cover the Lakers swear that it is true. That there are people who love Kobe so much that they actively cheered against LeBron while on the Lakers because they don't want him winning another championship with the Lakers.
Which is a joke.
Which is unbelievable. But having been to L.A. many, many times, I also know their love for Kobe is bizarre. Not bizarre, it's unreal. It's still as strong as it's ever been.
I remember having a discussion not long into, it must have been LeBron's first season there, because it was definitely pre-pandemic. But having a conversation with a guy that I know that is a Lakers fan, I hadn't seen him in a while. And I was like, well, what do you think about the Lakers getting LeBron? I thought he'd be over the moon. He said a word to me. I started his response to me with a word that I can't say on the radio.
Oh, no.
But it was blank LeBron.
Wow.
We don't want him. He doesn't belong in L.A. This is Kobe's team. It will always be Kobe's team.
Mm-hmm.
So that was part of the weirdness. And look, LeBron is a smart guy. He knew he was getting into that. He delivered one championship, and now there's all these questions about, oh, is he an all-time great Laker? I mean, that's a pretty high bar with that organization. I think it was a decent stay, but they also had some losing seasons. They also didn't make the playoffs every year.
I would say he's not even a top 5 Laker. If you were asking Laker fans to list their top 5, it's Magic, it's Kobe, it's Kareem,
it's Jerry West.
It
might be
Shaq.
James Worthy. It might be Wilt.
Yeah. Right.
Elgin Baylor.
It's not going to be LeBron.
No.
Shaq, you said.
Yeah. Derek Fisher.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Robert
That
Horry.
shot.
Big shot Bob.
And you talked about his legacy, like if he wins another championship as the 3rd or 4th best player on one of these teams, unless he goes to the Knicks or the Thunder, he could sell it as, well, okay, I wasn't the best player, but I was the player that took this team like Minnesota or like, Denver, who had been struggling lately, or Philadelphia. I'm the one that came and took them over the top and helped them win this championship.
I guess
that does something to your legacy, doesn't it?
The more fascinating question in all of this is, like, why is that still being sought out? Like, he has nothing to prove. Nothing. I guess the only
except
thing
for people like you who don't think he's the best ever.
But he'll never be. He could play for 30 more years. In my mind, he never will be.
Same.
To pick apart his resume would be absolutely foolish. The guy's been tremendous for 20-plus years.
And here's the other thing, too. There are people who believe that this isn't going to be the farewell tour for LeBron this year. That LeBron, that some people believe he is hell-bent on getting to 25 years in the NBA. So that would mean 2 years. So if he's looking at it in that perspective, that I want 2 more years in the game, that probably changes where he's looking as well.
Yeah, well, we mentioned it in the splash that Donovan Mitchell signed that new massive extension with Cleveland, and Shams Charania put it out there yesterday that whole deal kind of helps the case for Cleveland to be able to land LeBron if they want to go down that road, and it appears they want to go back down that road, so we shall see. Will LeBron have a new team by Monday morning when we hit the airwaves? Actually, I'm starting vacation, but when you hit the airwaves.
Yeah, probably yes.
I will say no.
I'm leaning towards no as well.
He's calculating right now what time of me making the announcement will get me the most attention.
Yes.
So the USA Soccer is out now.
Yeah.
So there's really a void in the American landscape of news.
Next
so we'll see.
Next week is the All-Star break.
Yeah, so that seems right. But trust me, he's going to figure out a way to announce this and get the most attention.
Get max attention
max
on
coverage.
it. I agree with that.
That's a given. The next 4 seeds drawing is for D-backs versus Cubs. August 24th at Chase Field. 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text the word seats to 620-620 to enter. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday and the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey. Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. A very familiar sight for Diamondback fans last night in San Diego. The inability to get a big hit with runners in scoring position. Zach Gallen's first inning struggles continued, and the bats went quiet again as the game went on. It was all on display last night in their 4-1 loss to the Padres. They'll look to bounce back tonight, though, and get Jose Cabrera his first major league win tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And for more on the Diamondbacks and their season and the Suns and Cardinals off seasons, be sure to head on over to ArizonaSports.com today. And although the World Cup for the United States is over, that doesn't mean yesterday didn't deliver. Egypt was 2 goals up on Argentina in the 70th minute. Lionel Messi and the defending champs rallied all the way back to win it 3-2 and advance to the quarterfinals, which are now set. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in Colorado mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And we're going to start with the Diamondbacks. They lost 4-1 last night. Gallen's first inning struggles continued, and the offense was silent again. But the question for me here is, do you think this team is a piece or two away from contending, or do you think they simply need too much at this point?
Actually, that's a good question. I don't think it's a piece or two away.
Okay.
I think it would be a piece or two, plus the return of some guy. Not the return from injury, but the return to who they were as players. To have Ketel Marte be more consistent. Corbin Carroll still going through a stretch right now that's not very productive. Geraldo Perdomo getting back up to 2025 form. I mean, I looked at his numbers yesterday. He's on pace for like more than a 35 run batted in drop off from a year ago. It's a huge drop off. So I guess the way you phrase the question, my answer is no. They're not one or two pieces away.
I would say away from what? Is what I would say. What exactly are we looking for here in terms of being in playoff contention? They're a piece. They look like they're a piece away from being within arm's distance of a third wild card berth. But what's that going to get them? I tend to think, like Vinny, that if you got a lift in performance from a lot of the guys you were counting on, and that includes Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, then this team would be right there on the edge. But still, what is that going to get you? Fair. I don't know.
Could you argue that the Diamondbacks go as their big three go? Like Corbin, Ketel, and Jerry, in expectation-wise, have been kind of average. And the team has been, average this season. Could you make that point?
To a degree. I mean, last night they combined for 1 hit. The whole team had 5 hits. It might be too. They might be too reliant on that big three. The way everything is structured right now.
I was really hoping that all three of them would be having better seasons than they've had.
Yeah,
and if they were, I think you would see a market increase in everything around them. I do think a lot of it is tied to those three.
I was kind of thinking the same. They've all been. I don't want to say they've been underwhelming. But with the expectations we had of them coming into the season, they kind of have, I think. No?
I don't think underwhelming is an unfair description.
I'd agree. All right, to the NBA, and I was thinking about this yesterday when it came to the Jaylen Brown trade. Are we sure the Celtics made the right decision in moving Jaylen Brown and not Jason Tatum?
Ooh, I know they made the wrong decision in making this trade in particular.
Yes. Yeah, but the more this goes on, the more you realize that I think that this is the new ownership of the Boston Celtics being a lot cheaper than the previous ownership.
True.
Yes.
And I think this is going to be a hard swallow for Celtics fans to kind of reconcile, because you do not go from trading for Giannis to trading for Paul George.
Yeah.
They like Paul George analytically.
Yeah, those analytics and everything that was leaked to Bobby Marks and all those reports, that was all strategically done to help that team cut salary.
That whole story, I'm not going to say analytics jumped the shark when that was reported and the reaction to all of it, but to hear that type of thinking, I think pokes some holes in teams that are analytically based and lean on it very heavily. The other thing that all of this, and Bick kind of hit on it, is the finances of the second apron. Teams got caught in the second apron as they were transitioning to this new CBA, and it was unavoidable for a lot of teams. The Suns were stuck in second apron hell. There's no teams that want to be in that scenario ever again, so you're going to see players like this in the primes of their career get traded. The NBA might look at that as a good thing.
Yeah, listen, if you listened to Brad Stevens the other day, he was talking about having Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You can't have two guys taking up 70% of your salary cap. Well, what has he got now with Paul George and Jason Tatum? He's got exactly the same thing.
For just 1 year less.
For 1 year, basically 1 year less. It's a shorter amount of time.
And worse player.
And way worse a player.
He's always injured.
I don't think Boston's a title contender.
No, I'd agree. All right, now switching gears now to the Summer League. Is Kamon Malawach the biggest intrigue for you when it comes to the Suns Summer League?
No, for me it's Rasheer Fleming.
Okay.
For reasons I will explain in the blast, but also I've got a very high ceiling for him and the position he plays as well. Somebody's got to replace the wing presence of Royce O'Neal.
Yep.
Yeah, there's that. Definitely a lot of eyes on Fleming. I said Koa Pete earlier in the week, but I think this week is probably most important for Kamon Malawach. Doesn't mean anything if you go out there and dominate. For him, I think it does mean something.
Yeah.
Because it shows the confidence, it shows the growth, it shows that things are slowing down for him a little bit. So in that way, in terms of importance for an individual player, I think it's probably him.
Gotcha. Yesterday, Lionel Messi advanced to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Great comeback. And Novak Djokovic got to the semifinal in Wimbledon. Who had the better day yesterday?
Yeah, it's a great topic. I could go on for a long time about this. Novak Djokovic, at age 39, continues to beat players 15 years younger than him, and to be involved in a match that's that long. There was a time at Wimbledon, and yesterday we've talked about the changing nature of the way guys play. You could see it in the match yesterday. Yeah. The baseline was completely worn out. There was not any grass to be found anywhere near the baseline, and the lane, the pathway to the net, all green. So nobody is going to the net anymore in pro tennis. It used to be Wimbledon, because it was such a fast surface. You could play 5 sets in 3 hours.
Yeah.
You don't play 5-hour matches at Wimbledon.
No.
But Novak Djokovic just did. 5 hours and 15 minutes for a guy who's 39, who's got 24 majors. This is not normal.
Yeah. Unreal. It was also his 39th 5-set victory at a Grand Slam tournament, which is the most ever in history. Mm-hmm. To answer your question, Djokovic is the answer for me.
It's not normal, but it's more normal than it used to be, because Federer and Nadal lasted way longer at the top than any of their predecessors ever did, too. And he's kind of following that trend.
But he's done it, I think, longer than both of those two guys.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
Yeah. Djokovic was the man for 5 hours and 15 minutes, and Messi's fantastic, but it was a couple of bursts here and there.
Messi was great for 15 minutes. Yeah. Djokovic was 5 hours and 15 minutes.
He wasn't great for all. He wouldn't have lost those 2 sets if he was great for all 5 hours.
But it was all on him for that amount of time.
I thought I heard them on the broadcast yesterday said that is the longest quarterfinal match at Wimbledon ever.
Crazy.
I could.
You just don't get those kind of matches at Wimbledon generally.
No. And now you get Novak and Sinner in the semis.
Unless John Eisner is playing, or
Isner.
Yeah. That was ridiculous.
So there you guys go. Happy
Thank you, Sammy.
Yes.
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, 91 games into another season, and at least you could say one thing about the Diamondbacks. They're consistent. I'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work, but if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rawlis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with the limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner while supplies last at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 2 cans for $8. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
It's a 30-plus first, and then a 10 and a 9-pitch inning. And I know that there were some balls that were hit on the ground and double plays returned. We gotta find a way to beat every pitcher, and there's a cheat code to every pitcher, and we know it. And when we know it, we got to be stubborn to it. We knew Marquez was going to sink it and for it, and and throw some breaking balls at us, and we had him on the ropes. I think it was just an absolute complete reversal when he walked back out there in the second inning and was up 4-1. I think that really gave him the extra push.
It's Torey Lovello after last night's 4-1 loss to the San Diego Padres, evening up that 4-game series. And you want to talk about deja vu all over again, Bick?
Yeah.
Here we go. For the third straight year through 91 games, not that that's any sort of flagpole or milepost or anything. It's just a coincidence in this case. But for the third straight year after 91 games, the Diamondbacks are 45-46. Last year, there's a bit of deja vu even mixed in because last year on July 7th, they beat the Padres in the second game of a 4-game series to get to 45-46. They were in the midst of a 4-game series with the Padres a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
That was followed up by a 3-game series in L.A. Last year, it was against the Angels. This year, it's against the Dodgers. But my goodness, how do we get out of this vortex of mediocrity?
El Succo, yeah, listen, I think that I think there's a lot of damage that has been done because of this. This is 3 consecutive years. We have rolled into the All-Star break. Jared, open your eyes. Wake up, Ferret. Were you falling asleep? Are we that boring today?
He was just watching Switzerland, Colombia.
No. I was squinting to read this.
All right. Okay. All right. So
I your glasses today, Jared.
I do believe that 45-46 after 91 games means that for 3 consecutive years they have played a large swath of their schedule, and nobody knows if they're any good or not. And I think people are fatigued by it, fatigued by this nonstop mediocrity. And last year, they stumbled going into the All-Star break, which led to more selling than buying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we're all kind of bracing for, okay, what is this going to look like? There's not a lot that's happened recently that would make you think that, okay, this team is going to find the magic they found in 2023. And I just feel like we've been chasing that ghost from 2023. For 3 years now.
Yeah, and you look at the individuals, and collectively, it's almost like there's a clean slate offensively in terms of approach from game to game. We saw a great approach and a very complete professional performance by everybody on Monday night. But last night, we talked about a couple of individual at-bats that just didn't make any sense on what players were doing. How much instruction is actually seeping through to the players at this point? How much continuation of the game plan is actually happening on a night-to-night basis?
That's it.
These are all legitimate questions. And individually, it's outside of Ketel Marte going on that home run binge where I think he homered 4 straight days.
4 straight games, yeah.
When was the last time we said anybody, look at a hitter on the Diamondbacks and went, wow, he's red hot?
That's right. It's a good point.
It doesn't happen.
Nope. And they're consistently inconsistent. If we had before yesterday's game gone around and say what's more likely, they score 7 runs again or they score 1 run, we probably all would have said, well, they'll probably follow it up by scoring 1 run.
Yeah.
They're in the bottom third in every hitting statistical category in the MLB.
Yeah.
But what has changed is in the last week, the tone of the key members of this team, Torey Lovello and Corbin Carroll in particular, said it's time to go right now. Corbin Carroll said we need a greater sense of urgency. We can't force it, but we need more urgency. And so you have that great game 1 in San Diego. You would hope that they'd have a better response in game 2.
Well, that's another thing that's remained consistent from year to year to year. 24, 25, 26 is here we are, 91 games into the season, and now there's a call for increased urgency. In 2024, did they not learn their lesson?
Right.
It was talked about ad nauseum going into last season.
That's a great point.
We can't coast into the season. We're going to hit the ground running. It's the same
That's
stuff.
a great point.
Well, can an urgency or a sense of urgency come from, I know, like we talk about where we want it to come from, but can it come from youth? Like, can it come from like Waldschmidt and other guys coming up, or can that only last you so long?
Yeah,
we're rolling out the same guys every night, man.
I think they used that card early in the season. We've already seen a good stretch of play from Waldschmidt. We've already seen Fernandez. We've already seen Troy. We've already seen Groover. All three of the 4 are back in the minor leagues now.
I know, but like, we can't. Pavin Smith has 11 hits this season.
I know.
I mean,
on the season.
Like Jordan Lawler has 12.
Yeah, we talked about earlier too. The king of the court was the phrase that was used by Torey Lovello. Hey, if somebody's hot, they're going to keep playing. Well, Pavin Smith continues to play. He hasn't been hot in a very long time. His batting average is down to 149. You pointed it out in the splash when we talked about the Ryan O'Hearn stat. He had 10 runs batted in yesterday. That's more than Pavin Smith has dating back to last year.
Last whole calendar year.
Yeah, since Pavin Smith, 9 RBI since last July.
And look,
come on.
You root for these guys to do well, but when they're not doing well, why
are
is
you
the leash
sticking
so long?
Yeah, these are very, very fair questions, and a good chunk of the fan base is getting very agitated with this
because he can get outs as a left-handed batter against a right-handed pitcher. A right-handed hitter can do the same thing he's doing.
Exactly.
And you can say, well, there's no better option. There's no better option, but
they
at
haven't
least
gone to the Locklear card yet.
Yeah, that's true. And at least with him and at least with some of the younger guys they could call up, at least there's a ceiling, a potential of you don't know what you're going to get because it feels like you do know what you're going to get at this point. Were you guys surprised with that they never gave Carlos Santana another shot?
No.
I know in the small sample size he looked totally done, washed and stuff.
Yeah.
But with them getting absolutely nothing at first base all year, I thought they'd at least give him one more shot when he came back.
I thought they would. I mean, shock is a strong word because the sample was so bad. And even the results in AAA were pretty terrible. Mm-hmm. So I can't say shocked. I was a little bit surprised just out of desperation they wouldn't have done it. Plus, he took his glove with him.
That's right.
Maybe that was the turn.
Think about that. All that time he didn't play first base, he left his glove for everybody else. Hey Carlos, we're gonna let you go, but we've got a kind of an odd request for you. Could you?
We'll buy
give
that
you $50.
glove.
Could you kind of leave that glove behind? We got some guys who kind of growing fond of it.
I don't know. It's just when you're 3 years into this process and it's just the same thing every day, basically, or stretch here, stretch there.
Yeah,
it's tiresome.
Well, and it's weird because it feels like at least the last 2 years when this team had kind of been right around 500, you could at least point to the offense scoring runs. Like that was their calling card the last couple years is, oh, we're scoring a lot of runs. We're not getting the pitching we need. Aside from, I know Gallen has been bad, but the pitching staff has kind of not put it all the way together. They've held things together. Like Erod has been phenomenal. And say what you want about like Brandon Pfaadt in the beginning of the season. He's been really good as of late. Merrill Kelly hasn't been as bad as Zach Gallen, but the staff, you would say, and the bullpen are kind of giving you chances to win. They're just not scoring enough runs.
Yeah. Carlos Santana, by the way, got signed by the Braves.
Yeah.
Played one game at AAA Gwinnett, 0 for 4. Yeah. It might be a short stay. I mean, he's 40-plus years old.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you want him to go out on a high note, but I didn't see very much. I had real low expectations.
Oh, so did I.
Begin with.
I just thought like a Hail Mary, give it one more shot,
Well, they also did trump up the fact that they wanted, hey, we'll give up some offense for good defense, especially at the corners. And they didn't even, I mean, the sample was so short from him, they didn't even get a chance to capitalize on his defense, which he's still a good defensive first baseman. Mm-hmm. He won a Gold Glove not long ago. But, yeah, that position's been a mess this year from day one.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Wednesday show, and Bick's going to kick it off with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must grant price and possession.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka, and here's what's trending now. Zach Gallen's first inning woes continued last night as he gave up all of his 4 earned runs in the first, and the Diamondback bats went silent into the San Diego night. Just 1 run on 5 hits in their 4-1 loss to the Padres on Tuesday night. Rookie Jose Cabrera will be on the mound tonight looking for his first big league win. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to provide drama yesterday as Argentina and Lionel Messi were down 2 goals in the 70th minute and would somehow find a way to get a 3-2 win, and the defending champs advanced to the quarterfinals against Switzerland. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Phoenix Suns have made a big gamble. They are betting on the upside of Miles Bridges and the ability of their fans to forgive and forget. They're banking that the culture installed last season will remain intact despite some big roster changes, and they are hoping we all will not sorely miss Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and all the underrated things they provided in Jordan Ott's first season. So, if you are concerned about where this is all going on planet Orange, make sure you watch the Summer Suns Friday night in Vegas, and mainly watch Rasheer Fleming. And if the defensive-minded wing is ready to fill the void, the young piece that will make all of these maneuvers click into place. Otherwise, we might have real concerns. A starting lineup with Bridges, Jalen Green, and Dylan Brooks means a lot of shots hoisted up by people not named Devin Booker. It's also a starting lineup that will feature a lot of subpar defensive players, and lest we forget, it was defense that started last year's renaissance in the first place. Now, personally, I love the tiny sample of basketball when Fleming shared the court with Book last year. He spent the entire offseason bulking up and adding muscle, and now the Suns have cleared a path for him to play an important role in the coming season. Let's hope he's ready, because a young Kawhi Leonard would do wonders for the trajectory in Phoenix. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Everybody in the league is strong, so I think it'll definitely help my game too, just because I feel like I play at a fast pace a lot of times, and I might speed up, so just let a lot of games slow down for me.
Yeah, Rasheer Fleming earlier this week talking about why he felt the need to bulk up. That was the big 250. That's the big number. It's not just America 250.
Yeah, 250 is the big number.
It's Rasheer Fleming 250 because that's what his weight is at. He was at about 240 last year, so a little bit of a bulk up. This is a bit different than another much ballyhooed bulk up situation that the Suns had a couple years ago, and that was with Grayson Allen. I don't think that worked out very well for Grayson Allen.
I agree with you.
But he played a different position. He was a guard. Did it serve him well? I would argue no. I'm always in favor of a front court player, a bigger player, a 4 or a 5, getting bigger and stronger.
Absolutely.
Anytime they get the chance to do it.
Especially with his wingspan, and especially with the potential that he showed. And again, the sample size of him sharing a court with Devin Booker, it is very, very small, but the metrics are very, very friendly. And I just know from the eye test, I'm like, I like this kid out there with Book. There's a lot of people we're going to be watching in the Summer League. We joked about this yesterday. It's something where you, as a huge Suns fan, you love it every year, and I always try to kind of calm you down. Like, come on, Vinny, this is just Summer League.
Yeah, and you usually fail in calming me down. What does calm me down is actually watching the product. Like, man, I got duped again.
Oh, man. Yeah.
But
and
this
year's a little bit different.
It's a lot different.
Do you think this will be a year where the players actually play most of the games?
No. What you hope is that a guy like Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Maluach, they go there, and for a couple of games, they're really just dominating, and then you send them back.
Yeah. Every team, I believe, in Vegas is guaranteed at least 5 games.
Right, yes.
You get the 4 scheduled, then you go into the bracket depending on where you are, and you have a chance to play more as the playoffs advance, quote unquote. Let's say 5 is the number. I think if you get 3 good runs from all the guys that we're talking about. And that's Pete, that's Fleming, that's Malawach, that's Brea. Am I leaving somebody out?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. If you get 3 good runs from those guys, I think mission accomplished.
Yeah, and I think Koa's going to be there for the duration. I think Kobe's going to be there for duration. The other 2 guys, I'm not so certain. Now, guys do go to the Summer League. We've talked about this extensively already in year 2 and dominate. It's been a recurring thing, and when it happens, it's a great sign of development for your young player.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes didn't like Marquise Chris go there like 3 years in a row and.
Yes, did you really have to bring him back up?
I remember P.J. Tucker playing well into his career.
Well into his mid-30s.
How we celebrated P.J. Tucker in that move about how what he was doing for team chemistry by going and playing with the Summer League Suns?
Yeah.
Was that during the timeline years,
really
Fitty?
paid dividends.
On the Koa Pete thing, do you see his regular season playing out like Malawach's last year? Up and down to the G League.
I hope
hardly getting any run.
Yes.
I agree with it. I see it probably playing out that way. When they drafted him, they hadn't made the Bridges trade yet, and I was hoping there would be some actual room for him to grow into this team. And then they made the Bridges trade, and that quickly went away.
Because we thought Rasheer Fleming could potentially start.
Yeah, but even before that trade, let's say Royce O'Neal was still here. Royce O'Neal would be the starting 4 if that deal wasn't made. So there's not there used to be a stigma if you were a first-round pick going to the G League in your rookie season. That stigma's not there anymore.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
that was something you didn't want to do to your young hotshot rookie because it was treated as, oh, you're that much of an El Succo. Yeah, but I agree. I think that stigma's gone. Already, Darren Peterson's been lighting it up in Summer League.
He has.
And people are comparing him to a young KD in the effortless nature in which he can score the basketball. But again, it's early and a lot of this stuff is fluff, but there's some legitimate things to watch if you're a Suns fan this year. Because this developmental lane, it's either going to these kids are going to have to earn their playing time. They're not going to be given it.
But also in the developmental part of it, that's the Suns' small out in all of this. If Rasheer Fleming can be who Bick just mentioned, maybe a young baby Kawhi, and Malawach can turn into a rim protecting, rim running, forcible center, and then maybe Brea and Pete become pretty high quality rotation guys. That's your out. All those guys are cheap. They're going to be playing hard. They're going to be with this team from the start. And then you can work around that, right? Because if you're going to just sit here in the next few years, keep going off after free agents or trades and trying to do all that, that's no way to build.
Yeah, it would be amazing if everything that you just said as a possibility happened. It's also highly improbable.
Right.
Because we're talking about 4 players that were drafted number 30 or lower. And those guys don't pan. When you find one of those guys in the second round, when a team finds a Nikola Jokic, it changes your franchise.
Yeah, it does.
But it also happens once every decade.
Malawach was top 10, but the other 3.
I said 3 of the 4 were drafted 30 or lower.
4 guys.
Did you fall asleep again, Jared?
Sammy said the same thing. I think you said 4 guys.
I clearly did not. You can go check the tape. Here was Rasheer Fleming talking earlier this week, too, if he feels he deserves more playing time this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll come to if that's the case. If I keep doing what I'm doing, my time is going to come. I'm not really pressing the issue. I think if my time is my time, then it's going to happen.
Yeah, and I know everybody is harping on development, and it's very important. I get it. But my frustration lingering from the end of last year, and I think a lot of people were on board with this, was I thought the Suns missed an opportunity to tap into Rasheer Fleming and put him in some uncomfortable minutes and situations against a superior basketball team in the playoffs against Oklahoma City.
I'll never understand that, why they didn't.
I didn't expect the Suns to win. Obviously, they wanted to avoid getting swept, but I thought that was because he had played well leading up to that. It wasn't like just, hey, he's bigger, put him in. He had played well. He had kind of given birth to some confidence that he might be something.
It was almost like a semi-rare form of stubbornness by Jordan Ott.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Didn't like to see.
And look, he had one high leverage fail. If you remember the 2 missed free throws against San Antonio in that game that they could have won.
True.
And they lost on a buzzer beater, a Wemby buzzer beater.
Yep.
And maybe it didn't necessarily shake their confidence in him, but they wanted to protect his confidence from anything else. I don't know. I really don't.
Yep.
But the kid's in a good place now. You could hear it in his voice when we played the cuts. He looks good, and he's got all the physical tools he needs.
And for the record,
right?
Because we're talking about 4 players that were drafted number 30 or lower. Okay, wow, you paid attention. Cool. Congratulations. In my head, I was saying three or four players.
Occasionally, I'm right.
It's open season on mistakes the rest of the show and the rest of the week.
Hey, I'm just saying,
There
you're
you
calling
go.
me out.
There you go.
You're calling me out.
Oh, yeah, and it'll continue. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk basketball, maybe a little football as well. Frank Isola, Sirius XM NBA radio host, will join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. You know, like to your point with Miles Bridges, like I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summertime is here, and you know what that means in Phoenix. Triple-digit temperatures every day. And when Phoenix turns up the heat, you can keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And AHS Home Warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How many rotational minutes do some of the younger guys for the Suns need to get each game for their season to be a success? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's always a pleasure when we have our next guest on. Frank Isola, Sirius XM NBA radio host, overall good guy, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Frank, good morning to you.
Boys, what's up? I'm just finishing up my obituary on U.S. soccer. It looks like we're never going to win a World Cup. We'll never win another game. But FIFA knows how to make money off of the U.S. citizens. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, they definitely did that. We could start with soccer. We know you're a big soccer guy,
Yeah, come
Frank.
on.
What was your level of disappointment with the exit by Team U.S.? I mean, I didn't expect them to win the tournament, but to go out like that was pretty gross.
Yeah, and I just hated the way the whole thing started with the White House getting involved. That was absurd. I mean, we're just kind of gaming the system there. You're going down that road, and now when other teams are getting a red card, they're wondering, well, should our prime minister, should our president get involved? So I thought the vibes going into were bad, because I do think that we kind of like being the underdog, and I thought maybe a lot of it goes back to 1980 when the hockey team beat Russia. But if we had entered that game without, Baladan, who had been, the leading scorer for the team, I just think there would have been a little bit more fight to us. And I think when you saw the way Belgium came out, which is a better team than us to begin with, they really played with an edge. It's amazing, too. I always say this, the best player probably in the history of Belgium is Kevin De Bruyne. He didn't even play in the game. And then the kid Jeremy Doku came on in the 70th minute. He's a regular player for Manchester City, which is one of the best teams in the world. So they weren't necessarily even playing all their best players. And I get it, that they still have terrific players. And they smoked us. And it became embarrassing. I felt bad for the goalie, Matt Freese, because that's the kind of play you'll see in maybe like a U15 soccer game, a high school game, maybe you see in a college game at that level. And, that's rough. I mean, what did they say? Close to 40 million people watched that. So 40 million people got to see the worst moment of your career. That's rough.
Okay, so if our guy Erling Haaland is the equivalent of Giannis, who is Christian Pulisic? Is he Joel Embiid with his lack of availability?
Well, a couple of things. So last Saturday, I was in Philadelphia. We went to the game. It was France versus Paraguay. It was 100 degrees. It was absolutely miserable. It was brutal sitting out there in the heat. And the game wasn't that good because Paraguay knew that they didn't have much of a chance. The next day, I went to that dump at MetLife Stadium, but I got to see Brazil play Norway and got to see Erling Haaland score the 2 goals. For me, Erling Haaland is more like LeBron in his prime, when it just felt like it was a man among boys. And he was that dominant. I feel bad for Pulisic because if you remember 4 years ago, he scored the goal in the final group stage game that got us to the round of 16. He's a very good player. The problem is he's injury prone. Remember, he got hurt in the first half of the first game, missed the second game, and then of course he got hurt in the second half of the game the other night. To me, I don't have any problem with him getting criticism. I think some of it is a little over the top because he did have a really good moment 4 years ago with a huge goal that got us through to the next rounds. But I get it. It's kind of, I mean, if you want to be a soccer nation, this is what happens. When, you lose, you're going to get a lot of criticism. My big question to you guys would be, how did Arizona not land one of these, how were they not chosen to be one of the stadiums? Because they have what you need, the indoor stadium.
Yeah.
And, people that turn out. It's amazing that Kansas City.
You've been here in July. You know what the weather's like here in July.
It's perfect because I'm telling you, I always was of the belief. I like living in the Northeast. It's great in the wintertime. Yeah, the Giants will play. It's snowing. I'm done with that. I'm at an age now. Put a roof over everything. It's miserable. Being out there.
Amen.
No.
Wait, how about every stadium except for Lambeau Field could be at the very least a retractable roof? I mean, at MetLife.
Oh, you're getting soft, man.
Come
on.
In New Jersey. Wait. Look at what they did in Buffalo. They built a beautiful stadium there. So now the field isn't covered, but the fans are. So now when it snows, they don't have to go to the local prison and take all the prisoners out to get the snow out of the stadium at $20 an hour.
All right, we're running out of time with you. We got to get some hoop issues covered. What do you think of the Suns' Miles Bridges addition? What do you think of where this team is going next?
I like Miles Bridges a lot. The problem is, the Western Conference is so tough. Oklahoma City, I think the only reason they lost to San Antonio was because of the injuries to Jalen Williams and A.J. Mitchell. So, they're always going to be good. San Antonio, which was absolutely brutal in the NBA final. I felt bad for Mitch Johnson. I thought he had a terrible series. The only guy that had a worse series than him was De'Aaron Fox, who was miserable. And they have to pay De'Aaron Fox $229 million? After failing in the biggest moment of your career, now I got to pay him $229 million. If I was the owner, I would tell the GM, I'm not paying him another dime. I haven't seen how he's going to perform in a big moment. So the Suns, to me, they're heading in the right direction. The problem is the Western Conference is just too darn tough. There's too many good teams, too many good players.
Yeah, Frank Isola, our guest, and have you been able to sleep at night, not knowing where LeBron is going to play next year, Frank?
It's great because I do. Thanks for promoting the radio show that me and Brian Scalabrine do on Sirius every morning. We're laughing about it because I keep saying he loves every minute of this. He loves being in the news cycle, and he said even at 41, listen, there's a part of him. He's a narcissist. He just loves this stuff, and he's been living in the social media world since he came into the league. And today is the 16th anniversary of the decision when he sat in the Boys and Girls Club of Greenwich, Connecticut, and Jim Gray asked him if he still bites his nails, which is a really weird thing to ask the guy before you ask him where he's going. And I'm telling you, I think the guy, he understands how big the World Cup is, and you got Messi here, and you've had Ronaldo here, Erling Haaland is here, Harry Kane, Mbappe. I think he loves the fact that these guys are sitting in their hotel rooms. They turn on the TV, and yes, they're showing soccer highlights, and all of a sudden, everyone's talking about LeBron James. I think he loves the fact that those guys are thinking, man, this guy's 41 years old, and everybody still cares where his next team may be. I think he's going to milk this for all it's worth because, come on, you don't think he knows where he's going?
Yeah, of course he does.
His career has been mapped out. He knows exactly what he's doing. What someone's going to say something like the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to say, we have Max Strus on the team. And even though we lost by a combined 300 points to the Knicks last year in the conference finals, we have Max Strus and Jared Allen. I didn't even know that. That's right. I'll go there. He knows where he's going.
All right. As Mr. New York City, tell us, give us the context of what it's been like to watch the Knicks win and the aftermath of it in New York City.
It has been it's been pretty remarkable. I mean, it looks like thankfully they didn't burn the city down. Thankfully, Madison Square Garden was still standing when Taylor Swift had the tackiest wedding in recorded history, a wedding at Madison Square Garden on July 3rd. Are you kidding me? But it's strange, too, because the team is very likable. The owner, you could have some issues with him, obviously. And then, their fan base, it's just so odd. Like the celebrity fans, they actually had a float in the parade with all the celebrities. they're no different than like 10-year-old kids like going to these games. Just, I mean, between Mariska Haggerty and Tracy Morgan vomiting on the court at Madison Square Garden. He did that this year, by the way.
He did.
He actually, if you had done that, would you ever show up at a game?
Never.
No.
Would you ever
I'd be
show your
done.
face in public again?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
And then Timothy Chalamet, the whole thing. So the whole celebrity fan part of it was getting a little bit obnoxious. But the team is very likable, and they had a great run. They had one of the best playoff runs you're ever going to have. But to be fair, it was funny. The owner released a video that he had done where he gave the team a speech, and he thought he was so clever. It's not who we play, it's how we play. Well, that kind of applies to everything. But I hate to tell you this, who you play ended up being a huge story because you played Philadelphia, enough said. You played Cleveland, enough said. And you didn't have to play Oklahoma City, Boston, or Detroit. You didn't have to play the number one seeds in either conference. So who you played actually was a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Great stuff, brother.
Stuff, as
Thank you for
always.
making time for us.
We'll talk again soon.
When the World Cup's back in 20 years, make sure you get in your building, all right?
You got it, man.
We're on it.
You got it,
Frank
bud.
Isola, Sirius XM NBA radio host. He does the morning show with Brian Scalabrine. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, how important is Darius Robinson for the Cardinals this upcoming season? And how close were the Broncos to hiring Bill Belichick? Yeah, you heard that right. We'll go through some NFL hash marks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans carry around giant foam fingers for a reason. It's because they know it is great to be number one. That's what you'll get from my friends at Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-owned award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And if you have never been behind the wheel of a BMW, the experience will blow your mind. There's a reason why they call it the ultimate driving machine. And as one of their young techs once told me, there is greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. So pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, and make sure you ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners, put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Sammy Sabolka, and here's what's trending now. A familiar sight for Diamondback fans last night in San Diego. The inability to get a big hit with runners in scoring position, and Zach Gallen's first inning struggles continued in their 4-1 loss to the Padres. They will look to bounce back and get Jose Cabrera his first major league win tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For more on the Diamondbacks and their season and the Suns and the Cardinals off seasons, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And although the World Cup for the United States is over, that doesn't mean yesterday didn't deliver. Egypt was 2 goals up on Argentina in the 70th minute, but Lionel Messi and the defending champs rallied all the way back to win it 3-2 and advance to the quarterfinals, which are now set, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, year 3. This is my 3rd year in the NFL. I'm super excited for the opportunity. I'm just excited to see how I can grow from my first 2 years, but I'm just excited. It's been a lot of different adversities we've had to face, but I'm really excited for this year.
A lot of different adversities is true. That's Darius Robinson of the Arizona Cardinals talking about his first 2 years in the league, heading into year 3. Sounds like he's got a positive mindset. Hopefully a lot of those adversities that he has experienced in his first 2 years, Bick, are behind him. Because I think Darius Robinson still, if this goes well, I still think he has the ability to maybe be a difference maker on the defensive line, and they're certainly counting on that.
He is the player, in my opinion, who has to break out this coming year. There is reason for optimism. We know his rookie season was pretty much a wash. He had that really severe preseason calf strain during rehab. His mom passed away, had a really, really rough rookie season that really basically amounted to a redshirt season where he really couldn't do much of anything. It wasn't much better early last year, but he finished the month of December really strong, where his pace of play increased, which kind of told coaches that maybe he's not overthinking everything, and he's at a point now where he can just let it rip. I think we all remember, I forget what game it was, but I remember after one of those games, one of those bad losses, he took a long, hard look in the mirror, and he told the media, this is not the player I thought I was. I'm not the guy I thought I was.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, okay, that's good. That's some awareness here. That's some disappointment that he's yet to make an impact. His month of December was real good. He tied Calais Campbell for tackles among defensive linemen in the final couple of games. So the way he finished 2025 has given the coaching staff a lot of hope that he's turned the corner. We're going to find out. He's going to have to be a force this year.
Yeah.
Have to be.
Those last 5 games after the 1st of December, 21 total tackles. Didn't have any sacks, had just 1 on the year. That came earlier in the year, that week 4 loss to Seattle. But that quote that you brought up when he did do some introspection.
Self-reflection.
Yeah, self-reflecting, if
Mm-hmm.
you will. That came up again yesterday, and he was asked to elaborate on that. Hey, what'd you mean by what you said when you said you weren't the player that you thought you were?
That was tough because, we didn't win a game in I don't know how long, and I feel like really good players think about, like, how can I affect the game and win the game for my team? And I obviously didn't do it, because we didn't win any games during that time. So I just put it on myself because I know I could be better and I know who I am. But that was more of a thing of realizing, like, accountability. And I feel like the more times you can have accountability, the more better actions you're going to get out of it. And still, we didn't win no games, but individually, I know I definitely made strides as the season went along. And also, like, heading into my third year is just knowing, okay, what am I good at? What am I not good at? What I'm not good at, I got to pour into that bucket as fast as I can. And what I'm good at, keep pouring as well so I can be the player that I want to be to help this team. So now I'm just super confident and just accountable of everything. So it'd be a fun year.
Yeah, I like the mindset going in, quite honestly. Like he had explained, it hasn't been an easy 2 years. And if Darius Robinson can pan out, man, it would be nice for the Cardinals to be able to check some boxes and say, you know what, these turned out to be pretty good draft picks. And I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at Walter Nolan much earlier, a year earlier in his career than Darius Robinson is. If those two guys show up and play and can be forces on the defensive line, that defense is looking a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Formidable?
Especially because we're not
on paper.
100% sure what's going to happen with Josh Sweat still, are we?
Well, no. How could you be?
There's been no resolution. Does there need to be a resolution? We don't know. He didn't address anything. So we're still 2 weeks away
Either
from
he's
learning
going
about
to
that.
show up and play football and everyone is going to be wrong about any lingering unhappiness, or he's going to be unhappy and not play football and confirm everybody's worst fears about it.
Maybe they'll cancel practice and won't have to worry about it.
Oh, boy. So you hope that Walter Nolan can stay healthy, and you hope that his presence will allow Darius Robinson the space to work and to be an impact player. For the sake of their general manager, they badly need a high-leverage draft pick to click.
Yeah.
Whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, or both.
Jeremiah Love breaking out would be pretty good,
Oh,
too.
that would be pretty beneficial, yes.
One more from Darius Robinson was asked about all the preseason predictions not being kind to the Cardinals, if that motivates him.
Honestly, I haven't looked at it. We won 3 games, so it's like, so I really don't think too much of it, but I know what it felt like all those days we lost. It was miserable, so you don't want to feel like that next year, so you're going to find a way to not feel like that. So just super motivated.
Yep, so we'll see what that all means for Darius Robinson in a couple of weeks. There's another story from the NFL. It's a huge story, and I mean huge in terms of number of words written, by Seth Wickersham on ESPN. It's going to be part of a book he's putting out. But he was basically embedded with the Denver Broncos for a little more than 2 weeks during this last season. So it's a lot of looks at relationships between Sean Payton and players and how Sean Payton operates as a coach and how he compares Sean Payton differently to other coaches. He's more of a night owl as opposed to a get into the office. He says Sean Payton is normally one of the last guys into the office, but will grind all through the night. But one of the things that came, maybe the most salacious detail that came out of this was a plan that Sean Payton had to benefit the resume of another coach, that coach being Bill Belichick. Seth Wickersham, the writer himself, was on ESPN radio this morning and explained that detail of the story.
It was more than like a fleeting thought and less than a full-scale proposal. I think that Sean, has known Coach Belichick for years. They kind of have mutual respect and then mutual trauma from having worked under Bill Parcells. And I think he was really pissed that Bill didn't get a job after he and the Patriots split in 2024. And he always says he belongs in our league. Like, that's what he says. And this was a way for him to force that. And I think that it was a fanciful, incredibly complicated idea. But I think that, it says something that a sitting head coach, especially one who's, now 11th all time in wins, would consider relinquishing his throne for a bit to help someone who's been basically a competitor throughout his career, accomplish something, unprecedented. I think that's where the kind of spirit of some of these old school kind of Parcells guys, comes into play where, there's not much that's bigger than the game, and they're trained that way, but there might be a little bit.
So the idea that was out there was Sean Payton wanted the Broncos to hire Bill Belichick on a kind of a temporary basis, have him take over as the head coach. Sean Payton would take a back seat, run the offense, all in pursuit of Bill Belichick becoming 15 wins to break Don Shula's all-time record.
So it'd be more than one season. So Sean Payton, with all due respect, I cannot see Sean Payton doing that. Now, it's indicative of the respect that he has for Bill Belichick, but Sean Payton is immensely proud of his own ability.
Yes, he is, and he shows that pride on a regular basis every season.
I can't see Bill Belichick doing it. Being handed a job just as like a token thing. Here, go get these wins.
On that,
even though we'll have another head coach on the staff.
Right at the very end of the interview, Evan Cohen asked, "Hey, did Belichick have any knowledge of this?" And he said basically no. This was a Sean Payton creation, and if it went further down the road, they would pursue it, but it was way too involved and complicated to make happen.
Wow.
So Belichick probably learned about it way after the fact.
Yeah. That is crazy. Could you imagine that happening, what that would feel like? We already know the nonsense that's happened with the Michael Strahan sack record, right? And the angst that caused to Mark Gastineau, who expressed that angst quite loudly to Brett Favre.
Hey, I'm over here.
Yeah.
Remember me?
Remember me?
Yeah. I don't. Had it gone and been presented to Bill Belichick, I don't think he does it. And let's just say, for argument's sake and conversation's sake, that he would be like, okay, people would freak out at that.
They lose their minds at that.
And then he breaks the record and steps aside.
And then Sean Payton takes over again. Yeah, that would have been nutty.
Yeah, that would have made a lot of people very angry. Interesting story, though. Very long story.
And to think the Cardinals had Sean Payton in for an interview. Why didn't he sign here?
2 meals. He ate lunch and dinner with them. I'll sign anything you want if you give me lunch and dinner.
He was on the Jarrett Carlin interview tour.
That's it.
2 meals. I'm staying.
I'm in. Sign me up.
I might have some more questions tomorrow in the morning for breakfast.
Right.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Coming up next, has the sporting world ever been in more danger of losing its integrity? We will explore that heavy question next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Arizona State running back Kyson Brown is set up for a breakout year with health and talent at other skill spots. One step forward and one step back continues to be the Diamondbacks' path, and Suns guards Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin were rewarded for helping set the culture. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We've had it easy the last couple of months, but now the summer in Arizona has hit. You can feel it. And if your windows are in bad shape, your windows are about to cost you a ton of money, which is why now is a great time to call my friends at Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. At Advanced Window Products, you get the home court advantage. Sports fans know how important that can be, and I say that because they have their own factory right here in the Valley, which means no middleman markups, and again, customized windows built specifically for your home and our climate. They replaced all of my windows. Could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was fantastic, and that is because their installers, they are all vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. These are windows that will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about a great special they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Hey, it's Wolf. How big is the quarterback position for Arizona State this season? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Integrity for the game is critically important for all sports, for this conference. We will continue to work with our student athletes to educate them and to help guide them in this new environment. You know, when I grew up, sports betting wasn't as available as it is today. It's a different world that student athletes are growing up in, and they need to be educated. And that's the role that we are taking alongside of our member institutions.
That's right. Yormark, commissioner of the Big 12, at Big 12 Media Days yesterday in Frisco, Texas. Earlier in the show, we talked about his evasion of the question about Brendan Sorsby, saying it's not the time. But he did say that on working to educate student athletes in this different world of sports gambling, as to say, oh, yeah, we're going to profit off of it. Oh, yeah. And then we'll deal with the situations and scandals as they pop up.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I think that on a lot of different levels, you can look at the state of sports and wonder what's going on with our competitive integrity. Now, the magic of sports is always there. But unlike going and watching a movie or a TV show where the ending has already been written, the magic of sports is the unpredictability. The ending allegedly hasn't been written. Mm-hmm. And I think what we're doing now is we collectively as a country, we're getting very, very close to that line, to that third rail. Because of legalized, not exclusively, but the legalized gambling element of it all plays a role in this, but already in recent years, we've had accusations of point shaving and prop bet manipulation in the NBA. We've had a pair of baseball pitchers arrested in a pitch rigging probe. They played for the Guardians.
Including a really, really good relief pitcher.
Exactly. In the case of Brendan Sorsby, we've got a zealous billionaire booster, and we're in a time when finding the right judge in the right city can make a quarterback eligible who has gambled on his own sport. And then we've recently had a president of a country phone in a favor with the head of FIFA to get a red card overturned. So, and once all of that happens, and once you see that political power can influence decisions that should belong to the sport, then from that moment on, everything can be questioned. Every referee's whistle can be questioned. Has the ending of these games already been written, and we just don't know it? Mm-hmm. And that was the thing that came out of yesterday's Egypt-Argentina match.
The players and the coach, not even essentially, literally saying it's fixed.
Literally said it's fixed. That there was no justice to be found on the pitch today.
Yeah, they're the defending champs. FIFA wanted them around. They wanted Messi to keep playing for the marquee of all nature of all of it. And it's hard not to listen. That wasn't your normal flavor of sour grapes yesterday coming from the Egyptian side.
That's a good turn of a phrase, Vinny.
Thank you.
I like that. Wasn't your normal flavor of sour grapes.
Because we saw it. We saw how fishy that seemed in real time.
Oh, yeah.
20-some-odd seconds after the second goal was scored by Egypt. Oh, yeah. We got to take a look at what happened. Probably on a diagonal, probably about 115, 120 yards away from where the goal was scored.
That's right. And so when you start stacking up these kind of things, it can stick and it can make you wonder. And there's far too much of this going on in sports now, more than I'm comfortable with. And so I just and we haven't come to the end of these gambling scandals, not by a long shot.
No, but I was going to ask you too, because there's been so much focus on the Sorsby case, and Malik Beasley is a pretty prominent NBA player. Was a pretty prominent NBA player. He was indicted. There's all kinds of video evidence floating around of like this was really fishy when it happened, and now look what happened. Hardly anybody's paying attention.
Isn't it amazing?
To that.
It's amazing that we've got all of these scandals running concurrently and they're getting no oxygen. It's as if there's just no room to care.
Yeah, it's not the same case, but were people more focused on the Sorsby? And I'll admit, I was too. But was it because of the possibility that he was going to be able to skate and play? And because of all the manipulation and wielding of power to get the judges involved and booster money?
And still football and quarterback and all that stuff. But look, the NBA, friend of the show, Tim Donaghy, when that whole scandal...
Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
But when that scandal happened, in the moment, people were saying, this is the end of the NBA, a referee admitting to... It washed over, and there was pretty much no consequences to it at all.
Everybody in the NBA knows who Tim Donaghy is. Everybody who follows the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been put on the back burner. Like he's removed from the league. Everything's cool. They'll still question other referees. But you're right. That had no net effect on the popularity of the NBA, in my opinion.
No, and it's amazing to me how these stories, which are monumental in terms of potential impact, how people just don't give them the gravity that they deserve or once did.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing in sports, really, that I could remember impacting the integrity of the game and actually upsetting people was the steroid era in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
But in real time, that era was baseball was never more popular.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, it hasn't been as popular. That is one thing, though, that people do look back and say that impacted the integrity of the game. And I can't look at those stats, those years, those teams, those players
can't
the same.
Celebrate Barry Bonds, all that stuff.
So you wonder, as this goes on and more, there's going to be more and more scandals in all sports.
Absolutely.
Involving betting, involving everything.
Absolutely.
So you wonder what the tipping point be while people start looking at the sports and saying that it's not the same.
And these sports, and I continue to hit this as I think it's a real short-sighted strategy. They asked for this. They asked for this trouble. They took the easy money. The second the Supreme Court outlawed illegal wagering, except in Vegas, in Nevada, these leagues were tripping over themselves, trying to cash in and trying to get in position to be parts of this. Yeah. And they had to know that this kind of stuff was going to be rife with scandal. And you just wonder how much it's going to take. Here's an even scarier thought. Is the lack of societal concern to some of these scandals that are sprouting everywhere and going on concurrently, is it a sign that people have already lost faith in the integrity of what we're watching?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Or they just don't care.
Or just don't care.
Just entertain me. I don't care. I don't want to know about how the sausage is made and what's going on.
Could be.
Coming up next, we'll roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Wednesday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone. I've got a whole file full of people who are so happy that they discovered Life Change Alone right here in Arizona. This is my favorite story. It's the story of Vince and Jody. Vince is a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate that was below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to the Life Change Alone. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It is further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you literally do your banking inside of your mortgage. You end up paying all principal on your home, and the average length of time it will take you to pay off your home is 5 years, which is pretty incredible, and it has some great impact on your financial life. It means you now have decades to build personal wealth, while pretty much everybody else you know probably chained to the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. The other cool thing, having 24/7 access to your equity gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it, whenever you need it, which comes in real handy in times of financial uncertainty. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, I'm telling you, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like the month to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is going on all month long, and we've got some incredible offers. You can lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month or save up to $6,000. If you're looking for something bigger, the new 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
Stop in a Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka, and here's what's trending now. Zach Gallen's first inning woes continued last night as he gave up all 4 of his earned runs in the first inning, and the Diamondback bats went silent into the San Diego night. Just 1 run on 5 hits in their 4-1 loss to the Padres Tuesday night. Rookie Jose Cabrera will be on the mound tonight looking for his first big league win. First pitch from San Diego will be at 7:10, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to provide drama yesterday as Argentina and Lionel Messi were down 2 goals in the 70th minute and would somehow find a way to get a 3-2 win, and the defending champs will now advance to the quarterfinals against Switzerland. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is that time of the morning. It is 9 o'clock. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And we are live every morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question on social studies this morning for D-back fans. Which is more essential for the team's success in the second half of the season, and why? Is it Gallen turning it around or Eduardo Rodriguez continuing to be an ace?
If they're going to turn it around, I think it's got to be Gallen.
But, I mean, can they afford Erod coming back to, I don't want to say reality, but how he has been with the D-backs?
He's been this way all year long.
Do we have to assume that
one's going to happen?
Yeah. Is it either or? I mean, Erod could just be, I mean,
does it?
I'm saying it's saying like Erod's been great.
Yeah.
They're under 500. So
I think Eduardo Rodriguez has been consistent all year long. I don't think anything is going to change significantly with him, which means it would be the Zach Gallen piece. Yep, for me.
Zach Gallen, 58% of the vote on this poll question, 42% to Erod. And Eddie V, he said it pretty bluntly. He said, you can pencil in an L every 5th day for Zach Gallen on the mound right now. That needs to go away, and quickly. There's no chance he's coming back next year. Might just be best to cut bait now. Dante said Erod needs to stay steady, and Gallen might be looking towards a DFA with the 6.34 ERA. And Jones said, sadly, I don't know if Zach Gallen is turning it around. He might just be who we think he's been all season long. All right, next question on social studies this morning. We've talked a lot about the World Cup and the American side being unable to find their superstar, right? So we asked which American athlete would have been the best soccer player if they had chosen to play that sport instead, and why. I love this question.
I'm going with I've got no earthly idea.
I think LeBron James would have been fantastic.
You don't think he's too big and bulky? And
he's like 6'8".
He would have been A, a really good keeper, or B, a really good center back.
Jared's playing goal since there's nothing to it, so...
Sure, you're right.
I just look at him in the Erling Haaland vein.
That
too. Big dude who can move.
And jump out of the, headers in.
Let's go.
A lot of LeBron James, a lot of Bo Jackson. Daniel says Steph Curry, Kobe. Another guy that comes to mind is Randy Moss. Guys with elite footwork, well balanced. Maybe Terrence Crawford. Lobo Jangle said Ricky Henderson, one of the best athletes ever. Showboat drama, could probably fake an injury pretty well. And then Iceberg Slim said Barry Sanders. Nobody could have taken the ball away from him ever. And he said Kevin Garnett would have made a great goalie.
Why I struggle with this is because so many of the sports that are popular in the United States are based on hand-eye coordination and not foot-eye coordination, which are two different things. And sometimes you can see a tremendous athlete in one sport cross over and look like Bambi.
I was thinking the same thing. If you've ever seen a pro athlete try to throw a first pitch, or try to skate on ice skates or something, like it's just because you're a great athlete doesn't necessarily mean you'll automatically be good at something else.
Right. I think guys like Todd here says like Tyreek Hill. I think guys with like the elite twitch ability.
Allen Iverson was a good one.
Allen Iverson would have been a great soccer player. Or
Ryan had the best answer, and he actually proved it too to a degree. Steve Nash.
Not American.
Not American.
I forgot about the American.
But Steve Nash would have. Has there ever been like a 7-foot tall soccer player?
So this guy
that can just do headers
by the name of Peter Crouch.
The sweet irony of a name like Peter Crouch.
Peter Crouch. He was like a 6'7", 6'8" striker that played in the Premier League for a long time, and headers galore. But here we go.
Never mind.
I was going to say, don't go there, man. Don't try it.
The best answer, though, Dillingham, again on the core, he said, the obvious answer is Jarrett Carlin, but we won't know for sure until tomorrow.
Yeah, is that a go?
It's a go.
We're meeting at 10:30.
We're meeting, find out some details, but I don't want to give away anything until I'm sure. But yes, I will be doing something scheduled with the Phoenix Rising, where I will be playing goalie and proving that there's not much to it.
Not much to it.
And what time tomorrow are we thinking?
After the show at some point. The video team's going to be on it. They want to put a GoPro on my face so they could hear me whimpering.
It's going to be awesome. I can't.
I can't wait for this.
No, go ahead, Jared.
Because I want to restate my initial statement.
Oh, you're going to backtrack again.
Keep doing it again.
We have the receipts.
Hit Billie Jean. He's starting to moonwalk.
Yeah, he's starting to moonwalk.
Boom, 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 boom. Go ahead, Jared.
The defenses are so good in soccer that the soccer teams get so few clean shots off, and the goals are so big in soccer that there are so few opportunities for the goalies to actually make an impact. Then, when the shots are taken, so few get on goal. The ones that do get on goal, a lot of them just go right to the goal. You don't think I could catch a ball? I could catch a ball if it's kicked at me. Come on. You don't think I could go, fall down and go, and stop a ball? Okay, so maybe once a game they do a thing where they jump up in the air and they punch it up in the air.
I love
so
that.
I'm just saying it wouldn't make that much of a difference.
Jared C. is not a goalie. He's just a dude who claims that he could be one. Tomorrow will be fun.
I love that he's going down with it. And I do respect that, though, Jared. You're going down with
I'm just afraid that I won't get a fair shot.
What do you mean?
Well, in that, like, if this is part of
leaning on political interference.
if this is part of a scrimmage or something, that the defense is just going to part and just to let them fire shots at me instead of trying to, like, play like the legit.
You can catch a ball. What's the big deal?
Yeah, what's the big deal?
Just give me those big Mickey Mouse gloves that they wear.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the big
Yeah,
Mickey
that'll
Mouse.
help you.
Yeah, that'll be really good. And the last question's really good. We can maybe save it for off the grid, but with the instant replay controversy yesterday, the best way to use instant replay and the worst, I think that's a fun conversation to eventually have.
All right.
But there you guys go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And shout out to the 250 of you guys watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, he's looked good in his return to the Diamondbacks rotation, and we'll talk to him. Brandon Fott scheduled to join us. Here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work, but if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rollis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. And maybe you've wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. And our guy, Petros Papadakis, Fox Sports analyst, former USC fullback with Carson Palmer, could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside the courtroom. And the name just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they're anything but nice, anything but sweet to the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you've ever been injured in an accident. Here's what they're going to do for you. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. This is an award-winning law firm full of extremely talented attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, and all their trial experience, along with a 98% winning record, gives them a great deal of leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies. This is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And know this, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
And D-backs continue their series against the Padres in San Diego tonight. It's all even up at 1 apiece after the first 2 games of that series. And joining us from San Diego, kind enough to join us this morning on the Arizona Sports Line, Diamondbacks pitcher Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon, welcome back to the show. Appreciate you making some time for us today.
What's up, Dan? What's up, Vince? How are y'all doing?
Doing real well. I said welcome back to the show, but welcome back to the big leagues. 2 starts in. Looks like everything that you worked on in Reno is really paying dividends. How good do you feel right now on the mound, Brandon?
I feel good. Feel like the build-up was successful, and at the same time, we kind of knocked 2 birds out with 1 stone and figured some things out. Nothing too crazy, but just got back to being aggressive and being myself. So I think we did a good job. I had a lot of people help me down there and kind of reset and get back to where we wanted to be.
Brandon, as a young player, you've had a lot of high moments. You had that great playoff run in 2023. How does a young player who has experienced that much success kind of deal with having to go back to the minors? How do you stay in a good place between the years? How do you keep your mentals where they should be?
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of success, but I also had a lot of failures. So I got to learn a ton through my journey, especially my rookie year. There's so many ups and downs, but really just staying even keeled and trusting the process and trusting what people around me were saying and just learning from the failures and just gaining confidence from the positives. So just a mixture of both.
Brandon Pfaadt of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I'm always curious in a situation like yours, how daunting it can be for a pitcher when they say, all right, Brandon, we're going to get you stretched out to be a starter again, make some adjustments down in the minor leagues, but that minor league stop is Reno, which can be hell on pitchers, as you well know. How daunting is it, or do you go in with the instruction, hey, don't really worry about the results, just get comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an opportunity when you're in a tough ballpark or anything, it's an opportunity to get even better. You know, obviously your stuff doesn't move, the ball goes farther off the bat, but if you're able to pitch through those things, I think that is a testament to things are working, things are in a good spot. So I think it's more motivation to throw well in those ballparks and really have success there. And when you get to a place like San Diego and the ball's moving a lot more, you feel even more comfortable.
And coming back and joining the rotation, not only is it a chance for you to kind of get your career back on track, if you will, but you're coming up at a time when the team really needs some help from the starting rotation. Are you kind of vibing on that this team really needs you to give them the good performances that you've given them the last 2 starts?
Yeah, it really sucks that circumstances, Nelly going down, Soroka going down. Hopefully we get those two guys back soon. But at the end of the day, just providing for the team, trying to win as many ball games as I can, especially with the limited pitch count, trying to be efficient and go deeper into ball games to save the bullpen. I think that's kind of where my head's at, and just being that guy.
Brandon Fott of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Arizona Sports as they continue their series in San Diego tonight. I saw your quotes and saw you talking about one of the adjustments you made was in your actual delivery, and the fact that you'd been going over your head in your windup since you were 9 years old, and for the first time since then, you didn't do that. Less moving parts, but take us through that first couple pitches, Brandon. I mean, it's got to feel completely foreign to you. How weird was it not to go to your tried and trusted motion there?
Surprisingly, it felt fine. It felt normal. It's almost the same, just not the arms over the head. And I know there was some stuff that came out with me tipping. I think that's completely false. It was literally just me wanting to try something different and kind of use it as an experiment. And I don't know, maybe I'll go back to over the head soon. I really don't know, but it feels pretty good for now.
And to clarify, like you said, because Jack Summers did join us yesterday, and he was convinced it was because people thought you were tipping your pitches. That was not the case.
No, that is not. And if it was, hopefully Jack can show me that I was tipping, because a lot of people have looked at that in our organization, that's their job to do. And
right.
So I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, I'm curious about this though. Your approach right now. Are you also vibing on something that Mike Hazen has said to have made clear to his pitchers? Basically, get ahead in these accounts. Don't be afraid to attack with your stuff. Work on getting first pitch strikes and make the hitter have to adjust to you. Are you kind of taking that to heart in terms of more of an attack mentality?
Yes, I think that's something I got away from, and that's my strength. And I feel like that should be every pitcher's strength. And I feel like, especially in the bullpen, I got away from that. I was really just trying to throw the ball hard and not really having a priority of getting ahead of batters. And I feel like when I was told I was going back down and starting again, I really prioritized that and made that a point of emphasis from pitch one. To be my strength and go out there and compete with my best stuff in the zone. And through 2 starts so far, it's paid off, and hopefully I never lose that again.
We were talking earlier this morning, Brandon, about this Diamondbacks team for the 3rd straight year through 91 games, 45 and 46, which is an amazing coincidence, statistic, however you want to chalk it up. But you've been around for those 3 iterations of the Diamondbacks. Take us through the overall vibe of this team. It's been a strange season with the injuries you made reference to, but how is the mindset of this team? Where is the confidence level that you guys can still go on a run and get back into the thick of things?
I think it's still high. We know the guys that we have. We know the people that we're getting back later in the year, and I think it's kind of similar to any other season. You have injuries, and you need to hold the fort down until certain guys get back, and I feel like that's every year. And I think we have less injuries than we had last year, and I think we have an opportunity to win a bunch of ball games now and really set ourselves up when we get certain guys back later in the season, and then we're off to the races.
As one of the things that you pointed out that I think has been really, really cool is that being on a pitch count restriction like you have, you've found a way to pitch deep into these games, and you've done it by being very, very efficient. In the getting stretched out process, where are you? Where are you? How close are you to being able to go 95 to 100?
I feel like I'm ready. No, I'm just doing what I'm told. I think realistically, I would say a few more starts, hopefully. But, there's a lot of people that work with the D-backs to come up with those pitch counts for the overall health and long-term health. So we'll see what they have to say in the next few starts, and hopefully hopefully here soon I'm built up fully and can go out there and throw deeper into games.
Talking with Brandon Fott of the Arizona Diamondbacks here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've seen Zach Gallen be so good, one of the best pitchers in the National League for so long. Obviously, it's been a rough season for Zach, and even last night, that first inning doesn't go his way, and then he bounces back and gets back on track. What did you see from Zach last night that would indicate to you that he is on his way back to being the Zach Gallen that we've all seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think every pitcher has a bad inning every now and then. It's all about how they bounce back, and he did that last night. So we know by those 5 other innings outside of the first what he has in store, and we know the Zach Gallen that's in there, and we know the way he can pitch for us. So I think if we need him and the whole team needs him, and I think he'll bounce back soon.
Yeah. Well, Brandon, thanks so much for the time this morning.
Keep up
good
the
to
great
talk
work,
to
brother.
you, and it's good to have you back at the major league level performing
Yeah, of course.
well. Thanks so much,
Of course.
Brandon.
Thanks, guys.
Brandon Fott of the Arizona Diamondbacks joining us from San Diego on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it is Wednesday.
Fire!
We have a global edition of Mock My World. We're going worldwide next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. Here's a crazy statistic, might blow your mind. Did you know that between now and the year 2029, over 10,000 baby boomers will reach retirement age every single day, yet many of them will still feel unprepared for life after work. And if that sounds familiar, if you're a bit uneasy about impending retirement, if you worry that your money is not going to last, then you do not have the peace of mind you need or the peace of mind you deserve. That's why you call my friends at Trajan Wealth, because you spend decades building towards retirement. Don't leave your golden years to chance. At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors focus on what matters most, turning your savings into reliable income that can stand the test of time. And a good financial plan isn't just about numbers, it's about the life behind them. And the family office at Trajan Wealth handles their wealth management, your tax strategies, and your estate planning all under one roof. And that saves you time, it saves you stress, and it ensures financial alignment in all phases of your life. Finally, your retirement also deserves a plan built around your goals, not a one-size-fits-all approach. Take control of your financial future. Call Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion dollars recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. A very familiar sight for Diamondback fans last night in San Diego. The inability to get a big hit with runners in scoring position. Zach Gallen's first inning struggles and the bats going quiet as the game went on were all on display in their 4-1 loss to the Padres. They'll look to bounce back and get Jose Cabrera his first major league win tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For more on the Diamondbacks and their season and the Suns and Cardinals off seasons, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And although the World Cup for the United States is over, that doesn't mean yesterday didn't deliver. Egypt was up 2 goals on Argentina in the 70th minute, but Lionel Messi and the defending champs rallied all the way back to win it 3-2 and advance to the quarterfinals that are now set. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you online at ReadyServices.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. The Diamondbacks have the same 45 and 46 record they had in 2024 and 2025. Are they more likely to rally and buy like 2024 or fade and sell like last year?
Let's be optimistic.
Yeah.
Rally and buy.
Rally and buy. Only 19% of the people wanted to be optimistic with us, Vince.
Look, I haven't been optimistic all morning, so it's a little bit disingenuous.
Okay.
But I don't want to be negative throughout the show.
Okay.
Well, little
But being positive for positivity's sake is...
I go back and forth
You
with
know
this.
what? Sell it all off.
Thank you. 81% want to sell and fade. Gosh, that's a tough summer if that happens.
Because I think a lot of people, too, are a little wary of where they are for the 3rd straight year, and they want to see some youth infused on a more regular basis.
It's fair. It's fair.
That's today's poll question. You could vote on it at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
We did not do Mock My World last week because Jarrett was out on vacation. I couldn't make it through the Wednesday show. I had stuff I had to do. But 2 weeks ago, we went down the road of songs with cities in the title. And young Sammy.
Come on.
Sammy Sapolka.
Sammy
ran away with it.
Sapolka.
38% of the vote with his team of Viva Las Vegas, Sweet Home Alabama, California love and choosing Texas. A comfortable
I've been introduced to Sammy Sepulka. Sammy Sepulka, what a name that is.
Bick was second with 29%. Jarrett third, 23%. I stunk up the joint, 10% of the vote. This week, it's wordy. The description is wordy. The concept is easy. The description is wordy. So we're going this week with the subject of all-time global, and by global we mean non-American, non-four major team sport athletes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So no NHL. I just want to make that.
No NHL.
Cool.
Somebody
pretty much draft the entire
who plays most of their career out of the purview of American sports.
And we're looking for the GOATs in this
Got it.
category. In reverse order of the last Mock My World, I will go first. Jared second, Bickley third, Sammy Sepulka fourth and fifth in a 4-round snake-style draft. I got to strike while the iron is hot. My performance this year in Mock My World has been terrible. So with the first overall pick, I'm going with the guy in the headlines. I'm going with Lionel Messi, number 1.
Hard to beat there, Vinny.
What do you think of the people who call him Leo?
No.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
What is he like, though?
Messi.
Just last name.
Yeah.
Or
last name only.
Like Lionel or Lionel. Yeah.
Well, is it Lionel or
It's
Lionel?
It's Lionel, but a lot of people
call him Lionel.
Yeah.
All right. This is an applicable one. I could do this, right? Usain Bolt.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
To me, because I grew up track and field sprinter, to me, the greatest Olympian.
Here we go.
The Hurricane. The Hurricane. You've all heard.
Not really that much to being a sprinter.
You've heard of the legend of the Hurricane, but I digress. To me, the most exciting Olympian ever.
Fair. Bick.
Fair. Okay, I will take with my first pick. Give me golfer Rory McIlroy.
Dang it! I thought I was gonna get him there. All right.
Two picks, Sam.
2 picks, and one of which. So I can take Conor McGregor.
You can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I will take Conor McGregor. I think the biggest superstar in UFC history, and then I will take.
Didn't win a lot, but
he was a two-time
for a while.
He won a lot until he started losing a lot.
And then I will take. Where is he? Roger Federer.
I took my pick.
I like those two.
Federer is off the board. Dan Bickley, your
He's
second
off the
round
board.
pick.
I'm going to have to take Novak Djokovic and put my personal animus aside. Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic. Jarrett, are you just going to do a 4x100 team here?
Are you going to anoint yourself number 4?
He was born in America. He's ineligible.
Ineligible.
Born in the United States.
I'm going to go with one of my favorite boxers of all time. Dominant heavyweight champion, Lennox Lewis.
Oh.
Okay, I don't. That name doesn't.
I once.
You never heard of Lennox Lewis?
No.
He was heavyweight champion just after the sort of like last Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson era.
He handed Mike Tyson's backside to him is what he did.
Got it.
He whooped him up good. Lennox Lewis once walked on into an elevator that I was already on, and I looked at him. I'm like, I would never mess with that guy.
Big. Just a big heavy.
Oh, my goodness.
Sort of the last great heavyweight before all the the Russians and Ukrainians and stuff took over.
Yep.
All right, with my next pick, I'm going to stay on the pitch. I'm going with Pele. And on the backside of that, to start the third round, I think arguably, well, up until recently, arguably the greatest women's tennis player of all time, Martina Navratilova.
Yes. That's exactly how I was going until Serena Williams.
Yeah.
She was considered the greatest.
Jarrett.
I am going to go with the other discussed GOAT of all time, Ronaldo.
Okay. Yeah, that's a fair pick.
I think Messi has passed him by, but final World Cup, Ronaldo.
Like absurdly popular. Like that's All right, Bick.
Okay, I am going to take my new GOAT, Erling Haaland.
Oh.
Can't get enough of him.
Erling Haaland.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
Wow. All right. I get 2.
I'm obsessed with this guy.
Yeah, I hope they win. They play against your guys.
They do. And I'm actually going to cheer against my home
Wow,
country.
nice. Okay, my third pick, I will stay in the tennis world. I can't believe he lasted this long. I'll take Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, it's a great pick.
And then, for my final pick, I will take... Many people think he's the greatest F1 driver of all time. I'm going to take Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, okay.
Lewis Hamilton is off the board. Bick?
All right, with my last pick, give me French swimmer Léon Marchand, who swam for ASU. He's eligible, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He wasn't born.
No,
I mean,
gotcha.
I
If
think
he
he was
was.
born in France, right?
Yeah.
The next great one.
Garrett?
Okay, I thought this guy was considered. I don't know anything about Formula One, but I thought this guy was considered the greatest of all time, Michael Schumacher.
Yeah,
They're 1A,
1A, yeah.
But I think
between those
Sammy's right. I think Lewis Hamilton kind of has a slight edge.
Yeah, we'll see how he ends his career, too. So, all right.
I'm
Vinny,
going to
wrap it.
go to the boxing world. So much to pick from. But I'm going to go with Manny Pacquiao.
Good pick.
It's on my list.
Dang, that is a
Good
really
pick.
good pick.
I don't like him, though. So I didn't pick him.
Fair.
Why?
This was
Because
a
he's a
fun one.
politician now? All-time global, non-American, non-4 major team sport athletes. The picks are in. I've got Lionel Messi, Pele, Martina Navratilova, Manny Pacquiao. Jarrett went with Usain Bolt, Lennox Lewis, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Michael Schumacher. Bick went with Rory McIlroy, Novak Djokovic, Erling Haaland.
Isn't that weird?
And Leon Marchand. And Sammy went with Conor McGregor, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and Lewis Hamilton. This could be even.
The
This is
only
pretty
one
good.
I had left on my list that didn't get picked was Steffi Graf.
I had
Steffi Graf,
Steffi Graf.
Annika Sorenstam,
I had her.
Bjorn
Nadia
Annika Sorenstam.
Comaneci.
I had,
Great Wildcat Annika Sorenstam.
I had David Beckham.
Beckham.
Beckham would have been.
Nobody
Over-
took Kerr Kriisa.
Nobody took Kylian Mbappe.
Who's in a little bit.
You could have had your other guy, Bick.
Forgot about Mbappe.
Or Maradona.
How quickly I've jumped ship
Yeah,
on
you
him.
have.
For
Bick-
my new striking Viking.
Bick, in a span of 3 days, he texted me, Mbappe's amazing. No one's better. 2 days later, Erling Haaland is unreal.
How about the pole vaulter with the huge schwanz?
Go to break.
Where was he from?
What was that guy?
He's from Ukraine,
What
I
was
think.
the shooter's guy's name?
Oh, yeah, the shooter.
Oh, yeah,
the-
the turkey guy.
He didn't even win the gold, though. He only won
He's still a legend.
Yeah.
We'll get this up. You decide the winner. It's Mock My World. Final thoughts on this Wednesday. Up next. How would I have typed that out, Jared?
No. How would you have done that?
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes it over the shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, Visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
All right, if you are looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television, if you're looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Get offline, get in your car, head on down to Walt's TV Appliance and Appliance in Tempe, and ask for my guy Bear. He's one of the Henley brothers who owns Walt's, and tell him I sent you, because if you do that, you are going to get the best price you are going to find in the Valley. So many reasons why you should shop at Walt's. Start with the experience, start with the inventory, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions, inventory you will not find anyplace else. And with all that experience, you get as great of pricing as you're going to find at those big box stores, plus you're going to get 10 times the service. Same day delivery, 7 days a week if you need it. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional, talking about a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. Finally, when you get to Walt's, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Walt's right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can always shop online at waltz.com.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all pro shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge, because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
I get a reaction from Sammy.
A paper shadow in a house.
I mentioned this yesterday. That's the worst television theme song I've ever heard.
Oh, right.
It's called The Joneses. Oh. By Hamilton, Lighthouser, and Dominic Lewis.
Well, and what makes it worse is the John Hamm-ness of him moving, but it's looking all weird, and there's different scenes in the back. Apple does weird intros or stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah, this didn't disappoint, Vinny. This is as bad as you said it was going to be.
It's really bad.
What's the name of this show again?
It's called Your Friends and Neighbors.
I think it got several Emmy nominations today, that show.
Did it?
It's a good show.
It's entertaining.
Yeah.
John Hamm, Amanda Peet, Olivia Munn.
Yeah.
Danny Noonan from Caddyshack.
Really? Wow.
Plays John Hamm's father. Yeah.
Wow. How's that for a mind?
That's
Plays
yeah.
John Hamm's father.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was well framed, Jared.
That is today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I mentioned this in the Splash. Lots of stuff went down in baseball yesterday, including Ryan O'Hearn of the Pittsburgh Pirates, homered 3 times, drove in 10 runs, set a Pirates record, 17th guy in the live ball era to get 10 RBIs. The game also marked the end of a losing streak for Paul Skeens. The Pirates had lost 8 or 9 straight Paul Skeens starts,
right?
which is hard to fathom. He's not been Paul Skeens-ish, but after the game, he's meeting with the media. This is hilarious. And they ask him, hey, what are you out there thinking when you're watching Ryan O'Hearn's performance? This is Paul Skeens.
What was it like to see that sort of performance from Ryan?
I mean, I think it was kind of selfish, to be honest. Everybody else was getting on, and, you know, home runs are rally killers. You hit a 3-run home run or a grand slam, and it's just like, what now? You know, there's nobody on, nobody can drive him in, so, you know, good for him, I guess. But.
It's hilarious.
He's the best.
He keeps a straight face through the whole thing.
That is tremendous because that is like an exact transcript answer that Zach Greinke would have given seriously.
Seriously,
and
that's
not
right.
like tongue-in-cheek like that
that's
was.
right. That's exactly right.
If you listen real close, you can hear a couple members of the gathered media kind of like snickering a little bit and giggling a little bit, and he never breaks.
Never breaks character. That's fantastic.
There are people in baseball that probably believe that, though. Yeah.
Like, analytically, it's
exactly.
Hit one in the gap and The Arthur
Keep the line moving.
Hit
Don't
the
be
ball
so
hard,
selfish.
but get it caught. That's better.
The Arthur Frey kid won, by the way.
Not just one.
Okay, first of all, it's not Frey, it's Ferry.
Arthur Ferry.
You called him Arthur Frey yesterday. I got off the show and I'm doing Google
Arthur
searches on
Ferry.
Arthur Frey,
Yes,
and there was nobody. I'm like, did Sammy dream of this guy?
Your eyes flipping. You're flipping the E and the R.
Arthur Ferry, was it straight sets?
Straight sets.
And
Whoa.
6'11" in the last stat.
No.
Whoa.
Played the
Italian guy, Cavalli. That's
Flavio Cavalli.
Oh!
So now he'll play.
And once again,
bageled him in the 3rd set.
Yes.
And once and again, an American male will not win a major tournament as Fritz lost in
Fritz
straight
went on the
sets.
Fritz.
Yep.
He was playing Zverev.
Yeah. So who is Ferry playing next?
Zverev.
Oh, okay. Well, fun while it lasted.
You never know.
Listen, I'm not a fan of Zverev, so I will be cheering for young Mr. Ferry.
Yeah. Continue to cheer for the story.
Yeah.
This would be the biggest.
Right? It would be massive.
Biggest run since, like, Tim Henman was never that big an underdog. But that was, I mean, when Henman burst on the scene.
When Emma Raducanu won it, that was out of nowhere, too.
Yeah, true.
You know, if tennis were more popular, you wonder, would people be talking about it like people talk about soccer? And why aren't there more American males that are good at it?
Well,
there hasn't been a good top American male now in almost 30 years.
It's certainly had an impact on this country. The fact that we can't produce anybody capable of getting into the semis.
In 30 years, though, when Wimbledon is a pickleball format, Americans will dominate.
I don't know. I'm hearing bad forecasts for the pickleball industry.
Are you?
Yeah.
Really?
It's it is definitely not as popular as it was 3 years ago. Let's say.
No, it was a COVID darling, certainly. This story happened today during the show out of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Former Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks owner Jerry Colangelo has thrown his hat into the Las Vegas NBA ring for an expansion team.
Wow.
Along with Colangelo, the group is called the Las Vegas Jacks and includes former NBA player and coach Vinny Del Negro. Vinny Del Negro!
Oh!
Media executive David Levy, finance chairman Scott Colangelo.
No relation to Jerry Colangelo, which Vinny and I find hysterical.
Yes. American Century Investment CEO Jonathan Thomas and former number 2 NBA pick and ESPN broadcaster Jay Williams. So they're not the only group in Vegas going for this.
Yeah.
The owner of the Golden Knights has a team, a group that is trying to land the team. But that would be painful if Jerry Colangelo was involved with anher NBA team and it wasn't the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, no way we'll get that statue outside of the arena then.
They can just ship it up to Vegas.
They'll ship it up to Vegas. It'll be outside of Bally's.
Next to the Eiffel
Right
Tower.
Next to Caesar. Eiffel Tower. Right next to Caesar. That'd be perfect.
Wow.
Siegfried and Roy and Jerry.
Yeah,
That is going to do it for us on this Wednesday. Thanks to Frank Isola and Brandon Fott for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZ Sports, one word, AZ Sports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZ Sports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We are, by definition, a golf show. Jim Hill here, one of the hosts of Bunker to Bunker.
I'm Greg Ellis, Jim's co-host, and we also do our best to entertain. Like, for example, the laugh we had following the recent story about achieving calm.
How do you get into a tranquil state of mind?
Well, weed is legal now.
Always lots of fun.
Fill out the foursome and join us Saturday mornings at 7 on 98.7 Arizona Sports.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka, and here's what's trending now. Zach Gallen's first inning woes continued last night as he gave up all 4 of his earned runs in the first, and the Diamondback bats went silent into the San Diego night. Just 1 run on 5 hits in their 4-1 loss to the Padres Tuesday night. Rookie Jose Cabrera will be on the mound tonight looking for his first big league win. First pitch from San Diego will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to provide drama yesterday as Argentina and Lionel Messi were down 2 goals in the 70th minute and would somehow find a way to win it 3-2. And the defending champs will now advance to the quarterfinals against Switzerland. And that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, you look
Had to
less
think
ready
about
than me.
that, right?
What's going on over there?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing, Luke?
Doing good. I wish people could see the quick turnover between shows where you're just like scrambling to get everything set up.
Yeah, especially when the computer doesn't mess with you. I mean, it does mess with you, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to work here, and yet at the same time, it's going to challenge me. Day after day after day, technology continues to evolve, does it not, my brothers?
This is, great, the replay.
Not for the Amish.
D-backs game. Yeah, maybe that was...
The Amish might be onto something. Can I just tell you?
They could at least get into their email quickly if they had to. They just don't have the email.
Yes.
Well, some do, I think, but there's others that don't. I've done a lot of research, actually.
You've done a lot of research on Amish email?
No, I've just done a lot of research on, like, the different types of Amish people.
Okay, we should start giving Rick homework and see what he comes back
You're right
with.
about that, though, Rick. There are different types, different clans.
More strict types, and there's less strict types. Like, some have email because they run a business. So they need to email people.
All right, well then, does that make you feel better, Wolf? There are Amish out there dealing with the same technical difficulties you're dealing with.
Yeah, some will walk around and say, well, you know what, I can actually use a phone because it's not connected to anything. It's not connected
my phone's never even connected to a charger.
Come on, you're splitting hairs. If you're going to be Amish, be it, man.
And on that note, we have begun the show. I'm just waiting to see if you get yelled at by the video team because you were standing out of frame. Because if I was standing out of frame, I would definitely get yelled at. In fact, I'm going to get yelled at for you standing out of frame.
Who
That's
is
what's
the
gonna
video
happen.
team? I mean, it's Jeremy, right? Isn't Jeremy the video
Jeremy's
team?
not here today, though.
Jeremy's
Felisa's
not
over
here.
there.
Jeremy, Felisa.
We have nobody.
There's
Felisa's here. She's in that category.
She's
I
the
did
whole
not
team.
know that.
She's the team.
I
right
thought
now.
Felisa was
Alexis,
just
have
the
you met
do
Alexis?
everything.
Yeah, Alexis is over there too.
I mean,
Yeah.
Felisa does everything around here.
We're getting to the point where we don't say good things about Felisa.
Are you
She'll
kidding
come in
me?
here
That's
and tell
my
you
girl,
how
man. You know
amazing
that.
you are and how bad I am.
That's
That's
right.
what we're angling towards.
Well, she
during the break.
knows.
She's misguided, is the word I would use. Let's start with the Diamondbacks, Wolf, and a loss to the Padres and a loss for Zach Gallen. And, I kind of feel like we've been here before, to be honest. I feel like I've said the words a loss for Zach Gallen a few times this season.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, man. What about that first inning? How about that first inning, Basinonians? Honestly, what a kick to the proverbial cradle that was. I don't know what was worse, the top of the first or the bottom of the first? Really?
The top.
Okay, so the top of the first. Why do you say that?
Well, let's see. What you had, Ketel Marte double, Jerry getting to first on an error, then you had Corbin walking. So bases loaded, no outs, and you come out of it with one run, and then you never score again. Bases loaded, no outs in the top of the first inning against a pitcher who's not anything special in Germán Marquez. Aren't you feeling like, okay, the Diamondbacks, they just scored 8 runs last night? I'm not saying all the offensive problems are solved, but it's probably going to be a big night at the plate tonight. Bases loaded, no outs in the first inning, and you finish the game with 1 run.
Yeah, I also picked the top of the first inning. You're absolutely right about that. There was no doubt about it. Are you kidding me? Bases loaded, nobody out. Oh, my goodness. Bases loaded, nobody. You want to make a statement. You want to make a statement in this game. You want to go ahead and make a statement coming out early and suddenly taking a lead. Put a crooked number up in the first inning. How beautiful would that have been? You know me, I'm big on this.
Yeah.
Start. How you start.
Especially when bases loaded, no outs.
Is huge. How you start and how you finish games. Huge. So there you are. You're going to load them up. Oh, my goodness. You got to get 2. At least have 2 runs scored. You have to have that. 3 will take all day long. 4 would be awesome, no doubt about it. But you were going to post a crooked number in that first inning, and they couldn't do it. They didn't get it done. Failure.
Bases loaded with nobody outs in the first inning is the ultimate anything's possible moment for a baseball team. Like, this pitcher doesn't even know what it is. He's already making errors behind this guy. It's not like his ERA is amazing. You're not out there facing Paul Skeens or Tarek Skubal. You're out there facing a guy who has struggled. His ERA backs that up, and it's not just this year. And you've got bases loaded with no outs. And you're facing a team in San Diego that doesn't score a ton of runs. Like, I understand that Zach Gallen has struggled this season. I think we've all noticed that. But if you are the Diamondbacks and you're up in the top of the first inning, you have a chance to give Zach Gallen a 3 or a 4 run lead. It might not have been enough. Gallen, we'll get to him. I mean, he gave you, 6 innings, allowed 4 runs. That's not good, but that might be the high end of what you can expect from him right now. And I just think the biggest missed opportunity was there in that first inning, especially when you zoom out and say not only did they only get the 1 run off the walk, they just never scored again.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. But still, I mean, it is a choice because Zach Gallen's first pitch was lined into the gap by Tatis.
Well, yeah, okay? I'm just kind of expecting
his first pitch. He had 4 pitches, and it was a tie ball game. 4 pitches. He had thrown 4 pitches, and it was a tie ball game.
That's why you got to score 11 runs in the top of the first.
And then Cronenworth, of course, hitting the 3-run bomb, turned it into a 24-pitch first inning for Zach. Man, giving up 4 runs, which included another home run. His, 18th? 18th of the season, I believe.
Yeah.
Man, even the outs, there were some of the outs, especially early on, were loud.
Don't you just kind of expect that at this point, though?
Man.
I mean, I feel like we have to at this point. I feel like internally they have to expect it until they see any reason to believe otherwise, because we haven't seen any reason to believe otherwise in almost 3 months now. April happened.
Yep.
Zach Gallen was outstanding in April. That was real. But it's July, and it's not like he's just kind of been mediocre since then. You could make a case he's been the worst starting pitcher in baseball since April.
Yeah, you could make that case. And it was also very cool. I don't know if you saw this, Basinonians, on the broadcast last night, but did you see Torey Lovello sitting there after he pulled him? Torey Lovullo.
I didn't notice this till you pointed it out, and then I went. And actually, I think we're going to get this. So we just missed it on this TV too.
Okay,
but yeah,
there we go. Well, it was really something. They were having quite the conversation. Zach Allen, of course, and Torey Lovullo, and Torey was very, very animated in regard to sitting next to him and using his hands while he was explaining whatever it was. I don't know exactly what was being said there, but man, the fact that you would do that, especially in the dugout, instead of walking up the tunnel a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That was surprising to me. And I'm wondering what is going on. And for me, base learnings, when we talk about this, you have a guy that was one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. It's the truth. This guy, Cy Young, mentioned in the Cy Young.
I remember Brent Strom saying,
times.
Brent Strom, when he got here, saying Zach Gallen's somebody that I need to get into Cy Young contention. Now, obviously, Strom's not here anymore, so this isn't his issue. But I mean, that's how highly he was regarded a few years ago.
He was regarded, no doubt about that, a few years ago, and yet now all of a sudden we are at this point right now. I don't know what is being said, but I do wonder what is going on inside of Zach's brain.
Maybe things would be better if Strom was still here. Just FYI.
I couldn't tell if you were saying that on the air, or if that was just a voice in my head thinking that,
No,
Rick.
that
but
was me on the air.
That was definitely a lot of people were thinking that last year when he was in Pittsburgh, and their rotation was suddenly amazing with Brent Strom there, beyond just Skeens. Here's Torey Lovullo after the game last night, talking about where it was lost.
This game was won and lost in the first inning. We load the bases with no outs, and we scratch across one run. And we have very capable guys, and we didn't get the job done. You walk off the field, they get a big 2-out, 3-run home run, and that stood up the whole way. So I feel like if we got some slug in that situation, Zach gets a little extra push. Might be a totally different outcome.
I have two theories, and we're going to get into one of them later on the show. This isn't even a theory. They're wasting a great season by the bullpen. I mean, that's something that we've seen. We've been on the other side of that with this team recent years, where you got this amazing hitting and starting pitching is decent, but the bullpen can't close games.
My biggest concern coming into the season was the bullpen.
This whole season's been backwards because the bullpen's been really good, and you're just wasting it. You're just wasting it on a 500 season. But my theory that I was going to throw at you, and we can talk about this more later, I think Torey is feeling the heat this season. Not that I think they're suddenly better if they move on from Torey Lovullo. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of people do believe that, and I get it. You can point to the lack of postseason appearances. I don't think he's the problem, but I think he's probably looking at Zach Gallen and being like, dude, I don't know what happened to you, but you might cost a lot of us our jobs. It's not just Zach. Look at the hitters too. Bases loaded, no outs, and you can't even get another hit in that inning, and you can't score again the entire game. It's
the brutality of it all.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, I don't know what we're doing when we come back. What are we doing when we come back? I'll just get on to the show at some point. We come back. The top 100 is there in the NFL. We're counting down. We're about 30 in, and there's a couple Cardinals on the list. We looked at this before the top 100 was revealed, and we thought there would be 2 Cardinals. I guess we're guaranteed at least 3 after the reveals yesterday. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health, you're more to us.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Arizona State running back Kyson Brown is set up for a breakout year with health and talent at other skill spots. One step forward and one step back continues to be the Diamondbacks' path, and Suns guards Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin were rewarded for helping set the culture. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Wolf, I think that one step forward, one step back description of the Diamondback season is like almost too spot on.
Yeah.
And I can like feel it when we talk about them. Honestly, can you? It's just like, okay, Gallen pitched, they had a chance, they lost. Now they have to make up for it. Like it's just this feels. At what point does it just feel like it's a 500 season?
Yeah, you know, and once again, Basin Orleans coming into this season, though, did you not feel like, man, please be 500. Please be 500. Please be 500. Because we got Justin Martinez, we got A.J. Puck coming back, and we have Corbin Burns.
Please be 500 till July, until those guys come back.
Honestly, I thought if they could just be in it with a 500 record, man, the goodness that would hold for them. And to see it unfold the way that it has is stunning.
Everything's backward. The top of your rotation is what has struggled. Your bullpen's been great. Your guys that were supposed to come back have not come back yet. We're a couple days away from the All-Star break. Let's get to football, Wolf. They are doing this very slow, meticulous reveal of the top 100 players in the NFL. Like, it used to be 10 a day, then it was 10 a week. Now it's just like one every 47 minutes. Like, I don't know why they're doing it this way. I mean, they're just dragging it out as much as they can, but
it's summer. That's why.
I guess, yeah, but there's like no structure to it. Anyway, the most recent names they have revealed are up through 75 on the list, and there's 2 Cardinals in this most recent chunk. Budda Baker's at 75. Josh Sweat's at 78. Now, that's all great and everything. When we were all trying to pick like who's going to make the top 100 for the Cardinals, we had Budda and Trey McBride. So we probably just forgot about Sweat because he wasn't at minicamp or any of that stuff. But the real part that's interesting to me is not the numbers. It's that Josh Sweat climbed last year. Like, he moved up 17 spots with his first season with the Cardinals, and Budda dropped 41 spots. So I'm more interested in the trend or the perception of these guys than where they actually are. Did Josh Sweat have that amazing of a season last year? And did Budda have that bad of a season?
Yeah, no. To answer your question, no and no, for the most part.
Good, okay.
Yeah, how about that? You know, Josh Sweat, of course, had 12 sacks last year, and he is a guy that is a very proficient edge rusher. No doubt about that. And edge rushers get an awful lot of hype, of course. But having said that, Budda Baker, you guys know the way that I feel. If you have listened to me broadcast over the years, you know how I feel about Budda Baker. You watch this guy from snap to whistle. You watch him, and he is a complete dog on every play. It's how he goes about his business that I love so much. To me, Budda Baker, I've never seen a better football player than Budda Baker in how he goes about his business and how he plays the game of football. Now, I will say this. He doesn't make a ton of plays. He doesn't. But if you watch him from snap to whistle, the effort that he gives and the fact that he's not the biggest, strongest, or fastest, all he does is make the play. Whatever it is, to me, it's incredible. He doesn't get his hands on the pig a lot. Doesn't come up with picks. Doesn't do that. But if you watch him play, Budda Baker is the best football player I've ever seen.
Pound for pound, I think it's really hard to disagree with that because you just look at his time here, and there's been years where he hasn't had a whole lot to work with around him. Now, he's had Jalen Thompson. That's been huge, and they don't have Jalen Thompson now. So this is going to be maybe a different world for Budda, but I don't think anybody really has made Budda except Budda.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever said Budda 3 times in one sentence?
No, I don't think so, but that was really, really good by you. I know there are people out there, especially on YouTube. What up, bro? Shaka. People on YouTube right now that are screaming because I said Budda Baker's the best football player I've ever seen. Well, you define football player. Your definition of a great football player might be a little different than my definition of a football player. I look at a player, and I know that football is played from inside of you out. You hear me say this all the time, Luke. It's the truth. And when I watch Budda Baker play the game of football, I see a giant. I see a giant. I don't see a guy who's 5'8.5", 200 pounds. I don't see a guy who's out there running a 4.58. I don't see that. I see a giant playing the game of football because he is a beast when he plays. Now, again, I know other people will say, well, how many games does he change? How many plays does he make?
It's the intangibles.
And that's okay. That's fine. If that's the way you're going to go ahead and say, okay, that's how I'm going to judge a great football player, fine.
All right,
mine is different.
Let's get to Josh Sweat, though, because I'm now getting heat on YouTube because of you, and people are like, "Did you watch the games?" I'm not saying Josh Sweat didn't have a good year. Josh Sweat had an amazing year, and
you should get heat.
Talked about that all. That's a theme this morning. I talked about that all season last year, but again, I care about the perception because the reality we're dealing in here is Josh Sweat might get traded at some point if you're the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
So if the perception is that he was a top 100 player a year ago coming over here and he was better last year, then basically they're saying the perception is last year was the best year of Josh Sweat's career. That's what I'm reading here. Okay, he climbed up to a top 100 player with the Eagles, but with the Cardinals he moved way up. If that's the case, Is this somebody you're trading at some point this season?
That was the question I wanted to ask you, Luke, live on the air. We'll do it live.
Well, you can't ask
Would you
me.
trade
I already asked.
Josh Sweat?
I wouldn't trade him right now. I still hold on to the probably unrealistic belief that you have to start the season and just see if maybe you can catch some form of lightning in a bottle this year. I don't have expectations for it with the schedule and the lack of answers at quarterback. But you've got some playmakers on offense. It's the NFL. It's football. Who knows? You might be that team that gets off to an okay start. Maybe Carson Beck really is the guy. Maybe you start being that. There's always one or two teams that are lucky in the NFL that just catch teams when the opponent is injured. I don't believe in punting the season before the season. But if we get to where we are expecting this to be and they are not doing well at the trade deadline, yeah, probably. I like Josh Sweat. I was excited about that pickup last year. The problem is he was really good last year and they still won 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. For me, once again, I think Luke is right on this. I don't know unless I was offered something that was extremely valuable for me right now. I would wait. I would wait and see how this is going to play out and how you're going to go out there and play. Can you shock the world? Can you do something crazy? Because we all know they have a bunch of young guys that have to develop. And base learnings, when you have young guys that have to develop, many times they're question marks, right? You don't know. You don't know how good they're going to be. You don't know how bad they're going to be. You don't know how good they're going to be. But many times that question mark can turn into an exclamation point. And suddenly, you got these question marks that might be wild cards that turn into an exclamation point, and you start winning games, more games than you thought you were going to win. So I think the cautious approach is a good approach. The one that says, really right now we're not going to take any offers on Josh Sweat. If you want to blow me away with something right now, okay, fine. I'll listen to that. But we're going to go ahead and see how this unfolds, September and October. See how it unfolds early on. But if you get the right value for him, I wouldn't hesitate in a heartbeat. Would not hesitate to move Josh Sweat at some point this season.
Trade deadline this season is basically what? After that Seahawks game, after the second Seahawks game. So the games you're going to play, the teams you're going to play before the trade deadline are the Chargers, Seahawks, Niners, Giants, Lions, Rams, Broncos, Cowboys, and Seahawks again. That's pretty absurd.
That is absurd.
If you somehow come out of that and I'm not saying you're talking yourself into it. If you somehow come out of those 9 games and you're like 4-5 and you want to go for it, okay, yeah, fine, keep your guys. I would, in a vacuum, we'd all rather just keep Josh Sweat. But if the perception of him out there is that, man, he's getting better on a bad team and you are 2-7 at that point.
Don't ever mention that schedule again. The way that you just did that.
Oh.
Okay, don't ever do that again.
I stopped before the next 2 games where they play the Rams and Chiefs, if that helps. I don't know.
That is brutal.
Can we get some winning around here? Is that possible?
That'd be nice.
Just like some winning.
I'm buying. Winning.
The Diamondbacks are at a crossroads before the All-Star break. Dave Burns and Alex Weiner break it all down on the new Ain't No Fang podcast. Catch it on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. When we come back,
Google it.
Which Suns re-signing is the most important to their success this season? Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin. They all spoke yesterday. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm by winning.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Give me your number 1 pitching request.
Reed Detmers.
Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number 1 hitter. Who is the number 1 hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target? You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but
Wilson
stay in
Contreras.
reality. Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? Yeah, that needs to be a yes, Dave Burns.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisi here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, southernsteer.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns officially announced their re-signings of Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin yesterday. General Manager Brian Gregory spoke to the media about the moves and said neither player will get complacent despite the new deals.
If you worried about would they get fat and sassy, yeah, you don't have to worry about that with those guys. No contract, no accolade is ever going to make them feel like they've made it.
And that is what is trending now.
Fint gjort. Og inn mot Haaland!
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How many rotational minutes do some of the younger guys for the Suns need to get each game for their season to be a success? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
What are you laughing at, Rick? What?
The song that I'm playing.
Is this the one you were saying before that you were going to fuck?
Do you want to know the backstory of this?
If there's a backstory, I want to hear it, yeah.
Well, first of all, just what are the facts here? Who is this?
Because I have a question about what you just played in your update, too, but go ahead.
This is the rap song that Norway star Erling Haaland created in high school.
Wow. Okay. I don't feel bad about not recognizing it.
Okay.
I mean, this is, I'm not going to say it's good, but it's fairly, polished for Norwegian high school rap. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of other Norwegian high school rap to compare it to.
Man, just a weird. Can you imagine living in Norway, basically?
I imagine it sounds something like that.
I love Norway. It's great. I go there all the time.
Very dark, of course, ladies and gentlemen.
It is. I've never been there, but everybody I've talked to who's been to Norway is like, I just found the best kept secret on the planet.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know.
Cool.
Maybe they're all listening to. Do we really classify that as rap? That sounded like meditation music.
I don't know
what that was. All right. Well, if anybody has any other Norwegian rap for us to compare it to, send it in. We can line that up.
Just give me a battle axe. Let me scream, blow a horn. I'll run across the field.
And there's another way to look at it.
Oh, that would be a. Can you imagine?
We should get Erling Haaland on the show. I just want to see Wolf interview Erling Haaland. Does he even speak English?
I'll try.
Okay, yeah, get him. He's not busy right now, right?
I'll try in a couple months.
Do it today because they don't play for 2 more days.
That's true.
Rick, the cut that you played from Brian Gregory, did he say fat and sassy during
I think he meant fat and happy, but it's funnier this way.
I thought when you played that song, you were going to say, yeah, this is the song Fat and Sassy by Erling Haaland, but it's not. It's just whatever that was.
Brian Gregory is awesome.
I like
Seriously, I'm a Brian Gregory fan, dudes.
And anytime you can create your own phrase, I have to respect that. Okay, so Mark Williams and Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie, they all spoke yesterday. Well, if I can't play all the audio at the same time, that would be ridiculous. So I ask you this. Of the 3, who was the most important for the Suns to bring back?
Oh, man. Okay. There it is. Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, and Colin Gillespie, everybody. Jordan Goodwin.
Real? Okay.
And I know that there are a lot of people right now are screaming at me, Colin Gillespie, what are you talking about, Wolf? And yeah, I'm going to say Jordan Goodwin, man. I really am. When you think of the Suns culture, I think of Jordan Goodwin right there. I think of Jordan Goodwin right there with Dylan Brooks, right there with Book. I think right there. There's no doubt about it, man. He is a baller. You watch him play, he's all dog. He is. Watch what he does on the offensive end of the glass. Are you kidding me? You got a guy that... What do you think Jordan Goodwin is? 6'4" is what they list him at? There's no way in the world he's 6'4".
Yeah, that feels like that might be a little generous, but he plays bigger than he is.
He plays bigger than he is, and he shows up in so many different ways when you watch a basketball game.
I'm torn on this. I was going to say Goodwin. I don't want to say the same thing you said. I was torn between Goodwin and Gillespie, honestly. And that's not, look, Mark Williams is... I still think there's upside there. Isn't Mark Williams only 24? There's still upside there, but they have Malawach, who I want to see play more, So I'm not upset they brought Williams back. It's a very tradable contract if it gets to that point. The more I look at it, I kind of like the idea of, well, A, you traded 2 first-round picks for him just last year, so you better bring him back for more than 1 year. But B, you got him in a decent deal. He's played the most games of his career last season with you, so you are simultaneously playing a guy who really helped you in the first half of last season. He's sort of keeping the spot warm for whenever Kaman Malawach is ready. You don't have to rush him. But he also is driving up his own trade value if you can manage his injuries or whatever you want to call them and keep him on the floor more. I know they couldn't at the end of last year. But so I don't dislike the Mark Williams contract extension, but I just think Goodwin and Gillespie, for a lot of the reasons you just laid out, those are 2 of the faces of the new identity to me for the Phoenix Suns, are those 2 right there. You have Villain Jr.
Yeah. Yeah, Villain Jr. Yet at the same time, we all know, what do the Suns really need? They need to get longer. They need to get taller. They need to get bigger. They do. There were some rotations that were out there on the floor that were very, very small, I would say. And I know that you can use that from time to time. You can use that depending on who you're playing as a way to actually change a game up, change the tempo, change a lot of the situation that is going on out on the floor. I understand all of that, and I'm for that. Yet at the same time, we know they need to get longer, whippier, more athletic. And I think that is what they're trying to do right now. You know, Miles Bridges is going to be a guy that, again, take the off-the-court stuff and just talk about on the court. This is a guy that throws his body around, is going to be physical. Dylan Brooks, the same thing. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually work those two guys into the rotation as well.
Yeah, this now all falls on Jordan Ott. Here's Jordan Goodwin talking about the new deal, though.
Still trying to let it settle in a little bit. Well, it's been a long journey. Definitely blessed. Want to thank Matt, J.O., Josh, and everybody, BG, for just seeing the talent and just taking a chance on me. So, but with that said, I'm just going to get back to work, keep grinding, and try to get another one.
Anybody ask him if he's going to wear the mask next year? Did that come up at all?
Man, seriously, wear the mask.
That's correct, Wendy. We all wear masks, metaphorically speaking.
Okay. Well, I guess that clears that up.
Who was that?
Is that Jim Carrey? It sounds like Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Was Jim Carrey at the press conference?
How about that? A 3-year deal for $19 million for Jordan Goodwin. I'm so happy for this guy.
I am too.
I mean, really.
I mean, such a difference maker. And the best part about Jordan Goodwin, if you are a longtime Phoenix Suns fan, or even if you just don't like the Lakers, is the Lakers had him. I know the Suns have had him in the past, and okay, let him go. But they were wise enough to bring him back. The Lakers had him now, I guess, 2 seasons ago, needed that exact player all of last season, and essentially let him go to keep Bronny.
Yes.
That's basically
Gotta
what the
keep
Lakers
Bronny,
did.
though.
Yes.
Just got to keep Bronny.
Wouldn't be happy if I were a Lakers fan right now.
Listen to Brian Gregory, basically. This is what he said about Jordan Goodwin. Jordan plays with relentless effort and competes every game with a kind of toughness that defines our culture. He has a unique ability to create extra possessions through his offensive rebounding and by forcing turnovers. His competitiveness and energy are invaluable, and he is a perfect fit for what we are building in Phoenix. Oh, see, this is why I love Brian Gregory. This is why I love it. He values this stuff.
But I don't think that's GM speak. Like, I think anybody that watched last year, especially, again, I'm not trying to leave Mark Williams out, but Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie, when you talk about the identity of the Phoenix Suns, an identity they didn't have a year and a half ago because Jordan Goodwin wasn't on the team, and they wouldn't play Colin Gillespie, even though he was pretty decent. Now, like, those are two of the faces of this team's identity. We talked about this how many times last year? Devin Booker's the face of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks, though, in a lot of ways, to a lot of people, was the face of the 25-26 Phoenix Suns. But on that poster, or whatever it is, Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin are prominently featured because they are just that sort of gritty, nobody really believed in us. You thought you were going to push us around, and instead you're the ones getting pushed around. They're like the faces of that, those two guys. So we had this conversation at the end of the season, like if they can only bring one back, which one do you want? I'm so glad they were able to bring both of them back.
Yeah, to me, as Rick gives me the break sign, okay, just think Brian Gregory, man, as general manager, to be able to look at this and say, we value this. He is everything that we want here. That's what he basically just said.
Rick, how many cuts do we get through? One? I think that's a new high for us.
Yeah.
We're going to get back into some of the audio from them later on in the show.
That was going to happen as soon as the culture was brought up.
That's true. Yeah. Who brought up culture? Who was that? We'll have to go back and listen to the tape. When we come back, this is music to my ears, Wolf. We are closing in on football season. How much of ASU's success this season depends on that quarterback position, and how confident are you in that quarterback position? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM.
This is a test of the emergency alert system, originated by the Arizona Department of Public Safety. If this had been an actual emergency, important information or instructions would have followed the tones you just heard. This concludes this test.
A child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How did the Diamondbacks go from possible pretenders to real contenders in the wild card race before the trade deadline? It's the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Punch it.
May have seen this band on Saturday.
Say that again, Rick.
I may have seen this band on Saturday.
They play this song?
I think they may have. I'm trying to remember.
Come on, baby.
Wanna go for a
That's a great post, is it not, Basinonians?
They played 6 songs, so
I'll
have to check.
Oh, this probably
It was like a benefit show.
This probably didn't make the cut if they only played 6 songs.
Yeah, I know. Right.
It's a good song. It's an underrated song.
Excellent.
All right, I'm looking at ASU's depth chart, just as kind of a reminder to everybody. Cutter Boley's the quarterback. It seems. It hasn't been named the starter. They got Mikey Keene. They got Jake Fetty. They got Cameron Dyer. So
Luke Lipinski reporting.
Breaking news here with this. Dyer and Fetty, two of the more highly regarded recruits. Mikey Keene kind of seems like just the steady guy you brought in. That if
Mikey
you have to go,
Keene.
you got to go to Mikey Keene.
I love that.
Mikey Keene will get it done. But Cutter Boley's the guy they went out and got in the transfer portal. So I think we're all assuming he's the guy, right? Let's go around the room real quick. Does anybody think it's going to be somebody other than Cutter Boley starting week 1?
No.
I don't think that it will be anyone else starting week 1, but I do think we see Jake Fetty at some point in the season.
You think we see Jake Fetty because he's just that good in practice, or because the season falls apart?
I think
or because
that
there's an injury, I guess.
I think that they might be struggling a little bit early.
Don't like that.
And then they move to
Yeah.
Jake Fetty, and things go better from there. That's just kind of my opinion.
All right.
I really expect, I think
That was
Kenny
kind of a downer.
Dillingham, this is just me based on Ian's, my own opinion on this, but I think Kenny Dillingham is a bit of a quarterback whisperer. That's what I think.
That's what it looks like.
I think Cutter Boley is going to do very, very well with Kenny Dillingham. I think that every quarterback on the depth chart, if you want to look at Mikey Keene, Jake Fetty, you want to go ahead and look at that. I think every quarterback is going to get better under Kenny Dillingham. Now, the situation may preclude them from actually getting the opportunity to go out and prove that. But I think as players, you have to remember they are people, of course, that go out and play, and people can improve themselves as well. And I think that everyone, Mikey Keene, Jake Fetty, they're going to benefit from actually being coached by Kenny Dillingham. Now, I know, once again, it's not like Kenny's working with them, specifically working with them as their quarterback coach, yet, man, he is a guy that is the head coach, and as the head coach who's got an offensive background behind him, you know he's going to be heavily involved in their development.
He's got the ties to Bo Nix. He's got the ties, obviously. Sam Leavitt was not the quarterback that he is now when he came here. You know, Sam Leavitt left ASU a much, much better quarterback than he was as basically the backup at Michigan State when he got here. I mean, if you're looking at Cutter Boley and you're like, can you be as good as Sam Leavitt? Who knows? But Cutter Boley has done more before he got to ASU than Sam Leavitt had. And Cutter Boley was doing it in the SEC with maybe not a ton of equal talent around him on his roster. You know, Kentucky's fine. They're not Alabama or Georgia. So so I agree. That's a long way of saying I agree with what you're saying right there. And I think, I mean, if you're a quarterback recruit, you're looking at ASU mainly because of Kenny Dillingham and his track record with some of these guys. Jordan Travis, even at Florida State, like I know Jordan Travis had to retire early and never had an NFL career, but he's really good in college. Here's Kenny Dillingham from Big 12 Media Day yesterday. What am I supposed to call it, Rick? Monster Big 12 Media Day?
I think that's just Monster Energy Big 12 football.
Oh, okay, so I don't have to call anything. Big
Monster
12 Media
Energy. Big, man, I got to get that down.
Yeah, we should.
It's not happening.
Let's write that on one of the walls in here.
Just say Big 12.
Okay, just Big 12. All right. This is Kenny Dillingham at Big 12 Media Day. Yesterday, he was asked what he saw in Cutter Boley that made him want to bring him to Tempe.
Yeah, so I recruited him to Oregon when I was there. And I just remember he was a really good athlete. You know, people don't give him enough credit for his athleticism. He's a very good athlete, was a good basketball player. And then he had all the arm strength and all the ability of what he could do. And then when he went in the portal, watching his tape really fast, but I remembered who he was. And I remembered a lot about him from his visit out there to Oregon. So it was somebody that I knew I wanted to target from the beginning.
There it is right there. You know what? Cutter Boley's got some size to him as well.
Yeah.
The guy's 6'5", 213 pounds. He's not super fleet of foot in terms of running the ball. It's not like he is a threat running the football, but I think Cutter Boley is going to be a guy that is going to be really, really good. How good? That's the question. And by the way, can I just say right now that how much Cutter Boley develops and absorbs the Kenny Dillingham way in the system that Kenny has, that's for the most part going to determine how the Sun Devils do this season.
Yeah, it is. And I know it sounds like a simplistic thing to say on the surface, but at least for me, My excitement for ASU football going into last year, okay, yeah, it was that they had Jordan Tyson back. But they had so much of their defense back from the year before. When they went to the college football playoff, they kept so much of their defense going into last year. That, to me, was where my high expectations were from last season. The defense is a lot more unknown this year. Like, they have some big pieces back. Obviously, CJ Fight's back. Like, they have some, and they have some younger players that were playing a little bit in depth roles that are moving up. I mean, you just have to consistently find the right guys,
and because
obviously.
of that, I think the onus is on the offense to actually go out and perform at a very, very high level. Carry this team, especially early in the season.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Like, I think the quarterback is more important this year maybe than it was, at least going into the season. Looking at Cutter Boley's numbers from last year, again, playing in the SEC, just looking at some of the teams he faced, like, he played against Ole Miss a little bit, very, very little bit early in the season. Threw 5 touchdowns against Tennessee, threw a couple touchdowns against Georgia, threw a couple touchdowns against Florida, a couple more against Vanderbilt. Now, they weren't winning these games. They beat Florida. Florida was a mess last year, but they weren't beating Tennessee or Georgia or Vanderbilt. Those are all top 15-ish teams last year. But I do wonder about the combination of Kenny said he recruited him to Oregon. They were obviously keeping a close eye on him last year. Now he's had this experience and at least individually having some success against some of the best defenses in college football. And now he comes to the Big 12, where I think the Big 12 is largely underrated, but it's not the SEC.
No, it is not. Can I also say this? As I look at the show sheet, it says ASU, how much of their success depends on how consistent their quarterback play is, Basinonians. Can I just say right now, it's all of it. So much of it really depends on Cutter Boley actually playing well, in my opinion. You're not going to win a lot of games. I don't care if you're talking about high school. I don't care if you're talking about college, pro, whatever. You're not going to win a lot of games unless your quarterback goes out and plays well, plays consistently well. Doesn't have to be the best. Doesn't have to be great. No. He needs to play well. And so much of the time, man, a quarterback and how he plays can impact the entire team.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about their mood on the side, especially when you're talking about 18 to 22-year-olds. There's a lot of emotion that is built up, and you'll stand there on the sideline. And again, I'm just talking about a simple throw, making a poor throw. A guy was wide open, and you couldn't make the throw. The way that will impact a sideline sometimes and get them down. You know, hopefully, as a grown man, at some point in time, you're going to say, okay, yeah, you didn't do your job, but I'm going to do mine. Watch. I'm going to do mine. And hopefully that's exactly what these young men are saying as well. But so much of the time, how a guy plays can get really distracting on the sideline and on the mood of that sideline.
Especially with so many new players this year, or at least new players in prominent roles. Here's more from Kenny Dillingham. He was asked yesterday when they might name that starting quarterback, because in fairness, they haven't yet.
I would say going into the first week is the latest that we'll name one. Very similar to year one. I don't like to play. I like our team to know. I don't like the games behind that as much. If we believe in a quarterback before then and we think he's our guy, we'll announce it whenever they separate themselves. I think the biggest thing in a quarterback battle is you want somebody to separate themselves. If somebody separates themselves and the team sees it, well, then the team knows it. Everybody knows it, and it's just a formality. It's just a press conference away, but everybody already knows it. When it's tight, I always want our team to know the direction we're going to head before the season starts.
Oh,
I like that answer.
That's awesome. Why do you like it?
That's consistent with Kenny Dillingham. I mean, we talk about your quarterback being
and enjoy
consistent.
premium hotel accomanations, transportation.
Is that?
I don't need no
Do I even want to know?
hotel accommodations.
Well, I don't remember what I was going to say now. No, it's consistent for Kenny Dillingham. And if you're talking about you want your quarterback to be consistent, you need your head coach to be consistent. And that's in line with a lot of stuff he has said, where it's like, okay, look, if we know what we're going to do, let's let the team know. You have something to say about hotel accommodations?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, can you imagine? I was just talking about this. The way that how a guy plays impacts the team on the sideline. Team. How many times did Kenny say team?
Several.
Yes. Thank you.
Lost count of how many times. And we should keep a running count of how many times he's going to say team this season. When we come back, here's a question that I think we've tried to answer before. Why can't the Diamondbacks build any momentum on offense? They had the chance last night, especially coming off the game on Monday. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Did they have like crazy water slides and all that stuff?
They
at the
did.
Hotel?
3 really big water slides. One that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark. My big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water and it goes up water to the people.
Wedgie.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right. Basinonians, how you doing? Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You gotta have shade. You know it, I know it, and we all know it. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house teams at All Pro Shade Concepts. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. They're going to work around your stucco, your tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade. And then, Basinonians, open up that same patio with a touch of the button, man. It is really cool. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. Check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. Harold, the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years, and your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance so you can pay off your home in a fraction of the time with no lifestyle changes.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and May.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders to these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns officially announced their re-signings of Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin yesterday. General Manager Brian Gregory spoke to the media about the moves and said neither player will get complacent despite the new deals.
If you worried about would they get fat and sassy, yeah, you don't have to worry about that with those guys. No contract, no accolade is ever going to make them feel like they've made it.
And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks get a big pitching performance from rookie Jose Cabrera? We'll discuss our baseball team beginning tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I tried to do a little too much during the break, Wolf. I don't know what's going on with all these TVs. We had like soap operas and news on in here.
You are IT.
I was trying to get NFL Network, and I may have accidentally put on a replay of a hockey game from 4 months ago.
I've never seen anyone, Basinonians, in all my life. I have never touched the TV remote and tried to change it in here. I have not. Why? Because I'm broadcasting. Okay? Luke he's all into it. He's all over the YouTube, as a matter of fact.
We're going to be having these TVs on.
Shaka, bruh, by the way, YouTube, what up? And just the fact you know how to work the televisions in here, truly amazing.
Well,
because I don't even know, there's like 5 remotes that are around here.
Yeah, there's a lot of remotes, and I don't know, to be fair, if like me changing the channel on that one over there turned off the power to the news department. I don't know. We'll see if there's a reaction from anybody else in the building, but I think we're about halfway there. We still have tennis on like 7 TVs.
We got the suits. They'll come running in here. What are you doing?
Yes. Got power to the building.
Yes.
All right, it is hour number 2 of the show. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it's Wolf and Luke. And Wolf, you have the definitive answer, you said, to why the Diamondbacks can't build momentum on offense. No?
No, I did not.
Rick said he has an answer.
I have an answer.
Really, you do.
Is it, wait, before you give the answer, is this like a serious answer? We can see Jamal roll his eyes at you.
I mean, it's serious.
Is it going to be like because they didn't sign Pete Alonso?
No.
Okay.
My biggest issue is that Pavin Smith continues to be put into the lineup. He's batting 149. He has 11 hits this season. Why is he still playing? Why? I'm sorry. Nice guy. Very nice guy. I believe I've talked to him.
Personally.
I'm not attacking him personally, but he can't play at the big league level anymore.
That's $1 in the swear jar.
Yeah, we had a very strict rule, and I need immunity for a second to explain it to people because, Wolf, you weren't here.
Okay.
We have a rule on this show now. You can say Smith because there's like a lot of people in sports that you can't say Pavin on this show anymore.
Okay.
Not until he gets the average above 160, and since we made that rule, it's actually only gone down.
He's hitting 149.
Yes, I understand. At least he's not hitting cleanup anymore. At least he's moved down to 7th in the lineup.
He should move down to
10th?
Not in the lineup.
Okay, first of all,
nobody's going to argue with you on this, Rick.
Yes, it's very, very difficult, Basinonians. It is for me, especially because I am for the player. I am for the player. I want to see the player go out and do well, man. I do. And I know how difficult it is, especially Base Marines playing at the highest level we as a species can generate. It's very hard to play the game of baseball, yet at the same time, I understand. There are guys that are going to go out there and they're going to struggle, and there's going to be people that are going to say, you got to get rid of this guy right now. And I'm sure that Torey Lovullo and Mike Hazen have had multiple conversations about that very thing. Why do you think they haven't done it yet?
With Pavin specifically? You know, can I be honest? I don't have an answer for you at this point, because I hear what you're saying, but they've sent other players down.
Yeah.
They've sent other players away. You know, I'm a big believer in what Mike Hazen and this front office do. Jake McCarthy's having a really good year in Colorado. Blaze Alexander's having a pretty good year in Baltimore. This is Pavin Smith's seventh season as a Diamondback. Now, I mean, his first year he played 12 games. 2020 was a mess.
Right.
But he really, I don't know why they continue to think he's going to be the answer. And I think it speaks to a bigger problem. They had a few guys in the lineup last night that are hitting well below 200. That's happened a lot this season. It's not just Pavin Smith. I admittedly don't understand why he seems to get more chances than like Lou James Groover or Ryan Waldschmidt or many other guys have gotten, because I don't know that he's ever really delivered on the promise, but he's not the only guy not hitting either.
You might as well just try Tyler Locklear. He's not hitting amazing, but you might as well try. You traded for him. You made a big trade for him.
I think we'll get to that point.
I hope so.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's a situation where, once again, I think Mike Hazen and I think that Torey Lovullo, they're giving Pavin Smith the opportunity before they do what they're going to do. And I think they're giving him every opportunity to turn it around. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I do know this. Do you think Torey Lovullo and Mike Hazen are trying to lose games? Do you think they're trying to? Of course not.
Why not?
Okay, they're not trying to lose games. Do they? Why do they continue to run Pavin Smith out there then? Because they actually believe he's got the talent to do it. They believe that he should be turning this around. My question is, why do they believe
that? Well, I think there's two different ways to look at this. I mean, if you're asking why Torey Lovullo is running him out there on a nightly basis, this is what Torey has to work with. I mean, Adrian Del Castillo's hitting 185. Barosa's hitting 182. Alec Thomas, when they let him go, is hitting 181. I think they should have given Lou James Groover more of a leash. He only got, 48 at-bats? He was hitting 167. And with a guy like that, they might be saying, okay, let's get him back to Reno so he can develop more. They may have seen something specifically with him. Tim Tawa's hitting 159. Like, it's not like Torey has a bunch of all-stars and he's like,
sure,
let's go Pavin over Aaron Judge. But the bigger issue is you came into the season as an organization believing he was good enough to be your first baseman.
Yeah, and and it's not just Pavin Smith, once again, based on it isn't. I mean, last night the Diamondbacks hit into 3 double plays that ended the inning.
The timely hitting is very fleeting with them.
Corbin is 7 for his last 48. Now again, we all love Corbin. There's no doubt about it. The Predator. We love him. But this guy is struggling, and he'd be the first one to tell you that he's struggling.
He did tell you.
And
he
did.
Sunday.
He called himself out, and he's being very, very accountable. Yet, man, this is tough. It never seems like the Diamondbacks get their best players going at the same time.
No, and that's
what I think is got this team in this offensive malaise at this point in time.
Here's Torey after the game.
It's a 30-plus first, and then a 10 and a 9-pitch inning. And I know that there were some balls that were hit on the ground and double plays returned. We gotta find a way to beat every pitcher, and there's a cheat code to every pitcher, and we know it. And when we know it, we got to be stubborn to it. We knew Marquez was going to sink it and for it and throw some breaking balls at us, and we had him on the ropes. I think it was just an absolute complete reversal when he walked back out there in the second inning and was up 4-1. I think that really gave him the extra push.
There's probably some truth to that. There's also nights when you watch the Diamondbacks, though, and you watch their lineup, and this is not just last night. This has happened a lot this season. It's not just Pavin Smith or any one player, where you look at the lineup and you're like, it's frustrating they're a 500 team. I get that. But you watch their lineup some nights and you're like, how are they even 500? Like, they don't have consistent enough hitting. They have too many holes in the lineup. Basically, 4 through 8 most nights. It's not every night. Some nights some guys come up with a big hit.
I think Gabby's really turned it around.
He is. You're right. Quietly, he's doing it, and it's funny that it's quiet because we were all like anticipating it last year, and he's doing it this year.
Yeah,
he's hitting 290.
It's good to see it too, man.
You almost don't even hear about it. I don't even know where they'd be if he wasn't hitting 290. All right, one gets smashed on the griddle, the other gets smashed out of the park. Text Smasher to 620-620 for your chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. One grand prize winner takes home $500 to Sonic. When we come back, Darius Robinson spoke yesterday. We played a few of the cuts yesterday, but we saved the big one. We're going to react to that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common, man. They diagnose a problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DIS today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. Go to sciatica.com. That's sciatica.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Will it be a sprint or a limp to the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Darius Robinson spoke yesterday, Wolf.
Darius.
We reacted to some of it, but as the segment was wrapping up yesterday, there was one cut that jumped out to me. It's like a minute long, and I hadn't heard it at the time because obviously D-Rob was talking as we were doing the show.
Why so? Darius.
Is that going to be your fantasy football team name this year?
That's going to be it right there.
Yeah. Why so Darius?
Yes, okay.
Playing a lot of fantasy football this year?
No.
Okay. This is Darius Robinson yesterday. He was asked what he meant when he said he wasn't the player he thought he was last season. I get that right? That was a complicated sentence.
I think so.
Remember he said that last year, though, towards the end of the season. And so yesterday, with some time to reflect, last season is well into the rearview mirror. We're much closer to this season. Training camp's about 2 weeks away. So Darius was asked what he meant by that statement last year.
That was tough because, we didn't win a game in I don't know how long. And I feel like really good players think about, like, how can I affect the game and win the game for my team? And I obviously didn't do it, because we didn't win any games during that time. So I just put it on myself because I know I could be better and I know who I am, but that was more of a thing of realizing, like, accountability. And I feel like the more times you can have accountability, the more better actions you're going to get out of it. And still, we didn't win no games, but individually, I know I definitely made strides as the season went along. And also, like, heading into my third year is just knowing, okay, what am I good at? What am I not good at? What I'm not good at, I got to pour into that bucket as fast as I can. And what I'm good at, keep pouring as well so I can be the player that I want to be to help this team. So now I'm just super confident and just accountable of everything. So it'll be a fun year.
One win after September 14th last year. We didn't all need a reminder of that, but I did just double check because he was saying, man, we hadn't won in a long time.
Yeah.
I'm like, how long was it? Like, they won one game after week 2 last year. But I thought it was interesting to hear him say, like, okay, when you're not winning, you look around and try to figure out if there's other ways you can be impacting the game, essentially. And I hope he got better last year and other guys on this team got better, even if it wasn't resulting in wins, because it didn't result in wins, but you still hope some of these young players picked up on stuff, kind of took the onus on themselves like he just said he did and looked around, okay, we're not winning. It's football. One guy can't just win you football games. Darius Robinson, the position he plays, isn't quarterback. So one player can't win you a football game. But did he get better as the season went on in a way that we're going to see it this year? Got to wait and find out, but hopefully a few guys thought that way.
Man, just listening to Darius talk right there, it brings back so many memories. It really does. The team, but so much of the time, all you can do is control what you do and how you play, Basinonians. You can't will your opponent to not play well. You can't will the guy next to you to play well. All you can do is will yourself to be as prepared as you possibly can, to give all that you have, and to go out there and play with desperation. There are, oh my goodness, there are so many guys that have all sorts of talent, and they are so talented, Luke, they can just go out and be as talented as they are, and you know what? They don't have to really invest. They don't have to just get that intensity level going. They don't have to do it. Why? Because this is who I am. This is the talent that I have. I'm just going to go out and I'm going to tap into my talent. And so much of the time, it's just going to be good enough. It's going to be better than you. And because of that, I'm going to play well.
Why'd you point to me when you said that?
I'm
you think
just
that's
saying,
the bar to get into the NFL?
No,
just be
I
better
don't think
than me?
so.
Okay.
I'm just saying there are so many other players that they can't do that. I was one of those players. where I had to go out there and I had to, if you didn't bring the intensity level, if you didn't bring desperation, if you didn't bring all of it, and oh my goodness, I can feel the panic already as I'm talking about it and remembering it, brothers. I can feel the panic all over again. If you don't go out there and play with everything you have and what God has given you, you're going to not be good enough to stay in this league. And guess what? Your family's going to suffer because you are not providing for them the way that you could. If you can just generate the level of desperation, I know this because I did it for 10 years. There are so many guys on the football field that need to bring that desperation because their talent alone is not good enough. It isn't. So how do you activate the talent that you have been given? You play with as much desperation as you possibly can. You bring the intensity and you go out there and you do it every time you step in between the white lines. Luke, I get so jacked up about this, I do, but this is great because, man, the blood sport is coming.
2 weeks.
Isn't it?
2 weeks.
It's coming.
You can hear by Wolf's tone of voice how close we are to the NFL season.
Yes, I can feel it. It is coming right now, and so is the desperation. And can I just say this right now, Darius Robinson needs to play with that kind of desperation.
I was wondering if that's where you were going. Do you think he found some of that last year? Do you think it's tougher for a first-round pick to tap into that right away? Like, as a first-round pick, do you enter the league? Not thinking you have it all figured out, but just like, maybe I don't have to hit. Because you're not talking about your next level. You're talking about like 8 levels up. Like, okay, well, this is harder. Okay, now I got to hit this level. Okay, now if I want to stay in this league, I got to hit this level. Now we've lost, what was it, 14 of 15. I've got to hit this level. We're sick of going out there and getting embarrassed every single week.
Yes.
And even if you have raised your game, I'm just using Darius Robinson as the example, you're still losing games because one player can't fix it all. And I'm not saying he raised it enough last year. We got to see it this year. But do you, in your experience, is it harder as a first rounder?
Yes, it is. You know why? Because you have talent.
You've been told. Well,
you have talent, and you've been gifted with that talent. And Luke, I'm telling you, it's hard because you've just tapped into your talent, and you've gone out there. I was drafted in the first round of the National Football League. I have the talent to play. You also need to realize again that it's got to come from the inside. It's got to come from the inside. It has to. You can have all the talent physically you want, but if you don't have that kind of intensity and the desperation to go out and play hard as you possibly can, guess what? All that talent is not going to be activated. And this is what Darius needs to learn. I need to activate the talent God has given me by going out and not just saying, oh, I'm ready to play, but going out and saying, I'm ready to play. Snap the ball now.
That feels like something that you don't learn in year 10 either.
No.
I'm not saying
that's a great point.
That there's a set date. Oh, okay, it's been 2 years and 18 days. You're going to learn it now. But it feels like you start to get 5 or 6 years into your career. You probably are what you are in terms of what you're saying.
Because what's going to happen, Basinonians, for the most part, is coaches watch tape. Okay, not just your coaches from other teams. They watch tape. And they will see whether or not you are giving the kind of effort you need to give. If you've got talent and you're not activating the talent by desperately playing the game of football, and this is something that it doesn't matter what your talent level is. Lawrence Taylor, you know what his superpower was? The fact that somebody told him or somebody forgot to tell him that he was hyper talented. He didn't care. He didn't care about the talent. He went out and he played like a madman on the field.
Whoever it was that forgot to tell Lawrence Taylor he was hyper-talented really didn't do all the rest of you a favor, that's for sure. The entire reign of terror he had as his career.
You have to activate that talent, man, from the inside. It's why football is played from the inside out.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into basketball. We've got some Brian Gregory audio. Why was it so important for the Suns GM to bring back Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin? Because he clearly prioritized those moves above a lot of others. Wolf, we're getting fat and sassy next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission. They like to say that, brothers. Listen, students, right now, if you're still on summer break and you need a great-paying seasonal job, what are you doing? Are you looking for work this summer because maybe you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf has got a solution for you right now. Moving Team 6, man. This is an amazing opportunity. Moving Team 6, they have excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, dang, and bonuses that will make your summertime really fruitful. And they're looking for go-getters just like you, brothers. And this is more than a job, man. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're getting a signing bonus of $500, man. Now is the time to move right now. Here's what you do. You go to movingteam6.com/careers. movingteam6.com/careers. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns officially announced their re-signings of Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin yesterday. General Manager Brian Gregory spoke to the media about the moves and said neither player will get complacent despite the new deals.
If you worried about would they get fat and sassy, yeah, you don't have to worry about that with those guys. No contract, no accolade is ever going to make them feel like they've made it.
And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How many rotational minutes do some of the younger guys for the Suns need to get each game for their season to be a success? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, you heard the man. Don't expect Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to get fat and sassy after their new deals.
I can't even see Jordan Goodwin or Colin Gillespie getting fat or sassy.
Well, I mean, we can all laugh because I had never heard that saying before Brian Gregory said it, but also he's right. Isn't that the best thing about Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie?
Yeah.
You talk about guys who sometimes will get paid and they're like, I got paid. All right, I've arrived. Those two are not wired that way at all.
No, and this is why it's going to be great. Just to see these guys go out, get rewarded the way that they have. This is why you're playing professional sports. You're trying to go out there and support your family. You're trying to go out there and make a way for your kids that was easier than yourself, whatever it may be. You got to go out and you've got to work as hard as you possibly can. And to see these guys, Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin, to see them rewarded for their hard work and what they've accomplished, man, it's awesome.
It is. It's awesome because they help the Suns. It's also just like if you are a fan of sports on some level, I think you got into it for stories like this, where Colin Gillespie was just kind of overlooked. And even on this team 2 years ago, different coach, but on this team 2 years ago, he was showing flashes, and they still weren't even really playing him much. And then last year, Jordan Knott's like, hey, this guy's good. Maybe we should use him. And he was really good. So let's start there. Brian Gregory talking about bringing back Colin Gillespie and making him as important as they have now made him.
Colin Gillespie, I felt should have been higher up in the Most Improved Player Award. Understand, who won it and all that stuff, but he had his best season of his career. Saved us many times, when we were banged up early and then throughout the year, because he played banged up. He fought through a lot of stuff and just kept going. His toughness, his grit, everything that we're all about. But it's amazing when you put in the work and you grind and you do the stuff that he does. When you get the opportunity, you got to be ready for it too, and he was ready for it.
Got to be ready for it. It's not, that's what preparation is so important. The doors will open up from time to time based on your goodness and how you have developed, and you'll get the opportunity. What are you going to do when that door opens, though, brothers? You still have to walk into the room, metaphorically speaking, don't you? You have to walk into the room. What are you going to do once you're inside that room? Yeah, the door is open. You have access to where you're trying to go. What are you going to do when you get that opportunity? What are you going to do about it is what we used to say all the time.
You still say that.
Yes.
You know that, right?
I love that.
One of the best things about Colin Gillespie, I think a lot of people would agree with this. He's played 137 career NBA games. 80 of them were last year. There were definitely times where he looked like he was hurt. And I'm just guessing his mindset was, I'm Colin Gillespie. I'm still just trying to prove that I belong in this league. I mean, he had the game where he torched the Lakers in L.A. He had prove-it moments last year, but there were also moments where you're like, he's hurt, and he's just playing through it, which what is it? The best ability is availability.
Yes.
Like that's again, I don't think that's something that's going to go away now that he's gotten paid. I think that's a guy that sometimes guys get hurt and they just can't play. I get that. But he was clearly playing banged up, especially in the second half of the season. And there was never I wonder if Colin's going to play tonight. He's just going to play.
What's amazing about it to me, Luke, again, he signed a 4-year, $48 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, congratulations, Colin. This is awesome. To listen to Brian Gregory and what he said Colin embodies the effort, toughness, and competitiveness. Do you have that cut?
Let me look.
Colin embodies the effort, toughness, and competitiveness that define our culture. To me, can you imagine your general manager getting up there and seeing exactly what the culture of the Phoenix Suns is, and then saying that about you? That he defines what our culture is. So to your point, Luke, he may have been banged up. They know how much he was banged up. We don't.
But you're right. They do. His teammates do, right?
Yep.
And I think at times you could even sort of see it in the games. But look, that's the whole thing, right? If that's part of who you are and that's part of who you want your team to be, then that continues even when things aren't going well or you're hurt or whatever. You still try to fight through it. Here's more from Brian Gregory talking about Mark Williams. And he was asked a few questions about Mark Williams. I'm going to start with this one, just his logic behind bringing Mark back considering his injury history, which, again, if you're looking at it overall, Mark Williams has been hurt a lot. If you're looking at it from the Suns' perspective, they're probably saying, we got him relatively healthy last year. We got him to play more than Charlotte ever could.
Yeah, obviously he played the most games that he's ever played. He's done everything that we've asked him to do in terms of, kind of bulletproofing his body, getting his body with as much armor as possible. I think his work ethic was a key factor. The fact that in a short period of time with our medical group, our human performance group, the improvements that we saw, we just felt that if he was under our watch, combined with his work ethic and desire on a daily basis, that those games are only going to continue to increase. I think he's proven that, and I think our human performance group and our medical group has done that as well.
Well, how about that? Again, Mark Williams to me is hyper talented. He really is. And I'm happy for him. The fact that he got this 3-year deal worth a reported, $38 million, fully guaranteed, of course. He's very, very talented. No doubt about that. I do want to see more dog in Mark Williams.
Yeah.
The kind of effort and toughness and physicality that the rest of the team portrays when they compete. I want to see that from Mark.
The only guys on the team that are younger than Mark Williams, too, by the way, because I think people still get caught in that. He's probably early 30s. He's 24. I mean, the only guys on this team that are younger than him are the
That's a great point.
Come on, Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming.
He's 24.
The guys they've drafted in the last 3 years. And Jalen Green. Jalen Green is also 24. But there is still upside there. And I do think them bringing him back on that deal, which again is very tradable. If you're like I don't understand why the Suns they're committed to this guy for 3 more years, they're not necessarily. If Malwatch takes off this year or next year, and Oso he continues to ascend, and they get good offers from Mark Williams, they could trade him. They might keep him all 3 years, but I think them signing him to that deal kind of answers the question I've had for a year now of, did they realize Malwatch was going to be there when they were making the trade for Mark Williams? Because if you remember in real time, it was like a minute and a half apart. Hey, the Suns just traded for Mark Williams, and they're drafting Kaman Malwatch. So
yeah,
I always kind of wondered, if there was more time between the two, would they have done both? If they had drafted Malwatch, would they have traded for Mark Williams the next day? I don't know. But the fact that they've brought him back on this deal, I think probably answers that question that they did want both.
I would agree with that. Although, for me right now, I think one of the biggest things that needs to happen this season is Kaman Malwatch and Rasheer Fleming, we've talked about it over and over, they need to be given the opportunity to play.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest storylines to watch this season for sure. All right, when we come back, the Major League Baseball trade deadline is now it's just a few weeks away. So are the Diamondbacks still leaning in one direction or the other as far as buying or selling? We're going to talk to their assistant general manager, Jeremy Bleish, joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Miles, I'm very worried that the minute they sign him to that contract extension, they are stuck, and that they're going to be stuck.
But they're
with
committed.
that.
They have to resign him. Like
I know, and that's
they gave up the pick. They have to.
And I know, and that's reason number 5 or 6 why I don't like the trade. By giving up that draft pick, you have to. It's terrible. I mean, it's bad enough value as it is that you got Miles Bridges for that draft pick.
Yeah.
But to only get 1 year of Miles Bridges, you can't do that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, at Trajan Wealth, independence matters. They're not tied to any product lines, so their advice is built around you, not a commission. That's important. That's what it means to work with a true fiduciary. Visit TrajanWealth.com for more information. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth help coordinate your investments, taxes, and estate plan around your actual life, so every piece is working toward the same goal. This is one of the big reasons why you have to go to TrajanWealth.com and get started. You can also pick up the phone and give them a call at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
On Sunday, July 19th, the D-backs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And the first 5,000 kids to the game will receive a Baxter Ears cap, courtesy of Honeywell Aerospace. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Still stuck in a bank CD earning next to nothing? There's a smarter way to grow your money. CanvasAnnuity.com offers market-leading fixed annuity rates with guaranteed terms of 3, 5, and 7 years. Lock in a strong rate while they're available and watch your savings grow. And remember, unlike CDs, your earnings grow tax-deferred, which means you don't pay taxes until you take your money out. Visit CanvasAnnuity.com to see today's rates and start earning more on your retirement savings.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, Diamondbacks, Padres tonight, Game 3 of this 4-game series. So far, split through the first 2. Looking to bounce back after last night's loss at Petco. Jeremy Bleish, D-backs assistant general manager, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk some D-backs. Jeremy, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
How you doing? Thanks, guys, for having me. Good to see you both.
Absolutely. Thank you. I actually want to start with Brandon Pfaadt and just kind of what you guys have seen from him since he got called back up. 2 starts. He's been lights out in both of them. I know, he's still kind of working his way back as far as, number of pitches he can throw. But even in that first game, 66 pitches, he goes 5 1/3 and gives you guys a real chance to win both of them. What have you seen from Pfaadt recently that maybe is different from what you were seeing earlier in the year?
It's a good name. Happy for Brandon. I think we saw him start some games at the beginning of the year, went to the bullpen. Obviously, we couldn't find the battle rhythm for him. Didn't set him up great. And then I think that's what it's supposed to look like from there. You send him to AAA, you give him a little bit of a breather, and you sort of reset the goals and the player development focus that he's working on. Got him with our AAA group, got him with our pitching coordinators. Did a couple tweaks to the delivery, some work over the rubber, and as you can see, as you pointed out, the stuff over the plate now is starting to play again. The swings are different. The fastballs are separated. The curveball and sweeper show some distinct shapes. And the changeups played a role versus left-handed hitters. So, like you said, he's been efficient the last 2 outings. I thought the last 2 or 3 innings against the Padres are the best maybe we've seen in 2026. And looking forward to him sort of holding the line and keeping going on that.
Jeremy, you have a background in pitching, of course, so I'm really interested in asking you this question. But when you evaluate Zach Gallen, what are you seeing?
Oh, it's a good question. I think we're all collectively, frustrated. I think we're all collectively trying to figure out what angle to take. I think you see a lot of things, and you try to attack one at a time. There's some delivery things. There's some shape things we're trying to sort of focus on to get some miss over the plate. I think what's hard, with Zach, and just when we talk with Zach, and he's trying to do his best to also stabilize the whole thing, is you'll see a pocket of good performance in every outing, and you'll see an inning or two that sort of can throw the rest of the line overboard, and then it sets you back, and it's hard to kind of focus on, well, what did I do well that outing? What do I need to carry into the next one? And it seems like right now he's there has been some hard contact. There has been some bad luck. There have been some inopportune walks. It's a little bit of everything. So I see a lot. We're trying to keep him simply focused to make sure we can sort of stabilize the floor and try to get him somewhat pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, when I think of that too, Jeremy, I think of confidence and how important confidence is. And I'm sure Zach Gallen, this isn't something that he's struggled with in the past, is his confidence level. Yet at the same time, where do you think he is in terms of that confidence right now?
Well, we definitely believe in Zach as a human and a competitor. He's definitely frustrated. I'm sure he would share that and has shared that publicly as well. Confidence is a huge part of this game. It's a part of any athletics. You know that. And it's you have to find objective things that you can hold on to, but subjectively you also have to feel that you can throw a fastball down and away. You can get away with a fastball down and away once in a while, and then all of a sudden there's momentum. But we got to get, we're frustrated with Zach. We're in the trenches with Zach. We believe in Zach. But yeah, the confidence is a huge piece of this. This is a guy who has been hugely successful in his past. And look at guys that play 10 years in this league, 10 years in any league. They're not the same player the first 5 and then 6 and 7 and beyond. And I think what he is being challenged to by the game and how the game has changed, the guys are hitting now, is to evolve a little bit. And so we're trying to help him and support him and stand with him as he sort of, works very hard at trying to evolve.
Talking to Jeremy Bleish, D-backs assistant GM. Jeremy, as far as Jose Cabrera, who's going to get the start here this evening, he's still, I think a relative unknown to a lot of Diamondbacks fans. He's made 3 starts. The first one against the Twins back in June was outstanding. Comes in and gives you 5 shutout innings. But what can you tell us about this guy? What sort of progress are you seeing from him? Or what is his potential ceiling for you guys even beyond this year?
I think Jose Cabrera is a really nice organizational win for the purpose of this year. We spent a lot of time at all levels focusing on kind of working from the outside in. Like, we're going to throw it in the box. We're going to throw it in the zone, no matter what. The other stuff can vary. Like how hard your fastball is, how good your breaking ball is. Those things can vary player to player. The non-negotiable is we're going to throw the ball in the box, and Jose Cabrera did that. Certainly in Amarillo and then in Reno, and he did that against Minnesota. He did that against the Rays to some degree. Took on some hard contact. I think his last one was the first one we saw him, be a little more scattered process-wise with being in the zone. I think that's what we're pushing on for him tonight. It's just recenter, be back, get back in the zone, attack the zone, suffocate the hitter with strikes. And to your point, to your question, if he does that at the floor, I think what we're looking forward to in the future is you start to build real weapons off of a strike floor, and you have sustainability and long-term performance. So that's, I think, what we all can look forward to. Great kid, great worker, throws a lot of strikes. Now we got to just have him stabilize and sort of build the weapons out at this level with this sort of hitter feedback.
Yeah. Speaking of great kid and great worker, man, Corbin Carroll right now is, I believe, 7 for his last 49, something like that. Not great. How are teams pitching him now, Jeremy, and what does he need to do to make that adjustment?
Well, I think they're attacking him head on right now. And I think in any long season and any long career, there's going to be lulls. Corbin right now, he's probably one of the most aware people, one of the most aware players I've been around, definitely one of the hardest workers I've been around. So they're attacking him, and he's just got to punch back, and he's going to do that. He's done that before. He's going to continue to be attacked, and I'm certain that very soon he's going to take one of those balls that fastballs they're challenging with, and he's going to deposit it long ways away, and then the whole sort of mechanism will reset. But fully believe in Corbin. Know he's working through it right now. We need him. We want him, and I'm certain, I'm confident he's gonna sort of punch back real soon.
Jeremy, Gabby Moreno kind of became a fan favorite here a few years ago when they went to the World Series, and there's never been a question about his defense, but it sort of feels like the last couple of years the offense has been sort of disjointed because he'd be in and out of the lineup, and they look really good, and he'd get hurt, and he maybe wouldn't get into a rhythm. But even just looking over like the last 30 days, he's hitting 350. Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. He's kind of quietly really gotten going offensively. Are you seeing elements of that are sustainable beyond even just, right now and past the All-Star break?
Yeah, it's a great question. I do think it's sustainable because I think what you're seeing and what is probably, to your point, it's like silently getting going. It's because he's kind of taken what the pitcher gives him. He's not chasing out of the zone. He's working counts, and if a guy, if it's 3-2 and he's fouling balls off and he's a little late on a heater, he's punching that ball to right field. We saw that last night. I think he's getting his slug when the pitcher gives it to him, and he's taking his base hits when the pitcher gives it to him, and he's sort of protecting the fort, the home plate, his zone, in doing so. So I think there's real sustainability to this because he's not chasing slug. He's kind of taking what the pitcher gives him, and silently, to your point, we've had a lot of ups and downs sort of on the offensive side. He's been a real pillar in the middle of that order for the last month or so.
Yeah, it's a great development, certainly for
Jeremy,
this organization.
thank you, man.
Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate it.
Great to see you guys.
All right, you too. That's
you.
Jeremy Bleish joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Love his answer about Gabby there at the end, too. We got to get back into that because this is something I think most of us have been waiting for a while, is like Gabby to truly get going offensively. He has the clutch gene. We saw that in the postseason, but does he do it consistently? And the way he just described it right there, and what you're seeing from Gabby at the plate, it's like, okay, maybe he's permanently turned that corner, and that'd be real nice. We come back, we're going to take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Sean Payton wanted the Broncos to hire Bill Belichick on a temporary basis. Have him take over as the head coach. Sean Payton would take a back seat, run the offense. All in pursuit of Bill Belichick becoming 15 wins to break Don Shula's all-time record.
So, and to think the Cardinals had Sean Payton in for an interview, why didn't he sign here?
2 meals. He ate lunch and dinner with them. I'll sign anything you want if you give me lunch and dinner.
He was on the Jarrett Carlin interview tour.
That's it.
2 meals. I'm
I'm in.
I might have some more questions tomorrow in the morning for breakfast. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, of course. What up, Timmy? Listen, you know what? Time is up right now. It's the final days of the employee pricing over at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, brothers. That's right. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang here in July, of course. It's July at Santan Ford with select models priced below employee pricing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Below. This is epic. How about $5,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Mavericks? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, price and selection only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. I am Santan Ford. We like walking around the compound and saying that. Head on over to Loop 202. That's right, Loop 202 in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. And pay what Tim pays for employee pricing. That's right, Fords for what Ford employees get paid. Head on over to the Santan 202 in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with 1933 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with 1841 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15, with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns officially announced their re-signings of Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin yesterday. General Manager Brian Gregory spoke to the media about the moves and said neither player will get complacent despite the new deals.
If you worried about would they get fat and sassy, yeah, you don't have to worry about that with those guys. No contract, no accolade is ever going to make them feel like they've made it.
This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Wednesday. We need some pizza. Anyway, it's noon on Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
After a 4-1 loss to the San Diego Padres last night, the D-backs sit at 45-46. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. And it asks, the D-backs have the same 45-46 record they had in 2024 and 2025.
Come on.
Are they more likely to rally and buy like 2024 or fade and sell like 2025? Rally and buy,
good.
fade and sell.
Produce.
Wow, this is a good question.
That is good.
Man.
First
of all, can we just focus on the fact that they just have the same record 91 games into every single season? But it's such different ways they've gotten here though compared to last year where they didn't have a bullpen but they could score a ton of runs. Thinking back to 2024, they were just scoring so much that it made sense to buy then, and last year it didn't. I think, to be fair, the answer's coming in the next couple weeks, but that's not an answer for a poll question. I actually kind of wonder if they might be more likely to fade. I don't think they're going to sell much, though, but I don't know if they're going to buy.
You know what I think? The state of the rotation being what it is right now, I think that by the pricking of my thumb, Mike Hazen thinks something wicked this way comes. Because of that, a team that was built on pitching and defense, of course, and that kind of philosophy, I think he's looking at the rotation being what it is right now and saying to himself, we're going to sell. That's my guess. We'll see. He still has time to make that decision. I wouldn't be surprised.
They're going to tell him, with the games that they have. They've got 2 more against the Padres. You got a bunch coming up against the Cardinals. We looked at this the other day. I think it was 23 games, so now it's 21. And 14 of them, so maybe now it's 12, are against teams right around them in the wild card race. So, that's before the trade deadline. So the players are going to give Mike Hazen his answer.
I agree with you, Wolf. I think they're going to fade and sell. So fade and sell leads 80% to 20% right now. So not a lot of faith in the Diamondbacks among the fan base currently right now. Mark Williams was officially re-signed by the Phoenix Suns yesterday, and he spoke to the media about having to give up his number 15 to Devin Booker, who's changing his number from number 1 to number 15. Here's what Mark had to say.
Yeah, he brought it up during the year, actually. At one point, he kind of said it in passing, and then at the end of the year, like, it was like, yeah, it's really gonna happen. So, yeah.
You guys came to an agreement?
Yeah, you know, we're in negotiations. Yeah. You know, think of it as you know, going upstairs and talking. But we'll agree on something here soon. I mean, I'm not worried about that. You know, he said he got me, and I'm taking his word for that. So, for sure.
Am I the only one that feels like that was super uncomfortable?
Yeah.
It didn't seem like he necessarily wanted to give up the number. Or he was trying to negotiate through the media.
Yeah. Luke, you might be onto something there.
I don't think if you're Mark Williams, you want to be like, oh, yeah, he can have it. He's Devin Booker. He's probably trying to get something from Devin Booker. I would say this. Mark Williams in his negotiations with Devin Booker has more leverage than Jacoby Brissett in his negotiations with the Cardinals. Maybe not a ton more, because he is
right
Devin Booker,
that,
but he has more.
No, I think you are spot on with that. He's negotiating through the media. Oh yeah, they've got a deal. There's a deal out there, but maybe it's not the one that I want. Maybe I want something a little bit better. Put a little bit more pressure on Book.
I just like the idea. When you say Book mentioned it in passing, like during a game, by the way, I'm taking your jersey number next year. Hey, can you get back on defense? Like what does mentioned it in passing
I
sound
love that,
like?
man.
Detroit Tigers pitcher, legendary pitcher, Justin Verlander has announced that he is retiring after the season. He's only made one start this year, which was at Chase Field. I was there. It was not a good start.
It wasn't great for him.
Mr. Verlander. But my question to you guys is, will we ever see another starting pitcher like him, like a true horse that can go out there and, you know, you're counting on 7, 8, even 9 innings sometimes. You know, I just feel like even with these guys like Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal, like we don't have those guys around anymore. Is he like the last of a dying breed?
I think in terms of like what managers will allow you to do. Yeah, I hear what you're asking, Rick. Like, we're not going to see a guy go out there and, I mean, we got like 266 wins, I think. I just, in terms of like longevity, but also in terms of like innings he'll give you during the season, it's going to be a lot more rare. But I still tend to think we'll see something like it. Like, what did Yamamoto pitch in every World Series game last year or something?
Yeah.
I mean, there are some guys that are just wired differently. So I don't think we're going to see a ton of guys like him because the game, the way it's set up, doesn't allow for it. But I still think we'll see others that are similar.
You know, it's so weird. This became such a big deal, of course, and everyone was so worried about how many pitches a pitcher was going to throw because the Tommy John issue just has exploded, of course, across the game. And I think they really overreacted. My belief is at some point in time, they're going to look at this and say, you know what, the body actually trains itself. You know, the way I believe about this. I think there's going to be, I don't know when it's going to be, but I think there's going to be a belief that is going to go back to building up a guy, that the body will actually callous itself and become stronger the more pitches a guy actually goes out and pitches and throws. And because of that, I think this trend where we're seeing them say, hey, you can't throw 100 pitches in a game. You can't do that. I think at some point, that's going to go away. We'll see, but that's just my guess.
3,571 in the third innings for Justin Verlander.
Think about that. That's just crazy.
130 pitches against the White Sox on August 6th,
there
2008.
You go.
I don't know if we're ever going to see that again.
Well, we'll see, because again, the body calluses itself. The more work you give it, the more calloused it becomes. That's what I believe.
And last one for you guys, Jerry Colangelo is former Suns owner, former D-backs owner. He's part of the Las Vegas Jacks ownership group, along with former NBA head coach and player Vinny Del Negro and Jay Williams, to try to bring the NBA to Las Vegas. How weird would it be to see the godfather of Valley Sports own a team outside of the Phoenix area?
Weird?
Yeah, it would.
Jerry, call me.
If he calls you, can you get him to shift that focus from Vegas basketball to Phoenix hockey? Can you
ask him to come on the show, too?
Yes, the godfather of Phoenix, Space Indians. We need help, Jerry.
But I tell you, if I was trying to get, I mean, obviously Vegas is going to get an NBA team, but if I was trying to start an expansion team, I would want Jerry Colangelo involved, for sure. Who wouldn't? I mean, his track record speaks for itself.
Incredible, man. An incredible human being.
All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back is what we saw from Zach Gallen last night. Unfortunately, maybe the best we can be expecting from him right now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year, you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most times when people are selling their home, they really only get like maybe 1 or 2 offers, and those offers typically aren't the ones that you're looking for, somewhere between low ball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that, because with Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. If you got investors out there, you want to make them compete for what you have to sell. And with Orchard's cash offer marketplace, that's what's going to happen. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. Then they come to you with offers. You review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer this way, side by side, and then you know you're getting top dollar because it's all right there in front of you. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offers, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. How did the Diamondbacks go from possible pretenders to real contenders in the wild card race before the trade deadline? It's the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Looking at the YouTube chat, Wolf.
Yeah.
Robert says Jerry can turn on Godfather mode in Vegas, which is true. It makes a lot of sense to have Jerry involved. I just would rather he was here bringing a hockey team here.
Agreed.
As far as the buy or sell for the Diamondbacks, seeing a lot of sell. Not seeing a lot of love for Pavin Smith on here.
Yeah.
R. Parsons pointed out to what I said earlier, that they were going into the season with Pavin Smith. He did point out that they went into the year with Carlos Santana, which is true.
Yeah.
I mean, I always kind of assumed that their idea internally was Carlos Santana and Pavin Smith sort of platooning, Pavin maybe being more of the hitter.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, he's right. They went in with Carlos Santana, but, either way, they don't have hitting at first base. I still think that's one of their biggest issues because I got to think every team that's contending in baseball has a first baseman that hits. Like that is a hitting position, you know?
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I just, it's amazing. I think of Pavin Smith, of course, and I think of the nature of professional sports and what it's like to go out and compete professionally and to do it in front of thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands, if you're counting those that are watching their television, to go out and try to do your job and fail again, and then again, and continue to struggle at your job in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And it makes me think, man, I wonder if anyone ever thought about their own job and what it would be like to actually do your job and fail in front of thousands of people. It's the nature of the business. It's one of the reasons why they get paid what they get paid, to endure this kind of hardship.
Getting paid well for the criticism.
That's right.
Before we get into Gallon, speaking of getting paid for the criticism, just looking at what the Diamondbacks, think back what the Diamondbacks have had at first base. And we've talked about this. They brought in Josh Naylor last year, and I think we all liked that move. I kind of thought maybe that was going to be their answer at first base for a while, and they obviously traded him. But before that, you have Christian Walker for I don't know how many years. Before that, you had Paul Goldschmidt for I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
But I mean, now you're starting to get back into 2010, you know? So that has been a position of power for the Diamondbacks for the last decade and a half. And that's the way it should be, but it especially was for the Diamondbacks the last 15 years. Goldie's a Hall of Famer. Christian Walker is the sort of guy that, he would give you pop, but he would also kill the Dodgers specifically. And Naylor last year, I thought, I know he was only here for basically, half a season or a little more than half a season.
Yeah.
But he delivered when he was here. He certainly delivered for the Mariners when he got there. They almost went to the World Series. So I have to think whether it's at the trade deadline or it's this offseason, first base is going to be one of the first things the Arizona Diamondbacks address. So getting back into the Zach Gallen conversation, I want to play some of what Torrey said last night after the loss.
I did see the recovery, and I had a nice conversation with him after the game and talked about that. There were five plus real good innings where he was on the attack and pitched into the seventh inning. And at a time where we're really thin in the bullpen, that was a really good boost. But in that first inning, I thought the walk of Sheets was a very critical at bat, maybe missequencing to Cronenworth. He swung over a couple changeups, and then I know they were trying to reset with a fastball up out of the zone, and he just made a mistake. And Cronenworth did not come off the fastball, and we paid for that.
Yeah, Zach Allen, of course, we're all waiting for Zach Allen to look a little bit more like Zach Allen or not as bad as the Zach Allen that we have seen so far this season, other than April, as you continue to point out.
I'm not pointing it out as much anymore.
Yeah, no, I know. It is. This is what we have gotten from Zach Allen, and it's the reason why the take on Zach Allen is not going to change until he goes out and actually changes it. Going out and throwing the first pitch of the game and seeing it lined in the gap by Tatis, that wasn't great. He was 4 pitches into it, and he had given up a run. As a matter of fact, that's how quickly the Diamondbacks, they came out and they only got a run in that first inning, the top of that first inning where they had the bases loaded with nobody out, and they only scored 1 run. That was a real downer. And then Zach Gallen coming out and 4 pitches into it, it was a tie game, and then he gave up the 3-run bomb. 4-1 after 1 inning. Immediately, Zach Gallen was behind the metaphorical 8 ball.
It's something. I mean, Jeremy Bleish we just had on, 40 minutes ago or whatever, and he's got a pitching background and obviously very high up in the Diamondbacks organization. He brought up, you kind of have to focus internally. You're a fan, you're covering the team, you're just watching the team. You don't have to focus on the positives, but internally you have to focus on the positives because you're trying to fix it. And,
that makes so much sense, doesn't it?
It does, and you're trying to get Zach to focus on the positives. And in the Giants game, again, I'm trying to think like the organization and what he just told us that the organization is looking at it. Like, against the Giants, he went the first 4 innings pretty good. And then it's just he can't give you the 5th and the 6th. He gave you 3. He gave up 3 runs in the 5th, gave up 3 in the 6th. So, he gives you 5 2/3. 4 of them were good, but the inning and 2/3 were so bad that you lose the game. Okay, well, then you look at last night. Torrey just said it. They lost the game in the first inning.
Yeah.
And Zach Gallen was part of that. He gave up 4 runs in the first inning to a team that doesn't score a lot of runs. He did get it done for the next 5 innings. So I'm guessing if they're looking at him, they're saying, okay, you've thrown 11 2/3 this month, and 9 of them have been really good. So just can we minimize the other 2 2/3? Where, like, if you have a bad inning, can it not kill our chances to win?
Yeah.
But, we were talking about this before the show, Wolf. I think last night, 6 innings, 4 runs allowed. What is that, a 6 ERA? That might be the best you can expect from him right now. That does give you a chance to win, but you're asking your bullpen to be perfect, which they've been by and large, and you're asking your hitters to score more than 4 runs, which they should be able to do.
Yeah, it just to see a guy that, again, I have so much regard for in terms of the talent that he's been given and the way he goes about his business and the way he cares about it, to see him go out and struggle to this degree, it's a little unnerving, to tell you the truth. And it does remind me, as I've talked about, my last year in the league and when I knew I was done. Now, I don't think Zach Gallen is anywhere close to that, but it does make me think of that when you suddenly see a guy who's been able to push that button and the button turns on and he goes out and performs to the level that Zach Gallen has. And I know the last couple of seasons haven't been great, but to your point, you always bring this up. The second half of last season with Zach Gallen was not bad.
After the trade deadline was
Looked
fine.
like Zach Gallen. Yeah. He was fine. It wasn't Cy Young Zach Gallen, where everyone was talking about him in that context. But, it's just a situation where he is performing right now like we've never seen him perform.
It feels like he's going to figure it out on a different team next year, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. There's no doubt.
That's how it always seems to work. Here's Torrey Lovello. He was asked last night, okay, well, how do you fix him?
Very hard on us. It's very hard on him. It's very hard on everybody. but we are digging in with him and we're trying to figure it out. And, I talk about picking the right heart or the right challenge. We could pick 15 things every single day apart on any player that's struggling, but I think we have to individually, piece by piece, pull out the right thing and address it. For me, it was sequencing today. If we sequence better and don't make certain mistakes, then it's a totally different outcome, in my opinion. But before we go crazy with what's wrong with Zach, I'm going to simplify it for him, and it's up to him and the pitching coaches and me too to figure out that part of the puzzle, and that's what makes coaching and managing so special.
Yeah. Boy,
yeah, that's where we are now.
Kind of sounds like they don't have a ton of answers.
They seem as perplexed as the rest of us, and we've talked about it a ton, but there's a difference between being a guy whose ERA is high 2s, mid 3s or whatever, to, okay, maybe he doesn't have it right now. He's mid 4s, high 4s. His ERA is inching towards 7 on the season. And his ERA since April, I don't even want to do the math, but I'm guessing it's well over 8 since April.
Confidence matters.
All right, when we come back, NFL.com wasn't real complimentary of the Cardinals' offseason. Was their reasoning sound, though? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word swim to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, unlock your equity up front by using her Buy Before You Sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders to these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are hosting the Indiana Fever tomorrow. Last time the two teams met, Mercury star Alyssa Thomas ended up being suspended for an incident involving Fever star Caitlin Clark. Clark has now been ruled out for tomorrow's game, despite being available for the Fever's game tonight at the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Will it be a sprint or a limp to the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Surprised we haven't had LeBron news today.
Yeah.
Isn't today the day he made the decision, however many years ago that was?
I have no idea, man.
16 years ago.
Was it 16 years ago today, though?
In Amish country.
Believe so.
I think it was, yeah. You were in Amish country
That's
for
right.
that?
I'm just saying. Yes, to answer your question, yes, I was in Amish country all of those years.
That's awesome.
No doubt about it.
That's awesome. So LeBron made the decision, like one of the biggest sports production things ever, and you were in Amish country.
That's right.
Nice.
Yes.
I think a lot of people in Cleveland had wished they were in Amish country for that. Anyway, I don't know if there's some sort of significance to LeBron that it is July 8th, but that's when he made the decision. So I personally have been on the lookout for news today. Also, it's all that's on any national television.
I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
Yeah. So certainly if he goes back to Miami, which he's not going to, he should do the exact same thing. Like he should reenact the exact same thing and see how people respond to that. Wolf, you found the story. We were looking at it a little bit earlier in the week, but all the offseason grades for the Cardinals, no matter where you go, whatever site, they're not great for the Cardinals. Everybody's pretty much just trashing the Cardinals, which you win 3 games last year. You don't necessarily have a quarterback, clear-cut quarterback going into this year. That's the way it's going to be. Like you're just going to take heat from most people. The NFL.com gave them a D-. Whatever. The grade is what it is. You can either show that to be wrong when the games start or not. But it's the reasoning, it's the logic behind the stuff that stands out to me. What jumped out to you about this?
Yeah, for me, it was the criticism that Jeremiah Love, they drafted Jeremiah Love, number 3 overall. It was the criticism of that pick by the Arizona Cardinals that I thought was really, really interesting. The guy writes, Love might be among the best running backs in the league from day one in Arizona, but it's a position with a low overall franchise impact and a historically short shelf life. Saquon Barkley was excellent after going 2nd overall, and the Giants never won the division during his 6-year tenure. Well, you know what? He's right about what he just said, but he's right if you don't have any other talent around your running back. Okay? Saquon was really the talent there in Philadelphia, of course, or for the Giants. But, for me, I look at this, the Arizona Cardinals actually have skilled players around Jeremiah Love. He's going to be a guy that, again, do I think they're going to build their offense around Jeremiah Love? No, I don't think so. I think they are going to run their offense around Jeremiah Love. Do you see the difference? Build it around
not all on him.
Run exactly. They're going to run. They're going to use Jeremiah Love whether he's got the ball or not as a decoy, especially in rundown situation. Now, once again, he might actually be a sub-package running back as well on third and obvious pass situations. But they're going to run their offense around him. There's a big difference between building your offense around this guy and then running your offense around him. Running him, you can use a running back for a decoy and have the kind of impact on a defense even when he doesn't touch the ball.
I have a lot of thoughts on that. I have to quickly sidetrack you for a second. And Jamal, I don't know if you've noticed this, but they were giving out free ice cream.
No.
Rick didn't get any, so he wandered out. He wandered behind you twice. The ice cream's gone. He started waving his arms angrily. He's looking around, and then he went out the door. So I don't know if he went to buy ice cream or what.
He's currently on the hunt.
Like, it is very odd. Like, his body language behind you through the soundproof glass. He was like, he walked out with a big dumb grin on his face.
Okay.
Then he couldn't find the ice cream, and he started to get more and more frantic and angry. And there, he's got ice cream. He's got ice cream.
Oh, and he brought Jamal something
Look
too.
Look at that. Teamwork.
Okay,
makes the
that's
dream
what I
work.
like, yes.
Rick, all good things.
Yeah, just got up in the middle of the broadcast.
Well, he had a goal.
In a beautiful part of the program.
And he
walked out
he
to get
achieved
ice cream.
that goal, yes.
Oh, okay.
But I want to go back to what you were saying about Jeremiah Love. I like the pick. I mean, we all liked that pick before they made the pick. Like we all had other players we wanted as well. I wanted David Bailey. David Bailey wasn't there. You wanted Francis Maui-Noah, but you continuously said, if they don't take Maui-Noah, if it's Jeremiah Love, you weren't going to be upset.
Right.
I just don't think you can go wrong taking the best player or one of the best players in the draft. He's not a sure thing, but it's not like who else if they would not have taken him and taken somebody else, that person was going to be a sure thing. And to your point, like the argument against that pick was, well, was Bijan Robinson won? What does Christian McCaffrey won? What does Saquon win with the Giants? It doesn't mean they were bad picks. They were all great picks. They're great players. Jahmyr Gibbs, great player. If he's one of those guys and the Cardinals don't win, that's because they haven't put enough around him on defense or quarterback or whatever. But I like that everything isn't built around him, as you're saying. You brought him in as a major piece. Maybe he takes over the offense, but it's not built just around him where he's going to get the ball in every single play and he doesn't have blockers and he doesn't have Trey McBride and he doesn't have a couple receivers. Now, he doesn't have a quarterback. They got to figure that out. But I think if you are as far away as most people believe the Cardinals are, that's even more reason to just take the best player available and then fill in the other pieces.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, think of Kenneth Walker III. How much of an impact did he have on that offense? Right?
Pretty big one, especially in the playoffs.
Especially in the playoffs, man. Think about it. This is exactly what I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to do. I think of Christian McCaffrey as well. I think of Christian McCaffrey and the impact that he has on that Kyle Shanahan offense, man. The 49ers offense. Huge. Even when he doesn't have the ball. They use play action all the time. They run routes with him, with Christian McCaffrey. They actually go out there. They don't care if it's sub-package or rundown. They're going to go out there and they're going to build an offense around Christian McCaffrey. Not on Christian McCaffrey and actually giving him the ball, but around him. He's such a decoy and such a talent coming out of the backfield, catching the ball. So again, I think people think, well, with Jeremiah Love, you're going to give him 25 touches a game, and you know what's going to happen to Jeremiah Love? He's going to break down, just like a lot of running backs in the National Football League. Listen, at one point in time, I think that was correct. There was a diminishing of the running back role in the National Football League. That pendulum, just like the overall scheme of that pendulum coming back to the middle, where you're blending the old and the new schemes, the same thing is happening with a running back. It's coming back, and it's more popular because of how football is being played and executed today.
Yeah, I mean, to take this back to the original point, if you want to say the Cardinals had a bad offseason, that's totally fair. I just don't think I don't think it's because they drafted Jeremiah Love, though.
And that was his point.
Yeah. There's other things to be upset about. I think Jeremiah Love is a positive. Real quick before we go to break, Rick, how upset were you when you walked out and there wasn't ice cream? Because you looked upset when you walked past the window.
No,
that's not what it looked like. It looked like you wanted everybody fired until they brought you an ice cream sandwich. Okay, that's.
I found it and everything was okay.
Okay,
no.
All right. We should have brought him in right when he looked upset when he was walking behind you. Never miss a Suns move.
Now, if I hadn't found it,
Yeah, see?
The hat was pulled low, based on it. It was pulled low.
Well, when he was behind you, but it was like a TV show because I obviously couldn't hear him. But, Rick, you went from optimism to kind of like, hey, what happened to the ice cream, to arms were kind of waving around, to you looked like you wanted answers. And you got them.
I got them.
You got them.
We should have been playing like the music.
Handled.
Where like people are walking around. Dun, 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 dun.
Yes. But again, the music would have gotten darker, though, as he wasn't finding it. All right. Never miss a Suns move. Get the latest on trades, free agency, and everything Phoenix Suns via the Suns Insider newsletter delivered straight to your inbox. Text Insider 620 for more information. When we come back, let's get back into the Suns. They've re-signed Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin. They all spoke yesterday. We'll get you some of what they had to say, and we'll look at the varying levels of importance for this season of each of them. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Did they have crazy water slides and all that stuff
They
at the
did.
hotel?
3 really big water slides. One that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark. My big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the
wedgie.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How many rotational minutes do some of the younger guys for the Suns need to get each game for their season to be a success? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I used to move snowflakes by the OC. I guess even back then you can call me.
This is the week where NBA moves can become official. Wolf, I still don't understand why the NBA has this so backwards compared to all the other sports. Where, I mean, I'm pretty sure they cut the coverage so quickly at the end of the first round, but I'm pretty sure if Koa Pete goes on to have some amazing career, all his draft night pictures are going to have him wearing a Mavericks hat, right?
No.
Like,
just so bad.
All these moves get made, and then they're not official for a week or 2 or 3 or whatever. Miles Bridges technically isn't officially a Phoenix Sun. That's probably because other teams are trying to tack onto the deal and make it like a 3 or a 4 team deal or whatever and move some contracts around. But he's not officially a Phoenix Sun yet. But Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin and Mark Williams got their extensions done. That's official. The team has now officially announced it. And they had a press conference to talk about it yesterday. Wolf, here is Colin Gillespie just talking about the Phoenix Suns and how they have had confidence in him and they've stuck with him because maybe Mike Budenholzer didn't now 2 years ago, but the Phoenix Suns have really, invested in Colin Gillespie even before this contract. But this is what he said.
Yeah, I think it's really important when the people within the organization have a lot of belief in you, and I think I felt that from the first day that I got here with the front office. With those guys, like I've known Josh obviously for the last few years. He was the one that called me when I first signed my two-way here, and then obviously BG was a big part of my first year. He was at all of our G League games, and so that, and then obviously getting Jo here, being with him last summer, just him instilling confidence in me to go play my game and put me in spots to be successful, and then obviously Matt. Was a huge part of it as well, getting to know him early on. And 2 years ago when I signed here, he had that belief as well. So when people like that in the organization have belief in you and you have a system around you that kind of fits not only the player but the kind of person that you want to be, it's really special. And I think we're building that, we're growing that with the guys in the organization and also with the people that are around us. So I'm excited for it. I'm obviously excited to be here for the future and just looking forward and excited to continue to grow it and develop it.
The people that were actually here believed in me, and that gave me a great deal of confidence. That's exactly what he just said.
Yeah.
Confidence, once again. So critical, especially when you know your way is going to be hard, Basinonians. It is so easy. You need that confidence. That is the currency that you need. You need that confidence, and it needs to be the kind of confidence where you're laying alone. You're sitting there. You're by yourself, wherever you may be, doing whatever you're doing, alone. And you're sitting there and you're thinking to yourself, I can do this. I belong here. Once you come to that realization, it changes everything. Now, all of a sudden, you've poured the foundation, and the foundation has dried. What are you going to do to build on that foundation? Where is your ceiling going to be? You have to get to this point where you're pouring the foundation first. And this is what he just said. The people that believed in him, that gave him confidence to do what he did.
You're looking at a guy who had never started an NBA game before he got to the Phoenix Suns. He started 67 games, 58 of them last year, 9 the year before. Played 24 games with Denver the year before that, but he's had just such a unique path to get here. And then last year, we played the cut of Brian Gregory earlier saying he probably should have been higher in most improved player voting. And I agree, because
I just don't really care.
I don't think Colin Gillespie really cares either, but he is the definition of a most improved player. He set career highs in every stat, and it wasn't like by a little bit. I mean, he doubled all of his previous career highs. And more than that, he's a major reason why the Suns won 45 games. He went from being like a non-player in this league to a fringe player to all of a sudden impacting games. He talked about his journey through the league just to get to this point.
When I reflect back on it, it's really cool for me. Special moment. Obviously, I believed in myself at a high level. There's a lot of other people that did too, behind the scenes, former coaches, obviously family, friends. But from the outside perspective, probably not a lot of people, obviously, coming into the league and whatnot. But I always believed it at a high level, and I think that's the most important thing. If you yourself believe it, then you can kind of do whatever you want to. So it was a special moment, obviously, reflecting back my journey, going through the G League. 2 major injuries, one at the end of my college career, one as soon as I got into the NBA. So kind of just didn't quit, and now here we are. So I'm grateful for the journey and where I've come from and gotten to this point.
Yeah, it's so amazing, man. You can believe it, and I would say it's important that you do have that belief that you can actually do it. But never forget, Basinonians, you have to do. You have to do. And this is why seeing yourself actually be successful when you're competing at the highest level our species can generate, when you're doing that, and you go out and you perform and you do, that's why it's so important. It's one thing to believe, oh, I can do it. Watch this, guys. I'm going to go out there and do it. Yeah, right. Great. You believe. You have all the belief in the world. Yet you get out there and you get punked. Okay, now, I'm just saying. Now you go out there and you actually do. And you're successful. And you see yourself being successful. That's the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, and you could see that with Colin Gillespie, even a little bit the year before. But I'm not even trying to make it a joke, but for whatever reason, Mike Budenholzer, I guess, just didn't see it because he didn't give him much playing time. And if there was any sort of mistake, it's like, okay, we got to pull him so we can not do anything in the standings anyway. So credit Jordan Ott. And again, I'll go back to this. The biggest selling point to other NBA teams on Jordan Ott was not that he went to Michigan State. It was that he's good at identifying and recognizing and developing young talent. And I get that, like, Colin Gillespie's not 21. Was he 27 now? But still, I mean, in terms of NBA experience and just exposure to NBA minutes, he was very, very new last year. And Jordan Ott,
no doubt about it,
identified it and played him.
Remember
and he
Bobby
got better.
Marks and what Bobby Marks said to us?
Yeah, oh yeah. That was, 2 weeks into the season, Bobby Marks was upset that he didn't have him in his, off-the-radar players to watch. And he was still upset the next time we talked to Bobby Marks.
What I loved is what Brian Gregory, BG, as we've come to realize, ladies and gentlemen, BG is what they call him. He said, Colin embodies the effort, toughness, and competitiveness that define our culture. That's what he said. I mean, when you think of the toughness and the effort and the competitiveness, and that defines the Phoenix Suns culture. That's who they are. When you hear me talk about dogs, that's the heart of the Phoenix Suns culture. When you've got that kind of effort, toughness, competitiveness. Now remember, competitiveness doesn't mean you're good. It just means you're not going to quit when things go bad. It means you're not going to quit when things go well. You're going to continue to compete and bring that intensity and that competitiveness to the floor. Right, Colin?
They couldn't have let him or Jordan Goodwin go, having preached what they've preached.
I know.
And then, like, if you come in here and, okay, it's a new GM, and it's still a relatively new owner, and they're talking last summer about how we're going to be a team that other teams don't want to play against, and we're going to be tough, and we're going to be gritty. All these things that they said, and then you've got Colin Gillespie, and you've got Jordan Goodwin in particular. I'm just isolating those two guys because we're talking about them right here, that personify it. Like, they do exactly what you say.
Yeah.
You can't then let them walk, because there's no way anybody would look and say, oh, yeah, okay, that, Colin Gillespie's getting a max deal. They just can't afford that. He's not getting a max deal. He's getting paid well, but he's not. These are guys you figure out a way to keep around because they don't define your season, but they make up your identity.
But they also produced.
Yeah,
too.
No, it's not like
It's not like they're just out there trying as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah.
And because they're just trying as hard as they possibly can, we gave them $48 million.
No, it's not like it's the sentimental thing, or he's like the team mascot, like he's producing.
Correct.
They don't really have a lot of guys that play his position either, but that's a different conversation. All right, when we come back, are the Diamondbacks wasting one of the best parts of their season and something that's not really easy to recreate each year? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Give me your number one pitching request. Reed Detmers. Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number one hitter. Who is the number one hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target? You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but
Wilson
stay in
Contreras.
reality. Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? Yeah, that needs to be a yes, Dave Burns.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down.
Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:10 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are hosting the Indiana Fever tomorrow. Last time the two teams met, Mercury star Alyssa Thomas ended up being suspended for an incident involving Fever star Caitlin Clark. Clark has now been ruled out for tomorrow's game, despite being available for the Fever's game tonight at the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what is trending now.
Nibbling on sponge cake.
Now, why are we
Watching the
playing
sun
this
bake.
soft song?
All of those tourists covered with oil.
Was it because of Luke?
Well, you thought that's what I was saying going to break.
Whenever anyone says, well, they're wasting away, you have to finish it.
I was saying, are the Diamondbacks wasting something that's going their way?
We're saying
and you thought I was saying, are they wasting away in Margaritaville?
Right. A song I just could not stand.
This isn't wedge-busting music? Is that what
It
you're
is
saying?
not
Okay.
wedge-busting music.
Is this more like Pro Bowl music, though?
No, it is not. Are you kidding
Nobody
me?
listened to this out, in
Too
Hawaii.
many people out there listening to this stuff before the Pro Bowl. Unlike Chris Spielman and I.
What were you guys listening to? It wasn't Jimmy Buffett?
No, it was not, as a matter of fact. Thank you.
Well, the question is
Pink
legit.
Floyd.
Yes, Jimmy Buffett and Pink Floyd, almost the exact
Huge
same
difference.
thing.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe the farthest you could go on a musical spectrum, the two of them. everything's fun and you're just eating cheeseburgers and everything's weird and you're in outer space.
Exactly.
The question, though, and I guess we didn't say exactly what we were talking about, but we can say now, the bullpen this season has been really good for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And if you are the Diamondbacks or a Diamondbacks fan, you know how fleeting that is and how much you would have loved to have this bullpen on last year's team.
Oh, my goodness.
You would have been a playoff team. Or this bullpen on the year before's team, even. And now you've got a bullpen that it's got a 3.82 ERA, which I think is a little deceptive, but that's tied for number 10 in all of baseball. I guess technically, really, it's tied for number 9. But there's also been a couple games in there where, like, James McCann had to pitch or Ildemaro Vargas had to pitch. So that ERA is really better than that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the same for the Red Sox and Blue Jays. I don't know. But it's a top 10 ERA, but I would say even more than that, Wolf. This bullpen has pretty consistently come through, specifically Paul Sewald, when you have a chance to win, and they're wasting this season.
Yeah. Boy, once again, I have to say this. Coming into this season, based on earnings, I thought the Diamondbacks bullpen was going to be the weak link. I really did. I believe that, especially with the injuries, of course, to A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez. I thought for sure the bullpen was going to struggle. And, man, this is something that it seems like Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, ladies and gentlemen, does year
Freaky
after year.
Mike Hazen.
Wheeling and dealing somehow actually put this bullpen together where it is working. You think of Jonathan Loizaga. Loizaga, based on onions, right. Don't say Loisiga. Say Loizaga.
Who would ever say that?
Well, there was some dude who was on the air actually saying Loisiga.
Some dude.
Can I just tell you right now, he has been lights out. And then Genk has done well. Ryan Thompson, Juan Murillo. Oh, Juan. Don Juan. Are you kidding me? He is done. Taylor Clark. But for me, I think of Paul Sewald. It's interesting because when you say, well, the ERA is what, 3.82? Is that what you said? A lot of that has to do with Paul Sewald, your closer. Yet Paul Sewald, when given the opportunity to close the game out, boom!
That's the biggest part.
19 of 20.
I'm just using ERA as kind of like, here's a starting point. They got a 3.82 ERA. It's bullpen ERA. It's number 9 in baseball. But the bigger thing is, what do you do when you have a win in your grasp? And Sewald is the headliner. 19 of 20.
Yeah, 19 of 20. Not only that, he's got a 4.50 ERA. Would you say that's good? That's not good.
It's not, but most of those runs are like you say when it's not a save situation.
Exactly, Paul. What are you doing? It's just awesome. But again, to think about that, this is your closer. He's got the highest ERA of any of these guys we've talked about so far. This bullpen has superseded every expectation. You know who I give credit to? Not only the guys that are actually taking the ball and going out there, but Mike Hazen put it together.
Hazen put this bullpen together, and at the start of the season, if you think back, we were all like, hey, you don't have any left-handed pitchers in there, right? Like we all thought maybe the Diamondbacks front office was like, okay, we got all this in order, and they didn't notice that they were all right-handed. And we had Hazen on, and he was like, look, it's not the top priority. We have, what did they say? What was the term, Wolf? It was like, they had a couple righties that they believed could almost pitch.
Oh, yeah,
they were like matchup righties. I don't remember what the word was.
Oh, man.
It was some phrase that I thought that they had made up, that they hadn't. But at this time, you're just like, okay, wait a minute. You guys know there are left-handed pitchers, right? But now they have one. It's not like they have 4 now. They have 1. But Brandon Garcia's been excellent. He looks like the centerpiece of that trade last year with Seattle. Ryan Thompson has been up and down lately, but he's been better overall this season than he was last year. Dre Jameson's solid. Taylor Clark's really good. Gink's been better. You mentioned Maria. Like, there's not anybody you look at in the bullpen right now, and this is so rare, even for like a team with a really good bullpen.
Yeah.
There's not anybody I look at right now of the 8 names in there where they come out to pitch and I roll my eyes, or you're just like, oh, okay, I guess we're just throwing this game away. There's not any of them. They're not all perfect, but any of them, when they come in right now, I'm like, okay, this guy could get the job done because he's been doing it, and yet they're still just a 500 team.
Just remind me on this, Luke, because it seems like the rotation, clearly, there have been points in this season where the rotation was struggling.
Yes.
Would you say that is true? Okay,
Yes.
Clearly, there has been points in the lineup where the lineup and the offense was struggling.
Yes.
No doubt about that. I'm trying to think, was there an extended period of time? Not talking about one game here, one game there, even 2 games back. Was there an extended period of time that I'm forgetting about the bullpen actually not doing its job? I'm trying to remember.
The first 2 weeks of the season?
Like the first 2?
Yeah, and most of those guys aren't here when it was Joe Ross or Joe Loss, as Jarrett used to call him. And there was a few others but those guys aren't here anymore. By the way, it was reverse split righties, wasn't it? Was that what it was?
Oh, that was it, yes.
Sounds
the
like
reverse split.
Sounds like an indie band.
It sounds painful to me.
It doesn't sound good. Any sort of reverse split doesn't sound good. But no, to your point, the bullpen really only struggled collectively and consistently early this season. And most of those guys who struggled aren't pitching here.
And when you think about it, a lot of it, what were we saying? Oh, there it is. See, we told you about. Man, I am really, really happy that Mike Hazen is here because I think he knows what he's doing. I know that early on, yes, they did struggle. And at the same time, this bullpen right now, the strength of the Diamondback team, interesting.
There's really not anybody. I'm even just double checking the stats. Like the guys who had bad stats in this bullpen are not pitching here. Taylor Ratchey's not pitching here. You know what I mean? Like, and it was very limited. It's not like those guys pitched for 3 months and the bullpen killed the D-backs earlier this season. No, these guys just didn't pitch much, and the guys that are in there now are pitching well. But it's bittersweet because they're still just hovering around 500 as a team, and we all know firsthand how difficult it is to get a bullpen that delivers like this. And that might be, honestly, if they buy at the deadline, if they're still right around this spot, to me, it's going to be because they looked and said, we've got too good of a bullpen to throw this season away.
You stop and think about that. That might be the situation. We've got too good of a bullpen right now when we thought coming in that was going to be the weak link.
This whole conversation makes me uncomfortable, talking up the bullpen.
Bizarre.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into ASU football. We'll get you more of what Kenny Dillingham had to say specifically about some of the expectations in front of ASU football this season, because a lot of people believe they're not as good as U of A this year. A lot of people believe that they're trending the wrong direction. I think a lot of people just don't know what to expect. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe Moranfer. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429. That's 602-877-0429.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks get a big pitching performance from rookie Jose Cabrera? We'll discuss our baseball team beginning tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right. Feels good.
Luke, what are you doing?
I'm wearing this ASU football helmet I found behind me. Can you hear me at all?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
There's no doubt about it. But
right.
Your chin strap is in front of your mouth right now. Luke Lipinski wearing an ASU helmet. What up, YouTube?
This feels good.
Shocker, bro.
What's going on? Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
This is how
you
good
can hear it.
I feel good about this. This upcoming. I feel good about this helmet. I might just do this for the rest of the year.
Is it heavy? The helmet?
It's not heavy, but it's just one of those things where for the entire show, I've just been able to turn and look at you. And when you're wearing a helmet, you do have to remember you're wearing a helmet.
One of the greatest things ever, Basinonians, in 1989, a bike came out with a bike helmet, of course. It was so heavy. It was so heavy. Dudes started putting it on and going, man, this thing is a beast. And guess what? They started taking that and started sticking that beast, that heavy helmet, right in the face of other dudes.
Were you one of those people that
I was? As a matter of fact.
Just to be clear, I would say a football helmet, I haven't worn a football helmet in a while, much heavier than a hockey helmet.
Yeah.
Considerably heavier than a hockey helmet.
No doubt about that, Luke, yes.
But there's a reason we're doing this.
Okay, why? Why are we doing
football
this?
Season's not that far away.
Man, why are you getting me all jacked up right now? Really? I mean, he's right on.
There's a Cardinals helmet behind me. You might need to be wearing that in August, so get ready.
That's right. Yeah, maybe in August I'll do that. You can put on the ASU helmet. Maybe we'll do an entire segment.
Yeah, do an entire week of shows.
What do you mean segment? Conversation. We'll have an entire conversation with the helmets on. How about that?
I'm not taking this helmet off, partially because it's so tight. I don't think I can take this helmet off, but I think I'm just wearing this thing for the rest of the time.
Okay, this is good, man. I am ready. What are we talking about in this beautiful part of the program now? Why are you wearing the ASU helmet?
Well, fashion, obviously, but because of the the Big 12 Media Day and Kenny Dillingham speaking yesterday, Before I play into the audio from him, Wolf, it's ASU right now is projected 7th in the Big 12. If you just look at odds to win the Big 12 this year. Now, I think we all learned, or they all learned, in 2024, it's dangerous to make predictions in the Big 12 because ASU was predicted last and won the whole thing.
Yeah.
So take predictions with an absolute grain of salt, not just regarding ASU, but just college football in general. But you do want to be on the radar. I mean, that's currency in college football, right? You want to get recruits. You want to get guys in the transfer portal.
No doubt.
You want your program on the radar. So I find that interesting with ASU this year. Like, what exactly are the expectations, and where are they on people's radars nationally?
Yeah, that is a great question, and I don't know what the answer is to that. I mean,
put this helmet on for nothing.
Once again, I think it's a situation, and we were talking about this earlier, Basinonians, but I think it's a situation where when you've got a question mark at quarterback, I don't think there are expectations for you. I really don't. This is why quarterback, it's so important on a football team. Why do you think that is, Basinonians? Because the quarterback actually does something with the ball. Don't talk to me, A.Q. Shipley. Don't talk to me, Ship, about snapping the ball, that you touch it on every play. I know that you touch it on every play and you snap it. We know that, Ship. Okay, but the quarterback actually does something with it. That's why it's so important. That position is so critical. And if you don't have something that is a known commodity at that position, your team is going to be a question mark. And right now, I know Cutter Boley did an awful lot last year for Kentucky. Really did. Man, he had a good year. No doubt about that. He's a talented guy. Yet at the same time, you can't make that transfer. You can't assume that everything he did in Kentucky is going to go that way here with ASU.
Well, and you're hoping for more wins. It's not like they won a ton in Kentucky.
Right.
This is one of the most interesting things to me about this season because there was so much carryover and continuity in the roster from 24 to 25. There isn't nearly as much this year. Boy, you see the world differently through a football helmet, don't you? When nobody
it's
else,
one of the best ever.
When nobody else is wearing one, and by the way, people have walked by the window and they don't seem phased at all. Like, what do they think of our show?
Oh, Luke, he's put the helmet.
He's just wearing a helmet on
by the way.
But one of the biggest things to me is how much can ASU carry over what they've built the last 2 years with so much roster turnover. And Kenny Dillingham talked about that yesterday.
100%. I think the Leadership Council here has done a great job, along with a lot of other guys who got votes, establishing a culture, establishing a work ethic, establishing those things that do breed success. I mean, when you talk about culture, you can put it on a wall or you can live it. I think a lot of the guys, how we've recruited guys, the guys that we've brought in, they're very like-minded. And when you recruit like-minded people, they get along. Those people get along. They want to be around each other, create an environment to have them work. And I think these guys on this council, these guys on this team, I think they love the process, they love the work, and they believe in what we're doing. And I think they've really brought in the rest of the team. And like I said, there's a bunch of leaders on this team that aren't here who have done the same thing. So I do believe in those that culture and that has been established.
Man, how many times did he say culture? You know, I mean, I get this all the time. Well, if you guys talk about culture all the time, culture. How many times did Kenny Dillingham just say culture, ladies and gentlemen? It's amazing, and it's amazing. It matters at the professional level. It matters at the college level. It matters at the high school level. It matters. If you have a team, culture is critical. And to listen to Kenny right there, I loved it. He said, you could put it on the wall or you can live it. That's so Kenny, isn't it?
That is a Kenny saying right there.
That is a great quote. You can put it up on a wall all you want. Yeah. But you know what? That's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter unless you live it. This is the reason why I talk about models all the time. Guys who will model the culture for their teammates. That's who your leaders are. Not the guy that's rah, 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 rah. It's the guy that models what your team believes and holds dear for everybody else. That's culture, and that's why those models are so important.
It's the biggest challenge for Kenny Dillingham, I believe, this season. I know he talked about players in the Leadership Council that are in place to sort of help that carry over from the previous era to next. But that's the biggest thing in college football right now. You got to have can't
you
take
need
it
some eye
seriously.
black.
Yeah,
okay, you need some eye black.
That's true. That would help.
Just saying.
Next time, at least a little.
Just if you put it on,
yeah,
smear it down.
What if I was wearing like a LaDainian Tomlinson visor? Would that have helped? No. Okay. Be a little dark in here.
Yeah.
But I do think it's the biggest thing for ASU. All kidding aside, that's one of the best things they've had going for them the last 2 years, and so many players are not here that this is Kenny's next challenge. I mean, came back. He's been able to increase the funding for his staff and for the program, and he's building things up, and he's activating the Valley and all that stuff. But the key now is to keep this team's identity even when they don't have Jordan Tyson and now Cam Scadaboo from a couple of years ago and a bunch of these guys on defense. They still have guys that were here, but those guys like CJ Fight and Martell Hughes, like those guys are going to be especially important now.
Do you have any cuts of Kenny talking about toughness and the team and the kind of toughness that he's looking for out of his team? Because, man, that was something that we played, I believe it was yesterday, as a matter of fact. And that really caught my attention.
I've got one here.
He is okay. Go ahead and play.
I'm guessing this is the one.
Tough. Watch us. We're physical. We respond to adversity, physically and mentally tough. Bad things happen. We respond. We don't get too high. We don't get too low. And we're a physical football team. So tough. That's the number one thing. I mean, other than the little thing, owning the ball and all that stuff that everybody has to do to win, but tough. When you turn on our tape, I want our football team to be a team that you can feel the physicality and you can see us respond.
You can see it, man. You can see tough football teams. Doesn't mean you're going to be great, Basinonians. Doesn't mean you're going to be great. It just means that you're tough. And you can see it literally on tape. You watch a game. And you look at it specifically. Don't just follow the ball. If you can actually watch it, a little DVR action, if you know what I mean, rewind it at your own leisure, whatever you want to do. But go ahead and look at it. Look at the ball and look away from the ball. And who's getting whipped? I mean, tough. A tough football team is a dangerous football team.
All right, we come back. The Diamondbacks game on ESPN tonight. So we're going to talk to ESPN MLB analyst Jessica Mendoza. She'll join us next for the national perspective on what exactly this Diamondbacks team is just a few weeks away from the MLB trade deadline. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Piles, I'm very worried that the minute they sign him to that contract extension, they are stuck, and that they're going to be stuck.
But they're
with
committed. They have to resign him. Like they gave up the pick. They have to.
And I know, and that's reason number 5 or 6 why I don't like the trade. By giving up that draft pick, you have to. It's terrible. I mean, it's bad enough value as it is that you got Miles Bridges for that draft pick. Yeah. But to only get 1 year of Miles Bridges, you can't do that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
I'm Jesse Morrison and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were unable to string together back-to-back wins, falling 4-1 to the San Diego Padres yesterday at Petco Park. The D-backs will attempt to get back to 500 tonight in Game 3 of the series. First pitch is at 7:10 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are hosting the Indiana Fever tomorrow. Last time the two teams met, Mercury star Alyssa Thomas ended up being suspended for an incident involving Fever star Caitlin Clark. Clark has now been ruled out for tomorrow's game, despite being available for the Fever's game tonight at the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Diamondbacks go from possible pretenders to real contenders in the wild card race before the trade deadline? It's the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Well, a little bit of a lopsided pitching matchup, certainly in terms of experience.
Oh, you're not going to do that.
Oh, no, it's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. Right here.
Punch it.
Oh, that laugh matches up.
There we go, Basin. It's bark at the moon, you dog.
Your natural laugh there matches up with Ozzy for a little bit. Michael King is on the mound for the Padres tonight, so this is going to be his 180th appearance as a pitcher in Major League Baseball. And for the Diamondbacks, it's Jose Cabrera making his 4th ever start as a major leaguer. So the experience factor is certainly in Michael King's favor. He hasn't started every game of his career, but this will be his 83rd start. He's got a decent ERA this year, 3.52, but go back like 2 years. He had a 2.95 ERA. He had a 2.75 ERA the year before that as more of a reliever with the Yankees. Like, he's typically been a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah.
He's gotten blown up a few times this year, but by and large, Michael King's been a pretty good pitcher. And Jose Cabrera's, he's still an unknown, and that's who the Diamondbacks are running out there.
Do we have Jessica, by the way?
We don't. We
do not have Jessica. No. Interesting.
So you can throw out what you were going to throw out.
You know what was really cool last night? Did you happen to see Mason Miller, of course, the closer for the Padres, the all-star closer, I should say.
Yeah.
Got 23 saves on the season. He has not blown a save this season so far. Did you see what they did at Petco with the lights?
Yeah.
They shut the lights off, and they have the Reaper graphic because that's his nickname, the Grim Reaper, right? The Reaper, I guess, is what they cut it down to. It flashes black and white on the scoreboard.
You know what time it is? It's time for Mason Miller.
Yes. They play Blind by Korn. There it is.
This is a great.
It is so, there's no doubt about it, man. Can you imagine this? You're this good. Mason Miller has a 100% save percentage this season.
Now pitching from the Padres, number 22, Mason.
I mean, that is, come on. That is so cool. Can you imagine that? You come running out to that intro right there. It got me thinking, what would be your intro? What would be, and I think we actually settled on the same one.
Well,
as a matter of fact.
we settled on one that I think has been used, but is great. I would throw out like No More Sorrow by Linkin Park is great rejoin music.
Yeah,
it's just ominous and
just Linkin Park.
You got to have the time to walk out to the mound. But what was the one you came up with before the show? Which, by the way, we were just listening to in the newsroom while everybody else was trying to do news work.
For Whom the Bell Tolls.
That's pretty good.
I mean, honestly,
I don't think it gets better.
You just could not have a better walk up, especially if you bang the bell. If you had somebody literally doing it live too, that would be so cool. For
I have one for
the bell tolls.
I have one for myself.
Don't say Who Let the Dogs Out.
No, it'd be No More Tears by Ozzy Osbourne.
Okay.
No More Tears.
Yeah,
okay. I don't know. It's just kind of. I mean,
there's no wrong answers.
There is no
Ozzy.
wrong. You're right.
You should listen to No More Sorrow by Linkin Park. It's just the beginning of that. But
just think, if you're going to play, but if you're going to play For Whom the Bell Tolls, you better have a save percentage that is 94, 95, maybe even 100.
Yeah,
maybe Mason Miller-like.
Can't go out there and walk bases loaded after that or something. All right, we got D-backs Padres tonight. Games on ESPN on TV, and ESPN MLB analyst Jessica Mendoza is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about this matchup. Jessica, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, Jessica.
We're trying to figure out what exactly we have in this 45 and 46 baseball team here in Phoenix, but I guess San Diego's probably trying to figure the same stuff out. So just your perspective nationally when you see these two teams that are hovering right there around 500, what have you seen from these teams?
You know, it's interesting as we were having that conversation at breakfast. Like, do you see, these two teams being playoff teams? And my first response is I see Arizona more than San Diego. And of course, playoffs, right? We're talking months away, but it's fun to have these conversations as we get halfway through, especially with identical records, same games back in the wild card race. And with this game right now, I think they are two very different teams. And I like Arizona because of the way that they play. And yes, they're going to need to get healthy. They're going to need to get pitching. They got to make a decision here real soon. Trade deadline. What are they going to do? Are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? That's the big question, which will end up really dictating the answer of what they'll do in the back half of the season. But it's funny because, and I'm heavy NL West. I'm on the West Coast, so I watch a lot of these games. And I like both of these teams because of the upside and what they can do, especially their bullpens as of late.
Jessica, what would you say is the biggest question mark you have for each one of these teams, the D-backs and the Padres?
Starting pitching. The Padres, it's funny, the question mark is where the, F, pardon my, is the slug. Where's the OPS? That's what everyone nationally is asking from the Padres. To me, it's more about the starting pitching for both of these teams, especially the Diamondbacks. When you look at, Jose Cabrera's going tonight, right? So he's filling in a spot. So when they get healthy, they have a lot of guys on the injured list. I like the way that the bullpens looked. I mean, you look at their numbers the last 7 games, they're under, a 1.5 ERA, how they've been able to hold teams. So I like the pieces they've got. You look at a lot of the strengths throughout the lineup. Of course, that could use a lot more depth, first base being the glaring one. But starting pitching for me.
We're talking to Jessica Mendoza. Jessica, you brought up San Diego's, on paper, this lineup looks like it should be just really good as far as hitting, and yet Fernando Tatis Jr. took forever to hit his first home run. I mean, his average is fine, but he's got 5 home runs on the year. Jackson Merrill's hitting 218. Manny Machado's hitting 188. Xander Bogaerts is struggling. When you look at that, do you see a team that is trending the wrong direction, or do you see a team that is dangerous and could start to go off at any time?
It's for sure a dangerous team at any time because they're still capable at any moment, and you've seen it. I mean, Machado, he still got 17, 18 home runs. The slug is still there. It's weird, right, that he's hitting that low, but clearly when he does connect, he can make it a difference in a game. Jackson Merrill is going to be able to turn around. You're seeing Jake Cronenworth return to the lineup. He's had a couple home runs in just the last few games that he's been back. But it's a whole lot of money to be not producing, and I feel like that's the pressure that they as a team are feeling. But I definitely think that this is a team that at any point you're not going, hey, this is the Padres throughout the regular season, especially the Tatis slug. That's something, you just watch his at-bats and how hard he's continuing to hit the ball. Yes, it's on the ground, but oh my gosh, he just changes that angle like 6 degrees and he can get hot, and we're not talking about him anymore. So this is definitely a team that when you look at the numbers, you're waiting, right? If you're a San Diego fan, you're tired of waiting because it's been too long, but it's not a lineup you could count out.
Jessica, what do you think is the perception of Zach Gallen nationally? I mean, this is a guy that used to have a Cy Young reputation. What do you think is the perception of him nationally?
It's a lot of, what happened to Zach Gallen, the Zach Gallen that you kind of knew from the past, right, and what he's capable of. And I think it's you see that a lot with pitchers that have had so much success, and honestly, the stuff that is there from Zach. So I just feel like, he's capable of so much more, but nationally, it's the numbers have not been there, and honestly, he's a totally different pitcher.
We're talking to Jessica Mendoza. Jessica, when you look at the National League wildcard race, it's 8 teams right now for 3 spots. I personally believe in the Phillies and probably in the Cubs too. So the reason I bring that up is you look at a matchup like tonight with the D-backs and Padres, I'm not sure they can both make it into the postseason. I mean, there's no guarantee either does, but I'm not sure they both can. How do you see this race potentially shaping up in the National League?
Well, first of all, I think it's going to be fun because there are so many teams just bunched together, and it's definitely no clear shot. I agree with you, and that both probably because now they're 4.5 games back together with a lot of teams in front of them. Yeah. I like the Cubs and I like the Phillies. I mean, those are 2 teams that I see being playoff teams, and the Phillies feel like a no-brainer. The fact that we're even saying but that's kind of where they're at in their division right now, and I still see them fighting within that division, but because you have that 3rd spot, it's got to only go to 1, and I like Arizona over San Diego.
Well, Jessica, great talking to you. We'll look forward to the game tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, take care. That's Jessica Mendoza joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we're running out of show. Wolfie's show is going quickly today.
Yes.
We'll get back into basketball. We're going to hear more from Brian Gregory on why he prioritized bringing back Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, and Colin Gillespie this offseason and what that means now for the Suns going forward. You're going to hear from the GM next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torrey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torrey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy? These are questions. This is the elephant in the room that's saying, talk about me.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstoneschop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How many rotational minutes do some of the younger guys for the Suns need to get each game for their season to be a success? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We've definitely lost both for the final 7 minutes of this show.
It's just, there are some rejoins that are okay. And then there are some that are really good.
You want the helmet? Do you need the helmet here for the final 7 minutes?
As a matter of fact, no. But the mouth guard, maybe.
Maybe the mouth guard, yeah. At least the mouth guard. That's a good point. Brian Gregory spoke yesterday. We're probably going to hear from Brian Gregory quite a bit here coming up.
What'd you say, Luke?
This is not Brian Gregory.
Brian Gregory, I guarantee you, would love to do this.
Imagine if he just... Well, there and screamed at everybody and then walked off the stage.
Feels good to scream, doesn't it? That scream.
Yeah.
Feels good to yell.
Feels good to yell.
Dudes yell.
Well, Brian Gregory did talk yesterday, and he's talking about bringing back the guys that they brought back, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Mark Williams trio. Now, assuming this Miles Bridges trade becomes official at some point, we're probably going to hear from Brian Gregory again. But yesterday he was just talking about the guys they're bringing back. And so naturally, the idea, the notion of continuity and how valuable that could be for this group came up, and this is what he said.
Yeah, we talked about that continuity and internal development as a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all three of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success. They're also, like we like to call it, they're our kind of guys. They're beloved by this city. They're engaged with the fans. They do all the stuff that we ask them to do off the court, and then they've performed extremely well on the court. And I think, again, one thing that is really important to us overall, an overarching thought process always is, where can the guy get to next? And will he put in the work to get there next? Do we have a system in place to help him get there to that next step? And that was a yes, and a yes on all three of those guys.
Do you know what guys he was talking about specifically? All three of those. Malawach?
No, it should have been Williams, Goodwin, and Gillespie.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I would hope.
I'm sorry. I had the wrong cut in my head. Okay, that's great. Good. All three of those guys, I think, definitely had a huge part in what the Suns did, especially in the first half of the season last year. For whatever reason, Colin Gillespie appeared to slow down at the end, and we've been talking about this as well, and so did Mark Williams, no doubt about that. Jordan Goodwin was pretty much a rock, I think, for the most part. Every time he went out and played, he impacted the game in a positive way, I thought, on both ends of the floor. For the most part, did he have bad games every now and then? Every player has a bad game from now and then.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
The biggest issues the Suns had, other than running into Oklahoma City down the stretch, were the games where Goodwin either couldn't play or was so banged up that he was clearly compromised, even if he was playing through it. So just the simple fact of getting these three guys back next year and then also presumably having them healthy to start the season is going to help with that continuity that Brian Gregory is talking about. Now, this is the question I think a lot of people had about Mark Williams and giving him a 3-year deal. And we talked about this already. I mean, you can trade that contract if you get to that point. But the question is, how does it impact Kaman Malawach? And Brian Gregory answered that.
Well, I think a lot of those things work out as the season progresses. Right now, the most important thing for Kaman is to practice well and get ready for Summer League and to play well at Summer League. There's a lot of different ways that things work out when it comes to minutes and playing time. And sometimes in July, a lot of different things are thrown out there. Usually in the season, things work out the kind of way they're supposed to work out, and everybody's got to be ready. You know what I mean? I talked about Goody. He made the team as the 14th player. He was not in the playing group to start the season. It was probably maybe 4 or 5, and maybe even been more games before he was. There was a couple guys that were ahead of him. You just got to be ready when you get your chance, and I think those guys, it's a good luxury to have. At the same time, there's the development piece, there's the team piece, and there's the win tonight's game piece, and all those things got to kind of come together.
You know what, as I listen to BG, Brian Gregory, of course, talk, it makes me think of the opportunity that is here for Kaman Malawach. Is it a possibility that they're keeping Mark Williams around just to kind of be an example, so
I
to
would
speak,
think that's what they're doing.
to Kaman Malawach? Yeah. And is it a possibility that as the trade deadline approaches, that they might actually move him? It is a possibility.
He kind of said it right there without saying it, didn't he? He said these things have a way of working themselves out.
Right.
They have put themselves, I guess the transition isn't totally done, but they've put themselves in a position where if Malawach takes longer to develop than any of us want to think, well, then they have Mark Williams. Injury issues aside, they have Mark Williams. But if Malawach eventually does take that job, then, they can keep Mark Williams for depth or whatever. I think it probably depends where the team is in the standings and where they are in terms of making the playoffs and making a run or whatever, or they could move Mark Williams. As long as you can keep Mark Williams relatively healthy, he has trade value, but he also has value to you as well. And so
yes.
I think they are confident they have figured out a way to keep him relatively healthy.
Yeah. Also, too, they just need to find minutes. They need to find minutes for Kaman Malawach.
Well, yeah.
And, I was talking about this yesterday, and I actually called it the G League when I meant to say the Summer League.
Oh, well,
the Summer League, of course. But they need minutes. Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming against NBA players. That's what they need.
That's the guy, right? I mean, I know we all said Rasheer Fleming is sort of the one that we're invested in collectively as a show. I think we all said he's the one we're most invested in. But as far as watching the Summer League, Malawach is the guy I'm watching because he's still such an unknown. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
A payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. tough would be built for tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and the Diamondbacks will have rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Suns General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Arena. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for the game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game today against the Los Angeles Sparks. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, filling in for Gambo. Hi, Kellen.
Hi, Burnsy. How are you?
I'm worried about you today.
Why?
Look at what's not on.
This is when I should be at my best, though, technically, because I'm not distracted.
That's what I'm worried that. I'm worried that you are.
Ooh, Mbappe highlights.
I'm worried, in fact, that you see. Look at that. You see soccer highlights and you lose your mind. I am worried that, in fact, you are going to be at your worst today because there's for the first time since June 11th was when the tournament started. No World Cup football today. I'm a little worried about you. You gonna be all right? I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm actually being serious.
I'll be good. I kind of would prefer it this way. It's a weekend heavy slate, which is when I'll be able to kind of like fully focus on the games as a fan. So very excited for that. And I believe it's France Morocco tomorrow at 1. So that'll be in the first hour of our show. Happening for the second half, and then Friday is a noon start, I want to say, and then the weekend. So I'll be able to watch, I think, 3 of the 4 matches here pretty definitively. I'm very excited.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure because it's an empty space in your is there a day that you have not watched World Cup soccer since not one day, right? You have consumed it. Maybe not every match, or maybe you have watched every match.
I would say I've watched at least one full match a day, and I've probably watched 65 to 70% of the whole tournament. It's been incredible, and it's also been super accessible and just at the right times of the day. And has been a joy to watch. It helps that the tournament has been absolutely amazing. There are people who this might be their first World Cup they're watching a lot of and think oh, is this how it always is? It's not how it always is. It's always a lot of fun, but it's when you get that March Madness tournament full of upsets, full of absolutely incredible moments that come every 5 to 6 years. It's kind of like that right now.
Yeah, there's some March Madnesses that aren't as good as others. I would assume this World Cup is Is it in the running to be one of the best ever, one of the best of recent memory? I mean, it feels like it's okay. That's what I thought. Yeah,
we got everything you could ask for. We've got corruption. We've got star performances. We've got crash outs of the local teams. You got everything you need.
Checking all the boxes. The 2026 World Cup. Everything you ever needed from your soccer, it is delivering. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for our local baseball team. Let's weigh in on the top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on. That is drilled deep to right field, on its way, and it is gone. And that ball was just blasted out of here for a 3-run home run. Padres have a 4-1 lead here in the bottom of the first inning.
Padres have a 4-1 lead, and the Arizona Diamondbacks continue to have a Zach Gallen problem. A really, really big, staring you in the face, elephant in the room, Zach Gallen problem. That was made no better last night. I know Torey Lovello said he was going to go back to the hotel and he was going to sleep on it. Whether he wanted to actually view Gallen's start last night as a positive or not, it's hard to when you're down 4-1 in the blink of an eye.
Oh, it's not a positive. We got to stop doing this. I get that he is pitching quote unquote better in some of these aspects, but he's not pitching well enough. Like it's 4 earned runs. They were down 4-1 immediately at the start of the game. He had good spurts throughout the game, but it feels like we're trying our hardest to look for any positives here. When at the end of the day, this guy just shouldn't be in the rotation anymore. And it pains me to say that because Zach Gallen's been so important as a Diamondback for reasons we've talked about this whole last week and what he means to the Diamondbacks, what he means to us as Diamondbacks fans as well. But it's gotten to a point now where I feel like they're doing a disservice to him. Like you got to, in the ways that they feel like they're looking out for him and trying to give him extra room as much as possible to figure this out because of the pitcher that he's been and what he's meant to the organization and stuff. When does that eventually turn the other way to like, this guy means so much to you guys? Start looking out for him and just get him out of the rotation right now. This is getting painful to watch.
Is cutting him looking out for him? Is DFAing him looking out for him? And I'm not trying to be like argumentative, but I'm curious. Does that fall under the definition of looking out for him?
I think just taking him out of the rotation, whatever it takes to get him out of the rotation. Now he's not going to go to the bullpen like that. That's not happening. So if he's not in the rotation anymore, that means he's going to get DFA'd. He's going to get another starting pitching opportunity. They're not going to be ending his Major League Baseball career by DFAing him. But clearly this thing is really broken and it's going to stay really broken. And every time that he's out there pitching, I just get the sense, not just the overwhelming sense that this is not going to get any better. And at this point, what are we doing then?
There is a dear friend of mine who works in this business, and I won't say his name because I don't want to embarrass this person publicly or anything by telling the story, so they shall remain nameless, who once said to me that getting fired from his job in this industry was the best thing that ever happened to him. It was the best thing that ever happened to him because without it, he never would have left. He never would have tried something else. He never would have gone anywhere else. He would have just stayed with this one organization over and over, year after year after year, as long as he possibly could. And that by getting let go, it freed him to explore other things and other options. And that's kind of why I'm asking you about whether doing right by Zach includes DFAing him, because you are in essence firing him when you're doing that, right? You're saying, yep, you're no longer qualified to do this job for us.
The guy with the worst ERA and the worst whip in the majors.
And I'm not saying it'd be wrong. I'm just trying to look at it from Zach's perspective, like, hey Zach, we're not doing this for us, we're doing this for you. And Zach's going to be like, baloney, you're not doing this for me. You are doing this for you. And it might take him a while to look at it as a positive. And of course, he would need to have success somewhere else for him to look at it as a positive. But you got me thinking that if he goes somewhere else, can he reinvent himself? Can he find...
Is it better for him to pitch like this the next 2.5 months through the rest of the season? Is that better than just letting him go right now? Is that any better or any worse?
I guess it depends on where he goes. I guess it depends on where he lands and where he goes.
I'm saying if you disagree with... I'm not saying you say this, but if you're hearing me say this and like the sentiment and you don't really understand it, is it better or worse for him to just keep pitching the rest of the regular season? Because that's what he wants to do. That's clearly what he wants to do. But if he keeps going out there and his ERA keeps hovering around 6 or 6.5 or 5.5, like that's not helping anyone. It's not helping him. It's not helping the organization. And again, the drop off with him is clear. And I think again we're looking for signs of improvement that are there. He let 9 guys on in this game.
Yeah.
Like, look, it got better, but he led on a guy in every single inning last night.
Yeah.
He didn't run into many jams except the first inning, but again, like, he's just, the consistency is nowhere close. It's nowhere to be found.
For the record, Lovello was the one, Torrey, and when we have Torrey on Friday, I'm looking forward to asking him about this, because the visuals from last night were, if you were paying attention, were kind of striking, just how long of a conversation he was having with Zach Gallen after he took him out of that game. Before the game, Torrey had talked about an eagerness to give Gallen something positive on which to build. We talked to Chris Garagiola about this yesterday. Like, hey, man, if he does well early, do you have a quick hook just to give him something good to feel about? And Chris is like, absolutely. I think that's exactly what can happen. Of course, none of that happened. Lovello, when asked after the game, said he wasn't sure if last night's game qualified as a positive, and he needed to sleep on it to see if it did.
Very hard on us. It's very hard on him. It's very hard on everybody. But we are digging in with him, and we're trying to figure it out. And, I talk about picking the right harder, the right challenge. We could pick 15 things every single day apart on any player that's struggling. But I think we have to individually, piece by piece, pull out the right thing and address it. For me, it was sequencing today. If we sequence better and don't make certain mistakes, then it's a totally different outcome, in my opinion. But before we go crazy with what's wrong with Zach, I'm going to simplify it for him, and it's up to him and the pitching coaches and me too to figure out that part of the puzzle, and that's what makes coaching and managing so special.
But I guess to your point about all of this, if they DFA him today, a week from now, a month from now, they're not doing it for him. They're doing it for them.
100%.
They're not doing it, hey, Zach, we feel really bad about how this is going. We're going to do you a favor, and we're just going to let you go. They're doing it because they simply cannot tolerate this level of performance from Zach Gallen every fifth day. At some point, you have to say, let's at least try to do better than this with Mitch Bratt. Let's at least try to do better than this with Jose Cabrera and see what our efforts lead to.
Well, it's just because you look for the reasons why it's taking this long to make a move. And I am of the belief that about 4 weeks ago, we arrived at a point of no return, and now this is just the hard part. This is the part where it just has to happen, and we're waiting, and the teeth pulling has not started yet, but eventually we got to yank it out. And it just feels like they are delaying this, so I keep looking for reasons as to why. And that is like my case to them. Like, if you are doing this because you feel like that's what's best for him, it's not. And you can say that Diamondbacks are ultimately going to do what is best for their organization. I don't really believe that's what's happening right now. Like, they're not going to win the most ball games if they keep throwing this guy out there. And he's been the worst performing pitcher in the league this year, the worst.
And that's, at the end of the day, the tough decision that I'm kind of surprised they haven't made yet. Like, how much longer can we keep, especially when it's really not going to cost them that much money, relatively speaking. And again, I'm really good at spending other people's money. But you're right. You're right to look for reasons why it has not happened yet. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we'll stick with the Diamondbacks talk, because that was just half of what went wrong last night for Arizona. The other half was an offense that, once again, let the Arizona Diamondbacks down. That's next here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike three called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those 4 things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. what Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him. It's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Ready!
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Ready!
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks get a big pitching performance from rookie Jose Cabrera? We'll discuss our baseball team beginning tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike three called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, and the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
Here's the other thing about last night's game, since we're going back-to-back D-backs here to start the show, given the loss last night to the Padres. And Kellen, I swear, this is going to sound like I'm trying to defend Zach Gallen or stand up for Zach Gallen, and I'm not, okay? But I also think that 6 innings, 4 earned runs allowed. There have been plenty of Major League Baseball teams in history who have won games when their starting pitcher have allowed 4 earned runs over 6 innings, right? Like Zach Gallen's performance, while discouraging and frustrating, especially how it started, is only half the story of last night. It's the sexier half, right? Because it's Zach Gallen, and we've been talking about this dude for 2 years now, especially this season. But once again, in offense, and man, you described it so well in your email last night. It is just getting so tough to watch. It's been tough to watch, but it's just getting tougher by the inning. Yes,
I'm not watching as much anymore. I'm kind of listening in the background, just like if at the crack of the bat, I'll look up, to see what's going on. The dish is done. Once Gabriel Moreno's at bat is done, I'm going into the kitchen for a bit. I'm going to look up.
It's sad.
If I hear Tawa hits it to left center, then I'll look up.
Then you're going to look up and see what's up.
I'll look up.
So
but
you're not even watching.
I'm not really too dialed in when we're at 5 through 9 in the order. I'm not. Now, if things happen, I'll pay attention, of course, and I'll get locked in. And if I need to rewind because I missed something, I'll rewind because I missed something. But I am now disconnecting a little bit when those guys are up. They were 2 for 16 with a walk last night.
We're talking about 5 through 9. Our beloved 5 through 9 American Idol, who's making it to the finals. Is anybody going to be a star?
Horrible performances on this week's episode. No one advanced. Simon Cowles was scowled at all of them.
I can't. Who are the American Idol judges now? I don't even know.
Oh my gosh!
Is it Luke Bryan? It's Luke Bryan, Katy Perry, and Lionel Richie.
Isn't it Carrie Underwood instead of Katy Perry now?
Is it? I don't know. Carrie Underwood, wasn't she on The Voice for a while? God,
didn't she win American Idol?
Oh, she did win. She did. She did win.
Lionel Richie and Luke Bryan, along with Carrie Underwood.
Okay, so Carrie Underwood, there you go.
Who replaced Katy Perry? See, you know ball. Come on now.
I do not know this ball.
I was just talking like Luke Bryan. I think he sounds like this.
That's the first time I've heard him talk, so that was fun.
That's kind of what he sounds like. Kind of a little bit of a country Kermit the Frog. I kind of think, yeah, right. That's Luke Bryan. That's my Luke Bryan impersonation. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Zach Brown was the guy on Survivor. That was another country artist.
Not Luke Bryan. Zach Brown was on Survivor?
Yeah,
was it really?
Yeah, it was tough.
Was it? Oh, I like that. I like Zach Brown.
They force fed us celebrities on this season. There was some Mr. Beast involved. There was some Jimmy Fallon. There was some Billie Eilish. There was a lot.
Yeah, it's. I did notice that last night too. Boy, once we got into that black hole of 5 through 9, I mean, it's so. There's at this point, there's almost no hope that anybody in that part of the lineup is going to provide anything. If you're going to do it, you got to do it when one of your big four is up, because otherwise it's just not going to happen. Nolan Arenado, look, he's been durable, surprisingly durable, given all of his injuries. He's been great defensively over at third base. I was shocked to learn today he's third on the team in extra base hits, but I swear, if I see Nolan Arenado come up again with runners in scoring position, he's not the only one. This makes it sound like I'm just singling out him, because I guess I kind of am. But man, every time Nolan Arenado comes up, you talk about a tough watch. That's a tough watch, because it's just you just almost feel like it can't happen. It won't happen. It's not going to happen. And he's just one of those 5 through 9 guys who are failing on a routine basis.
Yeah, when the bases are loaded and nobody out, I feel like there are immense stakes in Gabby's at bat, because if he doesn't get it done, I'm worried about the rest of the guys getting it done. The team had runners in scoring position in 2 innings, and both of those ended with a Nolan Arenado double play. So they had runners in scoring position with 1 out, by the way, which you can draw that from. 0 outs, of course, in the first inning as well. Only 1 extra base hit. It was the first at-bat of the game. And then we got no other pops. So we talked about homers the other day. How about just extra base hits, some slug as well? There was just none of that against German Marquez.
That was the frustrating part. Okay, because... And I mean, really, that's what's the whole night. It was frustrating, especially coming off an 8-0 win. But what's frustrating about it is here's Zach Gallen and his get-right moment against the worst offense in baseball. And instead, it went completely the other way. Here's the Diamondbacks offense coming off the 8-run high of the night before against German Marquez, right, who threw, 32 pitches in the first inning, and the best they could do was 1 run. And I felt exactly the same way. As soon as Gabby hit in that fielder's choice, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen after this. Your opportunity to put up a real crooked number kind of comes and goes once you get out of the 4 spot and you get into the 5 spot. Kepler drew the bases loaded walk. Okay, cool. But then Moreno makes the stupid mistake of getting caught too far off of the second base bag, gets doubled up on the Arenado, knock, or the fielder's choice that he hit into. So
it's this multi-layered thing where if you're not going to do it against German Marquez, now tonight it's Michael King. Are they going to get it done against him? If you don't, now you're just going to split the series. And if you just split the series, what are we talking about here? We were kind of going for 3 out of 4 to make a little bit of a statement. I just want to make sure, Kellen, that responsibility, like frosting on a cake, except this cake sucks. Frosting on a cake, I want to make sure it's spread evenly across all of it, and understanding that what happened last night was not just a Zach Gallen problem. Man, there were a lot of things that were broken in last night's game. A lot.
No, yeah, it's just gotten to the point now, too, where you're overburdening your superstars. So when Perdomo and Carroll don't have a hit, it just kills you. It just kills you. Like, they should be able to have off nights, you know? They should be able to have an off series. But we cannot afford it at all. We just can't. We talked about last night Corbin's success against the Padres. Like, this had to be a big game for him in a lot of ways, and he was 0 for 3 with a walk, and it's like you just can't afford that right now with the way the rest of the lineup is performing.
Yeah, Torey Lovello after the game.
This game was won and lost in the first inning. We load the bases with no outs, and we scratch across 1 run. And we have very capable guys, and we didn't get the job done. You walk off the field, they get a big 2-out, 3-run home run, and that stood up the whole way. So I feel like if we got some slug in that situation, Zach gets a little extra push. Might be a totally different outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anything would have happened differently in the bottom of the inning, but that opportunity that passed them by, you assume they're going to get opportunities the rest of the game.
How did you interpret Torey and Zach's exchange?
Well, given that Torey was doing all the talking and Zach was doing all the listening, it was okay, it was one of two things, and I think I know which way I'm leaning. It was either, hey, that's something to build on. Hey, whatever it was you did, innings 2 through 6, awesome, let's do that again. Or he was griping about the pitch sequencing of the Cronenworth at bat, and I think it was probably that. I think it was, man, you were one changeup that you should have thrown. Instead, you throw a fastball that you put in a bad location away from doing something really positive, and I really want you to think about that. Like, I got the impression it was a real, like, micromanaging kind of moment. You?
Just seemed like a maybe not a full bad sign, but just if him and Torey aren't even on the same page with how they want to, like, attack hitters, then, like, again, what are we doing here?
I think that there are a lot of cooks in Zach Gallen's kitchen right now trying to figure out how to fix this, and it might be a lot of information that's coming his way. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I tell you that the D-backs, they're at a crossroads before the All-Star break. Alex Weiner and I break it all down on the new Ain't No Fang podcast. Catch it at arizonasports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Chris Cartman, publisher of SunDevilSource.com. He was in Dallas for the Big 12 Media Day yesterday. He'll join us to talk a little ASU football next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
In the last week, the tone of the key members of this team, Torey Lovello and Corbin Carroll, said it's time to go right now. We need a greater sense of urgency.
Well, that's another thing that's remained consistent from year to year to year. 24, 25, 26 is here we are, 91 games into the season, and now there's a call for increased urgency. In 2024, did they not learn their lesson?
Right.
It was talked about ad nauseum going into last season.
That's a great point.
We can't coast into the season. We're going to hit the ground running. It's the same
That's
stuff.
a great point.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Something Liberty GMC has not done in 8 years. And we are talking about substantial savings. You pay what they pay. Employee pricing on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 is going on right now. You're going to pay the exact price that they pay when they buy one themselves, which means a lot of money to be saved, which means a great time for you to get into Liberty GMC. Now, you could also take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months if you'd rather do that, but right now, employee pricing on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, beautiful truck, and it can be yours. You pay what they pay right now at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50.
Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Ron White, live. If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Fall cow this year, we're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and the D-backs will have rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns made their re-signings official of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin. Here is Suns general manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day, because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Arena. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for the game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game today against the Los Angeles Sparks. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620-620 and MLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Will it be a sprint or a limp to the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yesterday, he was in Dallas for Big 12 Media Day. Today, he's back in the Valley, and he has no power at his house. So Chris Cartman, the owner and publisher of SunDevilSource.com on the 24/7 network, who is scheduled to join us on video, is instead joining us on the phone. You should have stayed in Dallas, Chris. Maybe it was a mistake to come home when you did.
Seriously, this is wild. 15 minutes or so without power is not a good thing in Phoenix when it's 110 degrees out. This hasn't happened to me in the summer. Hopefully this gets fixed soon.
It sounds like you need to go find some air conditioning as soon as you're done with this interview. So we appreciate you joining us, even though you don't have power and you're supposed to be on video. What was your kind of a general question? What was your main takeaway from what you heard out of Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils who were there? Because I know yesterday was their day to speak, and I know you were there. What was your impression, your main impression of what the messaging was from ASU?
Yeah, I think the continuity that they have within their program, their staff is basically intact going into the fourth year. That's a really powerful thing. He was on Todd Graham's staff that saw departures around the same period of time. Mike Norvell and other coaches left, and that sparked sort of one of the major areas of downfall in that tenure. So I asked him about that, and then also the leadership quotient being very high within their program. He talked a lot about that starts with recruiting, making sure that the conversations that you have with the guys that you're trying to bring in to the program reveals that they are a good culture fit for what you're trying to do from a leadership standpoint. So even though they don't have a bunch of star players in that leadership council, they're guys that lead by example with their work ethic, and that they're not going to tell guys to do things that they themselves aren't demonstrating on an everyday basis, and how important those things really are.
Chris, what is your impression of where the quarterback competition is at right now? And in the years we've watched Kenny go through these situations, how do you expect him to sort of handle the timing of this and just letting the competition play out?
Yeah, I think Cutter Boley is a moderately strong to a very strong favorite. I'd say 75, 80% likely at this point. Doesn't mean he's going to win the job. We've seen some things happen in the past in August. I remember Mike Bercovici was ahead of Taylor Kelly, more than a decade ago, about 2012, I guess. And then that reversed in camp with the pressure and scrimmages and things of that nature. Mikey Keene is very much an operator. He's somebody that can manage your players and understand what you're trying to do schematically and avoid big mistakes. He doesn't have the arm talent upside, the size that Cutter Boley has. He's not quite as mobile. So I think that Cutter Boley will continue to improve. He's younger. Switching to new schemes is more foreign to him versus Mikey Keene, a guy who's already been at 3 different schools. I think Keene had a little bit of an advantage in the spring, but as the spring wore on, I thought Cutter Boley got a lot better, and that trend I expect to continue. And by the way, Jake Fetty, as a freshman, he's a very rare talent. I would say the only spring that I've seen from a quarterback that was better than Fetty over the last couple of decades was Jaden Daniels. So not to say that I think that he's going to be a legitimate threat to beat the other guys this year, but I would say next year we're going to be talking a lot more about Jake Fetty.
Chris Cartman from SunDevilSource.com, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and I've heard you talk about and write about Fetty for a couple of times now, and I'm curious, given the transfer portal, NIL, the fluidity of rosters in college football, is there an underlying concern about keeping him or maintaining the room that you've got, given that room in particular, I guess any room really on a modern college football team, can be so fluid and so many guys can leave?
Yeah, you never can rule that out. I think with the winter portal being the only window for that, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in December with ASU's quarterback situation. Because I do anticipate that if Cutter Boley and Jake Fetty are both on the roster going into next spring, that's going to be a war. And I might lean a little bit more toward Jake Fetty at that point. But again, there's like a lot of things that have to play out between now and then. And then the financials of that, that could depend on how ASU's coaches perceive the development and the readiness of Fetty going into that year. The one thing I will say is Fetty probably will not have demonstrated a high level of competency at this level by that point. So he's probably not going to get a lot of money offers just based off of practice stuff.
When it comes to Omarion Miller and Reed Harris, the 1-2 duo wideout, seems like the Sun Devils haven't had one of this caliber in quite a while. How do you expect the two of them to stand out in the offense, and for Kenny to maybe not design things around those two guys specifically, but get the ball to them consistently?
Totally agree with that. You'd have to go back to a decade or so. N'Keal Harry, Brandon Ayuk, Frank Darby. That was a very good group. I think that Raiden Vinesbright is a impressive number 3, like probably about as good as ASU's had as a number 3 option, along with some other guys that they have, Jalen Moss, Jaron Hamilton. But when you look at NFL prospects on this roster among the upperclassmen, you'd have to put Reed Harris and Omarion Miller in some order at the very top. Kenny Dillingham said yesterday that he views both of them as day 1 or day 2 NFL draft prospects. I concur with that based on what I saw in the spring. And they built their team to try to be able to cause difficulty for defensive coordinators and in the secondary, because a lot of the match coverage, you want to try to get teams out of that, make them uncomfortable, make them change what they need to do. And to be able to do that, you have to win one-on-ones on the perimeter. These are guys that can do that.
Chris Karpman from SunDevilSource.com, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen Olson filling in. This is a really broad, vague question, but 2024 was such an awesome surprise for everybody. What similar traits and what differences do you see between this version of the Sun Devils and the 2024 version of the Sun Devils?
Yeah, the similarities would be just the hunger and the aptitude, the desire that exists, and the willingness to do the things that it takes to be able to be very successful. Though I see parallels in that respect. There isn't a Cam Scadaboo. ASU has a good backfield, and I really like the addition of Marquise Gillis, who ran for 1,100 yards at Delaware State last year. I think he has a chance to be an impact addition, and they're going to be able to run the football, I think, reasonably well. But you don't have that anchor that's to that level. And then you have a new quarterback, and he started in the SEC, but that to me is still a lot to be proven. He had double-digit turnovers. ASU in that 2024 season was first in the Big 12 in turnover margin and run stopping. Those are the things that you have to be able to do to be successful. I do think that this defensive line and the linebackers with Owen Long as an addition, they have the ability to be very good at stopping the run. They just don't have the star power or the proven at ASU production to be able to say that they're ready for that level of play at this point, the 10-plus wins, especially in light of how difficult that their schedule is.
Chris, we're rooting for you. Get that power back on, okay?
I'm excited for that. Let's make it happen.
Let's get that done. Chris Karpman, the owner and publisher of SunDevilSource.com for 24/7 Sports, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thank you, Chris. We do appreciate it. When we come back, Vegas is trying to get an NBA team. Well, look at who might be at the center of that. That's next. Kel's filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard, but QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
Lauren is here. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
Hello. I just felt like Andre the Giant from Princess Bride. Hello, lady. What's our poll question? Have you
seen the Princess Bride?
Just making sure.
Yes.
Oh, just making sure.
Seen the Princess Bride.
Me too, guys. No, I haven't.
You haven't seen The Princess Bride?
So this is next for me. I watched Memento already. Is this next for me? Princess Bride?
I mean,
okay.
No, I love it.
No one's ready to commit.
But I don't think it has to be next on your list.
Okay.
No.
It'll be added to the list. It'll be added to the list.
There's no rush.
It'll be added.
But I enjoy it. I find it to be a very charming movie.
I know a lot of people, like, one of their favorite movies ever.
Yeah.
Like,
very,
it's up there.
Very charming movie. Very, yeah. Boy, sorry. I need a cup of coffee, man. It's just like
No, it's 2:47.
I
It is
know.
not 3:30 cup of coffee time yet.
I don't know what this guy's talking about.
as he sips his Dr. Pepper over there. What's the poll question today?
Physical comedy, everyone. A little bit of physical comedy to lighten up the show. What's up, Lauren? What do we got?
The whole question today has to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We're asking, the D-backs have the same 45-46 record they had in, count it, 2024, 2025, and 2026. So are they more likely to rally and buy like they did in 2024 or fade and sell like they did in 2025?
You know, I feel like there has been rampant negativity around Arizona sports the last few days, last few weeks. But I'm not going to give you a fake answer. I think they're going to fade and sell.
Fade and sell.
Ellen was like thinking, I mean, like, I want to say, no, they're going to rally like they did in 2024. We're going to have Alex Weiner in here at 3 o'clock.
JK, he is going to join us over the air link because your producer didn't listen correctly.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember that 2024 season in which they won 13 of 17.
That's the Brewers series in the last week? Is that what I'm remembering?
Yeah, that was the season that ended with the Brewer series. But that was the AJ Puck at the deadline. That was that team like, oh no, we're buyers. They went 13-4 in July. I'm trying to remember that stretch and I can't. So because that's what you need to do. That's the code right there. They're gonna sell.
Fade and buy? We're going to talk about that a little bit later. They might just buy
right
anyway.
in for fade and buy?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a bold one. Do we want to guess some percentages?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fade and sell is rocking at 72%.
79.
82.
Yeah.
Yeah, 82 going with fade and sell, 18% going with rally and buy.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Poll question can be found at arizonasports.com. You can vote there. We'll circle back and check the results of that at 4:45. Jerry Colangelo, according to a release from his group, the former Suns and Diamondbacks owner is joining others to pursue an expansion team in Las Vegas. The group, including Jerry Colangelo, Vinny Del Negro, David Levy, Scott Colangelo, no relation, ESPN's Jay Williams, BTIG, and U.S. Bank will serve as institutional financial partners to try to get in on expanding in Las Vegas and becoming the ownership group of the Vegas. What are they called? The Vegas Jacks, I think, was the name that they were. The Las Vegas Jacks was the name that they were proposing.
Sure.
I got some issues with that.
Anytime I hear the name of a wealthy endeavor, I'm like, sure. All right, guys. Sounds good.
Whatever you say.
Sweet.
Sure, Vegas Jacks, fine.
You got the money? All right.
How is lifelong Jerry Colangelo worshipers? How did you process this news about Jerry maybe getting back into this? Did you process it at all? Did it register? That's interesting. Jerry's getting back into this.
Well, first of all, your instinct is like, how old is Jerry? Jerry's 86, so this is quite the endeavor at 86 years old, but I think you don't need me to explain this as someone who's only 35 and someone who's been around a little bit longer like you and seen Jerry achieve a lot knows that like when Jerry puts his mind to something, he's going to get it done, and he's going to get it done really well more often than not. It just feels a little bit random because he has accomplished so much, he has done so much. It's like what is like the itch that he's trying to scratch with this? Like I don't know what he's exactly trying to chase with this because like again he's 86 years old, man, but apparently his ability to wrangle up funds is probably a big help here. I think they said like $5 billion is already secured.
Yep,
that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
So he seems like the guy for the job for like this initial stage. But I'm curious, like his involvement going forward, and of course, if this group is even successful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming it's not the only group; that there are multiple groups, and there'll be bidding, and there'll be a vetting process and things like that. I'm sure, whether Jerry's the main guy or one of the main guys, I would think that any investor group led by or having Jerry Colangelo a member of is gonna get the NBA's attention. He is royalty in the league, especially when it comes to running a franchise, how to run a franchise, understanding all of this. I'm sure that's nothing that has left Jerry in his years away from the game. And he really hasn't been away from the game that much with all of his connection to the Hall of Fame and Team USA and everything. I don't know if he's ever really left the game. I would have to catch myself up with what he's been doing the last couple of years, but I don't think he's ever been apart from it. It's just, I don't know. I kind of had the same thought. Like, what is this? Is he just missing it? Is he just one of those guys who, you know how some people are, they just don't retire well, right? Like they get away from it and they realize they love it and they love the grind and they love the work and they just rather work and do the thing that they love and do the thing that they're great at quite literally until the very, very end, you know, when they can't do it anymore. And maybe for Jerry, his love of basketball and his institutional knowledge of how good he is at starting a franchise, just like, why wouldn't I want to do this? This is what I'm good at. This is my strong suit, you know?
What percentages of his legacy are Suns D-backs to you, like in your head? Like, what is he more known for out of the two franchises?
Just between those two?
Yeah. Like, is it 70-30, 60-40?
Thinking that it's more than 60-40 Suns. Is it 70-30? Am I going to go that far?
Well, it's weird because the image that pops into my head first when I hear Jerry Colangelo's name is him sitting in his seats at the ballpark. It's not a Suns memory, actually.
Really?
For me, at least, it's him sitting in his seats. Well, because he always used to sit there, and we used to sit on the other side, so we would always, like, be able to make eye contact with Jerry if he looked our direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
we could always see him in his seats.
It's a good point, and I guess a lot of it is, you know, I am without giving away the plot here, I am significantly older than you are, but I don't remember Jerry bringing this. Like, I wasn't born when the Suns were created, right? Yeah. Like, I was very much in my prime as a sports fan when the Diamondbacks were created. And for that alone, Jerry Colangelo deserves a statue for bringing us Major League Baseball. I mean, it was just such a wonderful day and such a wonderful gift. And for as frustrated as we are with the team, it still is a wonderful gift to have. I'll split the difference. I'll say 65-35. Suns D-backs. You?
I would go 55-45 just because, again, like the Diamondbacks memories for a lot of people my age specifically. Now, if you're a few years younger than me, then you'll lean like 7 seconds or less Nash era for sure. But even then, like Jerry's like in and out of that proposition as well.
Yeah, that's the sale to Sarver, and he's still around, but not totally around. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, back to the Diamondbacks conversation because 2 years ago, the Diamondbacks were in exactly the same boat that they're in right now. And they went on a run, and they were buyers. How do they do that again? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing. It's about real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Check out the Ford Escape. Check out the Bronco Sport, the F-150. Always a great selection when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford. Again, 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, will come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. Call 602-298-6956.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstoneschop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what is trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and for the Diamondbacks, they will have Jose Cabrera on the mound, the rookie this year for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Suns General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Arena. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for that game tomorrow, even though she is playing tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Did that struggling Diamondbacks offense finally wake up against Padres ace Michael King? We're reacting to the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We just recorded a new edition yesterday. It is available at arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, wherever it is that you get your podcasts. It's the Ain't No Thing Diamondbacks podcast with our next guest and myself. Are you tip jarring this song, or are you just
to dance
dancing?
with me, Alex. Come on, give me a little shake. Give me a little shake, Alex. There we go. Appreciate that.
Alex Weiner, our D-backs insider and lead writer for arizonasports.com and co-host. I should say you're the host. I am the co-host of the Ain't No Thing podcast, available at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. What's going on, Alex? How are we doing today?
I'm doing well. No, this is a partnership, my friend. We are co-hosts.
We are okay. We're splitting it 50-50, even though I think that's so horribly wrong. So here's what I want to ask you, because we've talked about a lot about this on the podcast, off the podcast, and I want to jog your memory because I'm having a hard time remembering the details of this. 2024, just like they do in 2025, just like they do right now, the Arizona Diamondbacks have exactly the same record, 45-46, right? After 91 games. Exact same record the last 3 years. In 2024, they rallied and bought. In 2025, they faded and sold. Tell me about that team that went 13-4 in July, and what was special about that mini run in July that got them over the hump. Because I'll be darned if I can remember those 3 weeks of baseball that pushed them into the sellers category and ultimately led them to pursue A.J. Puck. What do you remember about that time?
Yeah, that was an interesting season because it started off so horribly with Perdomo getting injured and Alex Thomas getting injured and Merrill Kelly getting injured. And it kind of felt like this wave hit them early. And Erod, after signing that big contract, gets hurt in spring training. And so they kind of meandered around 500 for most of the year. They fell, I think, all the way down to 6 games under 500. But you could start to feel the momentum change for them in the summer. Perdomo came back, and that was a huge deal for them. Kelly was close to coming back. And then so it just, and offensively, even with some of the injuries, I mean, the Jock Peterson addition was huge. They were getting a really great season out of Christian Walker. Of course, Ketel Marte is doing his thing. And by that point, Gino Suarez had started to kind of turn his season around. So it just felt like offensively, the momentum was kind of shifting to where they were putting up some big points. And they just kind of rallied through the end of the month. And the team decided to buy. They were close enough. And they went out and they changed their bullpen with AJ Puck. They got Josh Bell to play first base when Christian Walker got hurt, and so that was a little bit different because I think there was more obvious momentum at that point. But you're right. I mean, it's the same exact record they have now and what they had last year, and so theoretically, they still have the same opportunity.
Alex, to follow up on a conversation you and I had yesterday, when you look at the top 3 of the lineup right now, which has to become a top 4 with the way the last 6 weeks have gone. For Gabriel Moreno, it's been this uneasy ride of like when one guy's really going, another guy has been fading. But do you think this is the best the 4 of them have been at the plate this season, like at the same time? Is that fair to say with what you've been looking at lately?
I don't think so because Corbin is still kind of in a little bit of a funk right now. I think there was a stretch there, and a lot of it was during that Rockies-Giants stretch when Carroll and Marte together. I mean, when those two are clicking, it just changes everything, right? Right now, it's probably the most well-rounded just because Gabby has played so well and Perdomo has kind of turned his numbers around from the early season malaise. But until you kind of get Corbin and Ketel firing at the same time, that's kind of what I'm looking for in terms of like the potential of that top 4.
You were intrigued by our conversation yesterday between Kellen and I, and it was kind of inspired by a conversation you and I had during the podcast. So it's, time is a flat circle thing. But if the top 4 hitters are all firing at the same time, like peak performance for the 4 of them, is that enough? Is that good enough to, at the very least, get them to the end of July and put them in a position to buy if they could all get to that spot?
It's almost like we spend a ton of time thinking about and talking about this baseball team, right? Just kind of conversations crossover all over the place.
Round and round it goes. Yeah.
I think it could be just because of how special that top 4, could potentially be if they're all clicking together. It's putting way too much pressure on the top of the lineup because you're just not getting the production you need from the bottom. Like yesterday's game was a good example. Like the top of the order didn't do a whole heck of a lot, but man, it was a real struggle for the bottom of the order, particularly with, Arenado hitting into 2 double plays that were just crushers. And so I think, if Carroll can kind of fight out of this sooner rather than later, and Quintell can kind of, keep the pressure on, he's done well about like some slug early in these games last couple. Then I think, if they pitch decently and well enough, the bullpen has really been kind of a safety net for them. The defense has been really good for them. It could potentially be, but we just haven't, seen it consistently all together for stretches longer than a couple games here and there.
Are you seeing any signs of progress for Zach Gallen over the last 4 to 6 weeks? Or are there bright spots that you're finding within the massive struggles for him? Or is this just everything kind of stacking on top of everything for him right now?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd like to say yes, just because there are stretches of these games in which he is legitimately pitching pretty well. Like last night, the first inning was brutal, and I didn't think he pitched all that well the next couple of innings either, but he was able to kind of get through it. It was a key Gavin Sheets double play. I think that really helped. From there on, I thought he looked a lot better and kind of got stronger as the outing went on. He retired 15 in a row against the Rays. He had that great start in that last start at Chase Field where he with 4 scoreless innings before it kind of fell off on him. So we're starting to see it now for stretches. It's about putting the whole thing together. The first inning has been a problem for him recurring throughout this season. I've seen, I think Jack Summers on SI has made the suggestion of starting an opener. That's something that they've never really done with him before, but maybe it's, throw anything at the wall and see what sticks with him. I think it has looked better, but that's not good enough if, the ERA is still hovering around 6.5.
Alex Weiner, our D-backs writer at ArizonaSports.com, my co-host on the Ain't No Fang podcast, in which every week we talk D-backs baseball. He's our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. I'm going to piggyback off of what you said about Jack because, yeah, he's a respected colleague of all of ours. We know how well he knows the organization and baseball in general. I think today on social media, he specifically mentioned Brandon Garcia, that Brandon Garcia should be the opener for Zach Gallen the next time he pitches. Is that a desperate, let's throw something up against the wall and see what sticks maneuver to try to get the best out of Zach Gallen, or do to expand on kind of what you said a second ago? Do you think that could potentially Band-Aid the problem when it comes to Zach Gallen?
Yeah, it's interesting. Just because, again, we've never seen this with Gallen before. He's a very meticulous, person. And so how would he handle coming out of the bullpen, to start a game? It's kind of an interesting idea. I don't know if I would go with Garcia because he's the one lefty you have back there, and you might need him for matchups a little bit later in the game. I understand why. I mean, he's had starting experience before, and he could potentially get you, more than 3 outs potentially if he's kind of cruising. Taylor Clark is somebody who has that kind of experience too. He could be a potential option with that. But I think it is a little bit desperate, but it's not too desperate not to try it. Like the first inning has been a problem. He's given up multiple runs in the first inning in 3 of his last 4 starts. And the home run to Caminero, the home run to Cronenworth, these are big blows to their ability to win these games. And so I'm not opposed to the idea of trying something a little bit different, maybe making him a little bit uncomfortable and seeing what happens.
Definitely a collective issue for the 5 through 9 part of the lineup right now. But if there's one guy that you had to spotlight to step up the most, who would it be right now?
In the 5 through 9?
Yeah.
I think we've seen some signs out of Gurriel these past few weeks. And when he's right, he's a guy who can kind of get hot enough to help carry your offense a little bit for weeks at a time. Now, we haven't really seen it from him this year. The injuries have been very disruptive. But with his with the pop he can add in terms of driving in runs. I mean, we saw it last year in August when he was among the league leaders in RBIs for the entire month of August. And then he goes down on the first day of September. And that was a big blow for them, trying to, turn their season around and get back to the postseason. So I would say probably him finding one of those kind of streaks where he gets hot, but really anybody in that group, turning things around a little bit would be a huge help.
Alex, good stuff as always. We appreciate the conversation. Thanks for joining us, man, and we'll see you very soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You got Alex Weiner from Ain't No Fang and our lead D-backs writer at ArizonaSports.com talking a little D-backs baseball with us here on Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gambo show. When we come back, the ceiling of this year's Suns team. How high can it go? That's next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just think we have seen Brandon Pfaadt do good things in the past, and I will continue to say this. Your ERA is your ERA. Like, you can't run from it, right?
Yeah.
But I do think it's different with different guys. Some guys just can't get outs, and every time they go out there, they're bad. Pfaadt is more like he's good, then he's really bad. Then he's good, then he's good. But he's at least giving you a chance to win 2 of the 3 starts, or whatever the number is, you know? And if you can manage, if you can kind of be in tune to when he's starting to unravel whatever inning it is, that's more navigatable as a team, I would think, than what Gallen's doing right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list, a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Arizona Wildcats rolled out the Heisman Trophy campaign for quarterback Noah Fafita at the Big 12 Media Days. The godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo, is a part of an ownership group aimed at landing an NBA expansion team in Las Vegas. And Cardinals safety Budda Baker earns his 7th straight NFL Top 100 nod. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Tip jar from the Kel.
Making him famous. Love this band.
All right. I feel like with Kellen sitting in that seat, the tip jars are, like, it gets a little predictable with me and Gambo. especially Gambo. I would say I'm kind of 70% predictable. When Kellen fills in, I'm never quite sure what's going to get the tip jar from Kellen. I like that. I appreciate that.
Mainly have like an alternative lane that I stay in, but it's eclectic. It goes all over the place. So what is alternative these days? There's like 1,400 different subgenres that go within alternative. So
There's no question. There's no question.
That's where I'm at.
There's no question. All right, let's imagine a world, and hopefully this isn't that hard to do. In fact, this shouldn't be that hard to do, because the Suns did it a year ago, where they hit their ceiling. Where they were, it was better than even the biggest optimist could have imagined for the Phoenix Suns. And when I imagine the biggest optimist about the Suns last year, I imagine Kellen, the guy who normally sits in that seat, because he was so sure they were going to be better than everybody thought, that we bet that big fancy lunch. But even last year was better than he thought it was going to be. And he's acknowledged that many, many times, that last year's win total surpassed even his wildest expectations. So instead of a conversation about Miles Bridges and what we don't like, or all the questions that kind of spring forth with roster construction, or are the young guys going to get enough playing time to develop and all of that stuff, let's have a conversation about what this looks like if the Suns do it again, and for the second straight year, exceed their expectations and actually reach their ceiling. What the heck does that look like for this basketball team, do you think?
Well, it starts with the starting lineup, and of course, where a lot of our joint concerns go with this roster, Burnsy and I at least, and the fit between these four perimeter players in the starting lineup: Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, and Miles Bridges. So how does that reach its ceiling? How does that work? And I think it starts with each guy being better than we expect at the specific skill they're going to need to be better at in order to have this thing work out and be an effective offensive and defensive team. Because I think that's the main thing that you and I get to when we look at this group, is like, okay, not enough shooting, too scoring based, not enough perimeter defense. It could lead to a pretty blah offense and a pretty blah defense as well. I think you can go through each individual guy. I think it's got to be Devin Booker's best defensive season of his career. I think that's what we've got to see, some version of Olympic book. We've used that label, moniker, quite a bit with him, and asking for certain parts of his game to come out. I think defensively it's going to need to be the best season of his career. It's also going to need to be one of the best shooting seasons of his career, because he is the most skilled shooter in the starting lineup for sure. But we just know that the production from him, the efficiency more so, isn't there from him. Jalen Green has to take the playmaking leap that people have been waiting 6 years for him to make it. We're going to keep waiting probably. I'm not very optimistic about this, and I don't mean to sound harsh when I say that. But again, we're in year 6 for him now, and like this leap in him being not more of a rim threat, because he's around the rim as well, but just balancing his shot selection with making the right pass and threatening defenses and making them shift and all that kind of stuff as well. With Dillon Brooks, I think you're going to need to see his shooting get back to where it was in Houston, which was much better and improved from the Memphis days. It went down last year as well. And then Miles Bridges is going to be better at a little bit of everything. Like, he's going to have to be a little bit better of a shooter, a little bit better of a defender, a little bit better of a rebounder. And I don't think that's too much to ask out of him. We'll see. So it really starts with those guys, because if we balance all of that out together that I just talked about, like, okay, now you've got enough shooting in the starting lineup. Now you've got enough playmaking in the lineup. And now you've got enough defense in the lineup as well. Is part of that not adding up at all? What do you think is...
No, so a lot of it is adding up. I guess the three of everything you said, the three things... The three things that stand out the most to me are Devin Booker's shooting, probably like number one with a bullet, like on that list. Like it's just if it can find its form, okay, now we're talking. When I think about Dillon Brooks, all I can think about is, sorry to say this, him shooting less. I think he needs to be more efficient and less. He needs less of a blank check. Now how that's going to go over, I don't know. But I think he needs less of a blank check. I think last year he had a blank check. And it was kind of, hey, do what you want, man. We're just happy to have you here. I think the reins need to be pulled in a little bit, and you might get an even better Dillon Brooks when he's got lines to color in, okay, as opposed to just scribbling all over the page. And then I think the other one is I think Miles Bridges also needs to shoot better. I just don't know if you can have a modern four in today's NBA game who's that suspect from out there. It's just, there's just not enough. He'll bring gravity, but is it going to be enough gravity for? So those are now I'm ignoring Jalen Green, not because I'm ignoring Jalen Green. Of all the things you said, Those are the three things that stood out to me the most.
Need one of your six, I count 6 young guys to make a pretty big jump too. I think that's what's going to need to happen. Now, I think we could have had this similar conversation in a different way last year where we would have said, okay, out of this group on the bench that includes Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and so and so and so and forth, I need 2 or 3 of these guys to be legitimately good rotation players for you. And then Goody and Colin were.
They went and did the thing.
Outlandish. So does Oso Ighodaro have another jump in him? Like, can we see the offense step up a little bit and then the defense even more? Because then we're talking about a starting caliber center in this league. Can Ryan Dunn get back to the offensive kind of outings and honestly defensive outings that he had in his first season and then be even better than that as well? Can this be a year 2 jump for Rasheer Fleming or Kaman Malawach? Is Koa Pete ready to contribute right away and be a productive, not just rookie, but a productive rotation player right away? Or can Kobe Brea be the missing link as a shooting piece, as like the 8th, 9th, 10th man? Like, think like Spurs, Bryn Forbes kind of back in the day. Can he be some version of those types of players from about 5 to 10 years ago? Because now if you add one of those guys taking a leap alongside Goody and alongside Colin Gillespie and alongside hopefully a more consistently healthy and just consistent Mark Williams, that's a pretty good 8 guys right there all of a sudden. But you need one more because you're only at 7 right now that I count.
So I have to pick one of those guys that you just mentioned. It'd either be Rasheer or Oso. Oso's leap depends so much on his shot getting better. I don't know if I'll feel great about pinning my hopes to that. So I'm going to say Rasheer is the guy who makes the leap and maybe potentially pushes Miles Bridges for playing time as the season goes on. I just don't know if I'm counting on Oso to make that leap with a shot.
I'm holding a fair amount of Koa Pete stock for this season. I'm holding a fair amount. I think that it's easy to look at him and say this will basically be a redshirt year, like come on with the shot and everything, but everything that they want their guys to do, he does, and he does pretty well. He rebounds well. He defends well. He passes well. He's smart with the ball. Doesn't make too many bad decisions. Again, this is the type of thing where you have this type of skill set coming in for a rookie, and then they look like a rookie when they're doing everything. And he will need to be ahead of schedule like someone like Dylan Harper, for example, that we watched this year. I'm just trying to think of the first rookie off the top of my head who looked like they were in year 3 or year 4 when you watched them. And he could be that guy. He has the skill set to do it as well. He doesn't need the jumper to be an effective rotation player in the league right now because of everything else that he did. Colin was extremely complimentary of him when he was talking about him the other day and just how like guard type skills for his size is the way that Colin talked about him.
So best case scenario, and again, if we're having this conversation on July 8th of 2025, I don't think anybody's saying the best case scenario for the Phoenix Suns is that they'd be the 7th seed and that they'd be a playoff team. I think that would be beyond the wildest expectations of just about any Suns fan given where they were. If it all comes together, the scenario you laid out with the starters, Koa Pete, or in my vision, Rasheer Fleming, or maybe it's Oso Ighodaro step up and join the Gillespies and the Goodwins. The 5th seed, the 6th seed, give me the big picture. What is the absolute highest they could go in the Western Conference, and how many playoff games or series could they win?
Top 4 and they win a playoff series, and they could win 2 if Oklahoma City and San Antonio are wounded. Like, so for example, how Oklahoma City didn't have J-Dub this year, like that would qualify as like a series where I think they would have a legitimate chance. Like, there is like a versatile, dynamic team in here. Don't get me wrong. I see the potential where, like, you look at all the moves that they made, I can criticize them and think that they were foolish for giving up the 2033 unprotected first and all that kind of stuff. I do feel like the zoo animal a little bit right now. I don't really know what's going on behind me, but I just see out of the corner of my eye like 5 people staring at us. I'm just trying to stay focused and super locked in on my point, which is that I think they can win at least 1 playoff series, maybe 2 if everything clicks together. I see the vision in what they're going for. I don't think their vision is correct. I think it's flawed, but I could see them doing it.
I was going to say, before we started getting stared at like the zoo animals that we are, I was going to say the 5th seed and win a playoff series. That to me is as far as it can go, and that would be a magnificent success if they could do that.
There is also a 1-sentence answer to this, which is like Devin Booker first team All-NBA. It's just like 5 words. Like that
covers up a lot, doesn't it? That is like the ultimate. Yeah. That is the ultimate deodorant. I mean, you can. That's like 60% of the time it works every time kind of thing. Devin Booker's a first-team All-NBA guy. Yeah, that'll cover up a lot of flaws. That wouldn't suck either. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we are just about 2 weeks away from training camp beginning for the Arizona Cardinals. When do those little Jacoby Brissett alarm bells go off? Are they going off now? Will they ever go off? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike three called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what is trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the third game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace Michael King on the mound, and the Diamondbacks will have their rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them tonight. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Suns General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Center. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for that game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game today against the Los Angeles Sparks. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which player has the most on the line when the Arizona Cardinals training camp opens up later this month? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, along those lines, 2 weeks from today, 2 weeks from today, players report for training camp. 2 weeks from tomorrow is the first training camp practice for the Arizona Cardinals. And it's a mixture of trepidation and joy, maybe mostly trepidation because expectations are just ridiculously low for the Arizona Cardinals. We all know this. This is not breaking news, but some people are also just going to be very, very happy that football is back. And who knows? We'll see. Every team has the capacity to surprise. But we are also that much closer, Kellen, to resolution, about Jacoby Brissett. And I say question mark because are we that much closer to resolution on Jacoby Brissett? Certainly, you would think the start of training camp has got to act as some sort of a soft or hard deadline to figure the bleep out and find out what Jacoby Brissett is going to do, right?
The most important factor here, obviously, is the offense, right? And that this is a new offense that he has to learn. Look, he can be the most experienced quarterback in the world, and he's still going to need to come in here for a few weeks and grasp the playbook. And some new names, like, hey, throw some passes to Jeremiah Love, the most important guy in the offense now. I need you to know that guy now. Like, I need you to get a good idea on him. We've got new guards now, by the way. That one's name's Chase. That one's name is Isaac. You need to get to know those guys pretty well. Like, there's stuff
Chase, Jacoby, Chase, yeah. Jacoby, Isaac, Jacoby. Okay, let's go, right?
We need to get you up to speed here a little bit, pal. I'm joking, of course. Like, he's plenty familiar with those guys already, I'm sure. But there is a level of that sort of involvement that he has to have in, and we can't just treat it like, oh, Jacoby Brissett, consummate professional, such a respected veteran, like he's going to be able to come in and do it in no time. Like, there is that soft deadline. The Hall of Fame game is a month from tomorrow. Like, we're real football game. Like, it's a preseason, especially the Hall of Fame game, but a football game is happening with the Arizona Cardinals a month from tomorrow. So what in your eyes, in watching this for years and years, like, is the deadline for you? Can this extend into camp before LaFleur and Austin Fort just go, Gardner's our guy or Carson's our guy?
Well, and I guess the question to your question, and I'm not trying to duck it, I'll answer it. But the question to your question is, what is your or else moment? You know, like blah 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 or else. Okay, what's the threat? What's the alternative if you decide to continue to play hardball with Jacoby Brissett and not give him what he wants? You cut him. Gardner Minshew's your starter. The clock is accelerated because I think
line in the sand. Like, you and I aren't happy to say it, but if we had to predict, we'd probably predict lockout in baseball next year because both these sides just aren't going to move for a while. And it's like, are we going to get to the line in the sand moment with these two guys where the Cardinals are like, okay, we don't need you this season. See you later.
And that's why I think the Cardinals have all of the power here. All of it. I don't think Jacoby's got a leg to stand on this one, mostly because the Cardinals can say, we basically have you on the roster already. His name is Gardner Minshew. He's been here the whole time. And Gambo and I disagree about this. He thinks Jacoby is a better quality quarterback than Gardner Minshew. I think they're basically the same guy with basically the same resume. It's just Jacoby Brissett's been doing it longer. So I think the Cardinals, that is their or else. That is their, hey, look, dude, if you don't want to show up, fine. We'll just go with Gardner Minshew. I think it's exactly 2 weeks from today. I think it's the day that players are supposed to report to training camp. And if by then you have not reached a contractual deal with Jacoby Brissett, that it's going to be move on time. And at that point, is it do you cut him? Do you trade him? Do you make him available? I mean, I would assume you could trade him. I would assume somebody would want Jacoby Brissett as a viable backup quarterback to whoever they have as an alternative. My guess would be if something doesn't happen by 2 weeks from today, he's on the market and you're looking to trade him if he isn't already. Yours?
I have a different question. Do you think that the longer this drags on, does this increase the chances that Carson Beck starts week 1 or decreases them? Because I do believe there's an argument for both here.
I think the longer this drags on, it more than anything, it increases the how soon before we see Carson Beck.
Okay.
I don't think it's week 1, but I think instead of it being week 8, it could now become week 5.
Well,
because it's just now you don't have 2 of these guys you have to burn through before you decide to give it to Beck. You just have 1. And when you just have 1, I think that accelerates. As long as Carson Beck is proving able to have his timeline accelerated, I think it just kind of shortens the amount of stuff in front of Carson Beck and allows him to start sooner.
And if they trade Jacoby or Jacoby is away from the team and they keep 2 quarterbacks only, I think that's a big indication of how they feel about Beck.
Yeah.
Because if they sign a 3rd quarterback and they sign the version of Gardner Minshew, the slightly worse version of Gardner Minshew that's available as a free agent quarterback right now, that tells you like, oh, they do not want to be in a situation where Minshew gets hurt and they have to put Beck in the game right away. Like they want to have someone else to call on in that case, because you could argue that's why Minshew's here in the first place, right? You could argue that it's Brissett is there, and then if he gets hurt early, it's still going to be Minshew. Like they want to pick the perfect time to go to Beck and not be forced into a position where they have to play him as well. That's a fascinating part for me. Is like if he gets traded, okay, do you add another quarterback, or are we one bad hit on Minshew away from seeing Carson Beck?
I would suspect they would add another quarterback, but I do still think it would accelerate Carson Beck's timeline. Like I suspect that it would lead to a sooner debut of Carson Beck, but they would also, I think, would have to have themselves a little insurance in case, let's say, something happens to Minshew in week 4 and Carson Beck's just not ready to go, right? You want to get him as many reps as you can, but you do have to be responsible about it. And if he's just not ready, he's not ready. And maybe he wouldn't be ready by week 4. I would suspect they would sign somebody else, but nobody the caliber of quarterback that would keep them from playing Carson Beck whenever they wanted to. Like whenever they deemed he was ready, they wouldn't go sign somebody and say, "Oh no, that just delays the Carson Beck." No, they as soon as Carson Beck is ready in their eyes to play, he needs to play that day. So, start a training camp. When are you officially? This has got to get done by July 22nd is when they report. 23rd is when the first practice is. When does Jacoby Brissett need to report to camp, ready to work, not as a hold in, but I'm here to do my thing in order for them not to be faced with a decision?
Let's go July 27th. That's a Monday. That feels good to me. So maybe not the start of camp exactly, but I want a full week and change of practices before the Hall of Fame game, for him to get in there as well. By the way, I know, look, you don't have to explain to me. I think it's hilarious that with what Jacoby did from a win-loss perspective that he's holding out and stuff like that. But in terms of him like not having any leverage, I actually disagree with you a little bit because that was the best football we've seen Trey McBride ever play, and that was the best football we've ever seen Michael Wilson play. So
that's his leverage, you think?
If you've heard Trey McBride talk about this at all, he has numerous times gone out of his way to talk about how much he enjoyed playing with Jacoby Brissett, essentially, and how he was helping him. And Trey's your best football player. So having him there, I believe, is a little bit of leverage. Not enough for Jacoby to have all the leverage, don't get me wrong, or have even the majority of it. But I do think there's an argument there, not from Jacoby's production or from how he helps the Cardinals win football games, but the fact that like they're two most prolific pass catchers last year were prolific primarily because of what Jacoby did for him.
It's fair. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, has the interest level in the World Cup completely evaporated since the United States completely, evaporated in the World Cup? We'll examine and explore next on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Will it be a sprint or a limp to the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's the Gambo theme song. Semi-charmed kind of life, except he lives a fully charmed kind of life. Fully charmed kind of life.
As he is reminding us every single day with his photos on social media.
Look at this. So he's the king of Norway and Scotland, is what I gathered. In addition to the weird comp to me in the Loch Ness Monster, which was...
Why are you wearing a hat, too?
I don't know. I'm not sure where AI got that photograph of me. I don't know. But
Don't love it.
it was...
Not flattering for you.
The hat?
No, I meant you
or
on the...
my head superimposed on
that's
the
what I
Loch
was
Ness
going
Monster.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you didn't see it on Twitter, there is an AI-generated photograph of my head on a Loch Ness Monster in Scotland that was the weirdest thing that happened to me. And I'm like, oh, look what Gambo's tweeting from. Okay.
Sure, just use my face like that.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
it's
Feel free.
Fine, you know. It was just I'll take things I was not expecting to see for $400, Alex, and that was certainly making the list. So today, the Kellen's filling in for Gambo as he has been all week long. Today, the first day since June 11th, no World Cup soccer action. It's delivered a more focused Kellen performance today. I feel like he's been on point today with everything, and it's good because usually you get a little distracted, and tomorrow will be a different day, right? Because there's a match on.
Second half of France and Morocco will be on during the first hour of our show, so we'll have a little bit there, a little bit.
So in order to, now that the United States is out, in order for people like me whose interest is starting to fade a little bit in this tournament, it's always good to have a little action in it, right? So 8 teams left. We're into the quarterfinals. The 4 of us. Jamal is sitting in for Mitch. Good to see you, Jamal. I don't think we've said hi to Jamal yet today.
Hi, guys.
It's always good to see Jamal on the Burns and Gambo show.
I'm happy to be here.
Just
I
a
love being here.
smiling face. Right, a generation gap tomorround, by the way?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. Well, let us...
I get to display my knowledge.
Let us know how that goes. So, round snake-style draft. We're going to pick the 8 remaining teams left in the World Cup so that we have some semblance of rooting interest. Quick question before, have you already randomly come up with the draft order,
I
Lauren?
have our names plugged into the computer. Jamal can see me hit the randomize button.
So you don't rig it so you can get England, just to be clear.
Oh, don't even. I already have a statement on this.
But before you rig it and before you hit the button,
Mhm.
you're not going to rig it. You're a far too honorable person to do that. I'm not rooting for one here, am I? I don't want one, do I?
There's a case for one. Yeah, I think there's
is there a case for one?
There's a case for one.
I think
okay. You want one? Okay. I was thinking no, you'd actually want like.
I think there are 2 teams that are seen as like prohibitive favorites, but you could make a case that like 4 and 5 or 3 and 6 is kind of worth the squeeze a little bit. But if I had my choice, I would want 1 or 2.
Okay. I was thinking I might want 4 or 5 on
I can
this
work
one.
with any pick though. Don't worry about me. I can make it work. I can make it work.
Kellen, no offense, I wasn't worried about you. I was worried about me.
He's like, I'm talking about me.
You're really overvaluing what I think of you. I wasn't thinking of you at all. I was thinking of me. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. All right, Lauren, with the honorable Koval name behind you, please fairly hit the randomizer there, and let's see what we got.
Kellen, you will go first.
Beautiful.
Burnsy, you will go second. I will go third. Jamal will go fourth.
It's rigged.
Well, FIFA is a corrupt organization, so.
You know what? All we're doing is mimicking FIFA here. That's it.
Just saying, Jamal, if you wanted England, you'd want to be third. I'm just saying.
Somewhere Egypt is complaining about our tactics right now, and we just don't care. We're ignoring them completely. All right, Kellen, you're first. Go ahead.
Give me France. France are the favorites of the tournament
Boo,
right now.
predictable.
I know. Very chalky of me to say they have by far the most explosive offensive talent in this field. They are by no means like a big locker, like a huge favorite to win this tournament, though. Their midfield isn't that great. Their defense is heavily carried by one individual, William Saliba, who's the best defender in The world right now, we're going to see them get tested right away. Morocco has been a fantastic defensive team, and by fantastic, I mean they make every match they watch boring and insufferable, and I hope that France kills them by 7.
If you want deep analysis as to my pick, you're not going to get it. I'm going straight off of the odds. Give me Spain with the number 2 pick, please. No analysis needed. I'm just going with straight odds on this one.
And we could be seeing France and Spain in the semifinals if both those teams win this weekend as well.
Oh, okay. Lauren?
All right. I got a statement before my pick.
Okay.
I know. I roll all you want. Okay. I'm going with my boys. England.
Okay.
Her boys.
I have loved them for years and years. This is my statement, though.
This is my manifesto.
Was the Argentina-Egypt game rigged so that Messi could win and go on to win another World Cup? Back-to-back champs. Perhaps. Okay, VAR, does it know everything? No, it doesn't. Only when you choose to review specific things, which always seems to benefit Argentina. So if I wanted to hop on the corruption bus, I'd be taking Argentina here. But I'm not, and I'm riding with my boys.
Are you from Egypt?
No.
Well, I mean,
No, she's talking about the play when an Egyptian player fouled a Argentine player on the completely other side of the field. 15 seconds of play happened, and then a goal was scored, and they ruled that was the reason why they had to take the goal back. It was erroneous.
I know. It's just that Egyptians right now are claiming that Argentina was gifted the match, which is kind of, it sounds like the accusation. So I'm just wondering if you've got a little Egyptian.
And
England
in your could
blood.
face Argentina in the semifinals as well, which you got to be worried about there.
Also,
yeah.
they Blair Wonderwall.
That's a reason to love them.
Okay.
You know, it's one of my favorite songs
Your boy
of all time.
Jude sings it.
It's one of my favorite songs of all time.
They sing Hey Jude at him. It's just, it pulls you in.
Jamal for 2.
Well, I'll go ahead and take the steering wheel to that corruption bus. Give me Argentina.
This is great value at 4. This is great value. That was rigged for us. We blew it. Now it's rigged for Argentina.
Oh, yeah. No, that was my number 2
on the corruption bus go round and round.
Oh, no, yeah. Listen, I have the wheel and I'm steering.
Best player in the tournament you get, too. That helps.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were my number 2.
The best player ever.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And?
Oh, I do have a second pick.
You do?
I will go Belgium.
Okay. Lauren?
Morocco.
I'm going to take Norway.
And I get the worst pick in the draft, as I should, because I have the last pick, which is Switzerland, who have absolutely no chance of beating Argentina, even if it's a fair match, and it won't be.
I like my team.
You like your team?
I don't know squat about them, but I like my team.
I look forward to you watching.
I don't know squat about it, but I love my team.
One player on either of your teams.
I can picture players on either of my teams. Does that count for anything? I can in my mind's eye, I can picture the Norway guy.
Because they're actually all from that country. That's the kicker about the World Cup teams.
I can picture the guy.
He's not. He wasn't even born in Norway.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Where was he born, Lauren?
Leeds.
In England.
Yes.
He's the face of the franchise. So. I don't care where he was
You've
born.
got 2 great characters to root for. Lamine Yamal, still has braces, 19 years old, a child, might be the best player in the world right now for Spain. He's electric. And then Erling Haaland, who scores in every match, does the row thing, and really fun to watch.
What does the winner get?
To drive the corruption bus?
I've never wanted to win anything more in my entire life.
Really?
I want to drive the corruption bus.
We'll come up with something.
Kind of get to invent rules, whatever you want, just to benefit your own.
That way
place.
you have control of it. You know what I mean? Like if you wanted to, be better, then you can be better.
You can be better.
And you're so corrupt that people don't even try and dispute how corrupt you are, and they're like, oh, they're just being corrupt again. This is kind of just what they do, and we have to deal with it.
There's
whatever.
Zero expectations. There's the Arizona Cardinals.
It's kind of what we do. Amen to that. All right. So once again, Kellen has France and Switzerland. I have Spain and Norway. Lauren has England and Morocco. Jamal has Argentina and Belgium. We'll figure out something for the winner to get from the other 3. I don't know. I mean, some sort of baked goods or lunch or something like that. In the meantime, we've got a 4 o'clock reset to get to, and Lauren is going to be the one who brings it to us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, and I love telling you about Global Credit Union because I really, really think membership has its benefits when it comes to Global Credit Union. And I mean that because I am a member. I have a checking account. I have a savings account. I have a loan with Global Credit Union. And what I know to be a fact is that Global Credit Union is dedicated to me being a member, making sure I'm saving as much money as I possibly can. And I feel that commitment every single time, whether it's checking accounts and savings accounts that have fewer fees, no fees, better rates on the loans. I've been in on the meetings, and I know Global Credit Union is committed to finding ways to save you money, to save me money as a member of Global Credit Union. $194 million collectively is what they saved their membership a year ago, and I can honestly say it feels good to know that I've got a financial partner who has my back the way Global Credit Union does. Joining is really simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, check. Fewer fees, check. Real savings, check. And the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
2 different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and the Diamondbacks will have rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Sun General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped out with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Center. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for that game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time equals Lauren time. Time for her to take us on a guided tour of the top sports stories of the day. It's Lauren time.
It's Lauren time on the Burns and Gambo show?
Like we should have a clock in here, and at 2 o'clock, it's straight up 2 o'clock. And instead of the 4, we should just put a Lauren instead of the 4.
What would be the alarm sound? Would it be a good, better, best from Ben Johnson? Like, what would be the alarm going off when it hits 0?
I'd come running into the room. Bust through that door.
If that happened?
Some good, better, best. Never let it rest. So the good gets better and the better gets best. Boom, I'm in there.
I'm a little bit more fired up than I was 8 seconds ago. Like,
it worked for me, too. 4 o'clock is Lauren time. Lauren, take it away.
All right, well, we're going to start with the D-backs because they lost 4-1 to the Padres last night. All the damage in that one coming in the first inning. Here is Torey Lovello post-game.
This game was won and lost in the first inning. We load the bases with no outs, and we scratched across 1 run. And, we have very capable guys, and we didn't get the job done. You walk off the field, they get a big 2-out, 3-run home run, and that stood up the whole way. So I feel like if we got some slug in that situation, Zach gets a little extra push, might be a totally different outcome.
Kellen in his email used the word, how tough it is to watch this team. Nick Pecoro on AZ Central used the word stale. And it for the last 6 weeks, boy, he was so right. They're just so stale in games like this. It's so predictable in terms of their inability to come through in those moments and offensively to do anything. I mean, this isn't even a Zach conversation, though it can be. Offensively, outside of that first inning, they have one other inning where there was a little bit of a threat and Arenado hitting to a double play. They look so flat offensively. And it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch every single night because you feel like you know how it's going to end before we even get there.
Yeah, I'm sure there are more optimistic fans than me who can look at the first inning the way that it went and still have a lot of belief in the team to win the game. But once the first inning ended, I was like, this is going to take a lot for them to win this game just based on everything we know about this baseball team this year. It's been really tough with, by the way, we talk about backbreaking and stale and tough watches. We watched a season where the bullpen was the worst part of this team, and that won't really top anything that we've seen this year, and that's the influx. It's if they just get a 3-2 lead and through 6, we feel so confident about this team. It's so weird.
It might be a topic for another day, but I will say that watching your team have the lead and blow it is infinitely worse than watching your team not be able to muster up enough runs to win. 100%. I mean, if you're going to tell me you're going to slow bleed the way this team is slow bleeding right now, I'll take it this way versus your bullpen can't tie their shoes like it was last year. That's way worse.
Last year you could never like reset or just like relax during the game. They could have a 6-run lead through 5 and you're just like, okay, let's see how the 6th and the 7th go before I get too like excited about a potential win here.
Yeah.
And the D-backs have game 3 of that 4-game series tonight. They've got rookie Jose Cabrera on the mound for them tonight for that one, and a little bit later start to that game tonight, but it will be right here on 98.7. And Blue Jays' Dylan Cease. He lost his bid for his second career no-hitter in the 9th inning of today's game against the Giants. Ramos hit a line drive single. Cease had thrown 116 pitches.
How many out were there in the 9th when it happened?
None.
Okay, so it was leading off the 9th.
Yeah, so he would have gone potentially into the 130s to get it done.
I once saw Tim Lincecum no-hitter with my own eyes at Petco Park. I think he threw 147 pitches that night. I was there that day. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen, and I think his shoulder exploded about an hour after the game was over.
The most infamous local example, of course, Edwin Jackson. Wasn't he in like the 140s too?
Yeah, against Tampa, and I think he was in the 140s. And AJ Hinch just, nope, keep going.
Like 5 walks or something.
Keep going.
Just kept going. Loved it.
And the Yankees have made history once again because last night they struck out 17 times versus the Tampa Bay Rays. Why did they make history? It was the second straight game they did it.
Oh, God. Oh, no wonder Gambo's in another country. He can't stand the sight of the New York Yankees when they're doing stuff like that.
AI photos because he can't stand them paying attention to his baseball
I ain't
game.
going to watch Yankees baseball when I'm over here in Ireland. I'm going to put together AI photos of Burnsy's head on a Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that than watch the Yankees. Okay, now I get it a little bit. Yeah, I can't.
And Justin Verlander announced that he plans to retire after the 2026 season. In an NBA news,
I was glancing over Kellen to see if he had anything.
Just one of the best pitchers of his generation. Whatever. Congrats, dude. Moving on.
Wow, so blasé.
Whatever. All right, we'll move on to NBA news because this is Brian Windhorst from yesterday discussing how everybody in the NBA believes that LeBron is going to the Cavs.
People in the league are certainly, I think that it's pointing towards Cleveland, but they are operating off vibes. And if you ask me, are the vibes pointing towards Cleveland? Yeah, the vibes are pointing towards Cleveland, but it's just vibes. And I wish I could sit here and tell you, my sources tell me, Chris, that at 6:14 p.m. on Wednesday, here's the thing. In 2010, he announced on live television. In 2014, he announced on the internet. I mean, it was basically through a magazine, but it's essentially in an internet article. Yeah. In 2018, it was a press release. Now he gets to pick the medium. So we'll see.
That might be my favorite Brian Windhorst moment since. Why would they do that?
Wendy's electric. When he lets it loose, he's incredible. He's awesome. How do you think he will announce it? That was an interesting question. I hadn't thought about that. How do you think he announces it? The collective looks I'm getting from the both of you is that you don't care enough. But if you cared enough, imagine you care enough.
I'm thinking. I'm imagining a social media post
of some caliber
of LeBron in the jersey of the team.
Shams is not breaking this. This is going to be LeBron is going to announce this. Yeah. It's just going to be a matter of where he does it.
LeBron on his social media channels. I would picture that. Yeah.
This is probably how I imagine it.
I'm kind of. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of rooting for Philly in this, just because it's different. Just because I feel like I've seen the LeBron in Miami movie. I know I've seen the LeBron in Cleveland movie. I'd kind of like to see the LeBron in Philly movie and just see how that, I don't know if it's best for him, but it's just different. And at this point, I would root for different. I would root for something that's a little out of his comfort zone.
LeBron will keep 2:30 open on the show sheet tomorrow in case you want to do it on our show. We'll keep it open.
Yeah. You can have whatever segment you want,
Open
LeBron.
invite, LeBron, coming in. Make your announcement here.
Come on in.
And in NCAA news, the NCAA has sent a letter of inquiry to Cincinnati centered all around former quarterback Brendan Sorsby's time with the program.
They want to know what he was doing when he was there, too, right?
Yep.
Like, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Cincinnati's like, God, we were so close. Like, everyone was paying attention to Texas Tech. Yeah, like so much Texas Tech talk. They were like, just ignore the Cincinnati part. Just ignore the Cincinnati part.
Especially given that Commissioner Brett Yormark yesterday said that they were discussing gambling in the Big 12 league-wide and what that meant. So
it's funny. I was doing research on a story that I can't remember if we're talking about later today or not, on the Big 12 preseason rankings from a year ago. Oh, we're doing that at 4:45? And I was a little surprised at all the attention Mr. Sorsby is getting, because there were not relatively a lot of expectations for Cincinnati last year. I understand he's a pro prospect and I get all that, but in terms of that translating to success at the college level, nobody really thought Cincinnati was going to be all that great last year with Brendan Sorsby, and they weren't. They were just okay, So I just thought, food for thought.
Food for thought there. And we'll wrap up this reset with a little bit of WNBA news.
Is this the Caitlin Clark story?
No.
Oh, this isn't? Oh,
no.
Because I thought that was interesting, too.
We could start there.
She's playing tonight. Mm-hmm. They've already ruled her out for tomorrow when they come to play the Mercury. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. That's really, really interesting.
Been an eventful year for the Mercury. It's been a disappointing year for them. So strange Alyssa Thomas potentially could not be an all-star. There was the whole Yo-Yo Nogic thing where she's going back to Europe.
Yeah.
Now, after she was kind of a rookie sensation for them in the first couple of weeks of the season.
Do they not want her to play because they're worried about her? Or do they not want her to play because they don't want the Mercury to benefit from her presence, as a lot of teams do when the Indiana Fever come to your town to play? I'm hearing Jamal talk about it.
I think you're there, yeah.
You think I'm there? I mean, it's like, hey, watch this. She's not playing. She's not playing.
And to announce it a full 24 hours before the game.
Yeah, you don't get to benefit from her presence. Sorry, we're not going to do that after what you did to her the last time you played. Wow, I thought it was fascinating.
That's a handful of tickets they're not going to sell tomorrow just because of that, for sure. Unfortunately, that is the case, but she's that big of a mega draw that people would have gone out of their way to go to the game tomorrow if she was playing. But after everything that happened earlier this year, no dice.
Sorry, I got distracted. What is the WNBA story?
The WNBA announced that they will be the first professional sports league to host events at the new Obama Presidential Center during the 2026 All-Star Games. The Presidential Center has basketball courts there installed, as many famous stories of Obama playing basketball have been discussed. But now they're going to host formal events for the All-Star Game.
Okay, yeah.
Also, like three-point shootout, things like that?
Details? Those got to be nailed down, but
pending a little bit. That's fine.
They'll host events there. And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren.
Reset the clock.
It's no longer Lauren o'clock anymore. It is when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. You know what? Why wait to see what you actually are as a baseball team? Just buy now if you're Mike Hazen. Is there logic behind that thinking? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Fastball right down the middle at 103 miles per hour, and the Padres win it by a final score of 4-1. The series even at a game apiece, so the D-backs will try and take the edge in tomorrow night's contest.
2 more to go in San Diego. We talk D-backs at the Padres today on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Schnell Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Schnell Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Fall Cow this year, we're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, southernsteer.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Did that struggling Diamondbacks offense finally wake up against Padres ace Michael King? We're reacting to the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Trade deadline is August 3rd in Major League Baseball. We've talked about it a lot here at Arizona Sports, whether it's Burns and Gambo, Wolf and Luke, Bickley and Murata, because we're all trying to crack the code and figure out what the Diamondbacks are going to be. And, of course, the answer is that time will tell what the Diamondbacks are going to be. And, 2024, they had the same record that they do right now. They went on a tear. They were buyers. 2025, they had exactly the same record they do right now. They did not go on a tear, and they sold. What this year is going to be remains to be seen, but there is, as Kellen pointed out earlier when we were communicating about the show, a compelling argument to be made in the Arizona Diamondbacks not waiting until the deadline and buying right now. We know what this team needs. We know where the soft spots are. We watch it every single night. It frustrates the you-know-what out of us every single night. There's an argument to be made for why wait? Why wait? Go do it. Go do it, and rather than wait to see what you are, influence the outcome of who you are by dealing with it now instead of waiting until August 3rd.
And this is the type of conversation where I don't know Mike Hazen, but have heard him talk enough and have heard him answer this type of question enough where this type of conversation probably drives him crazy, because he's stated numerous times over the years that this just isn't how the league transactional mindset works. Like everyone is holding firm on their price points. Like, I'm sure that players that are going to get traded in a couple of weeks' time have been discussed by now and have been discussed a whole lot by now. But the team that is selling is going to hold and hold and hold because they are taught that the longer that you wait, the higher the price will generally go up, or you have a pretty good chance to. Now, counterpoint I will give is that Jeff Passan has given this tone to me, at least in the last couple of years. I remember one deadline for sure where there was a lack of movement that we had after expecting so much because a lot of teams waited and the prices never were able to go up. Like they weren't able to get any movement. They thought someone was going to eventually meet their price, and they never did. To which I would say, if you can meet the price without it being severely overpaying, why wouldn't you do it right now for this specific team, which is we know what's going to happen here over the next couple of weeks. Like they are going to be middling. They're probably just going to be around 500, a little bit under, maybe a little bit over. But the way this team is going to be, I don't think it's going to change from a record standpoint in a couple of weeks' time. Maybe I'm wrong and they rip off 13 of 17 like 2 years ago. Maybe I'm wrong and they lose 13 of 17 and it becomes obvious for them to sell. But if there is the move that you want to make that will definitively help your team, and I'm not even talking about like someone like Wilson Contreras who you brought up last year, like Taylor Ward in Baltimore is just under contract for the rest of this season, and that's it. He had 36 homers last year, and this year he's top 5 in walks. Like that is a bat that would really help that 5 through 9 order a lot. And if it's just going to cost you a top 15 to 20 prospect or maybe a borderline top 10 prospect instead of like waiting a little bit longer and maybe paying a little bit less, if you know you want to buy and are probably gonna buy in some facet a couple of weeks, why not try and get it done right now?
That's why when you were filling in on Wolf and Luke a couple of weeks ago, in some ways, Mike's very definitive, we're buying, right? Like now a lot has changed since then, in fairness to Mike. 2 weeks ago, I think we were in a slightly more optimistic mindset than we are now about this team's ability to contend to the point where they are buyers. But that on-field interview you did with him, he seemed pretty, you basically said, hey, man, I don't even have time to ask you about the buyers and sellers thing. He said, we're buying. But things have changed since then. I think that's the one thing that would hold you back is that the price points haven't come down and it's going to be an overpay. And so now it becomes a question of tolerance. And, do you feel like this team is worth the overpay that's going to come with a moment like that? Because I think, look, there's always going to be a first, right? There's always... At some point, somebody is going to make the first deal of the deadline season. It doesn't always happen 48 hours before the trade deadline itself. I'll have to go back and look the last couple of cycles, but the Devers trade, Devers trade happened way before the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. There's always an outlier or two of a team that just says, to heck with it. Let's just do it now. Let's do it now because we are committed to this vision. I just wonder what the difference would be, and we will never know the answer to this question, Kellen. If you were to do it now, how much more are you paying now for the privilege to do it on July 7th versus the privilege of doing it on August 1st? How much more does that cost you? Because that's really what this comes down to, right?
And it depends on the type of player that you're going to go after, right? Like someone like Taylor Ward is going to have like a pretty decent market, but no one's going to pay super high for him. That was the case with Luis Arraez last year. It's not going to be the case with Luis Arraez this year. He only has a couple of months of baseball left on that contract, but he has been much, much better defensively and is still some version of Luis Arraez at the plate, the contact machine that he is. Every team could use a Luis Arraez, and every contender that has some sort of opening offensively to get him into their lineup is going to pursue him. Like the best fits are listed, and I'm not surprised. I would be surprised if it wasn't half the league that he was a best fit for as well. Like someone you shouted out as you would really like to see is like Reed Detmers. He has 2 more years of control after 2026. Like he is going to be an expensive ad if you look to get him. So it's just a matter of if you are willing to go above and beyond in that sort of way. Do you believe, and I think this is kind of the breaking point of the conversation here, is do you believe Hazen is already decided, or is he truly still going to wait 2 to 3 weeks and let the baseball team decide for him?
I mean, my guess is he's going to wait. I'm just basing that off of past experience, right? Like he has been very steadfast about the team will tell me whether I'm buying or selling. You will decide, not me. The way you're playing will dictate it, not me. I have no reason to think that he's gonna counter that and do it anyway before he's got more. He wants to see another card or two before he decides whether he's going to stay in the hand or not. I just think that's his experience. I do think the one thing that maybe works in the favor of making a trade early is that if they are trading, they do have, and I know not a lot of Diamondback fans are going to want to hear this because they're prospect hoarding and they want to hold on to these young guys as much as they possibly can. Man, they got a lot of right-handed hitting in the organization. I mean, a lot of it. And so if there is a position of strength, a pool of players that you could kind of deal from and know that you still have some dudes, that's probably it for Mike Hazen. And if there's one guy in there in particular, I'm not saying there is, but if there's one guy in particular that you're Mike Hazen and you've decided, I don't think that prospect's going to turn out to be very much, I need to sell him now while he still has that value attached to him, maybe that's the guy who becomes expendable in a moment like this. And the guy that you kind of sacrifice in the name of getting that player early. I don't think he's decided, though. You?
And you wonder how many teams that are in this middling position, because the dynamics of the expanded playoff format is that currently you've got the 51-40 Cubs, the 51-41 Phillies, and the 50-42 Marlins. The belief, for me at least, is that that's not going to hold for Miami or St. Louis or whoever's in that position. The team that's going to be third in the wild card race, get that last bid, is probably going to win 80 to 83 games. They're going to be somewhere right around 500. So all of these teams, like the Padres, like the Nationals, like the Pirates, like the Cardinals, like the Marlins, they're going to be in wait-and-see mode, too, and see, because if the Diamondbacks sell and the Padres sell, let's say as an example, that may make St. Louis go like, oh, okay, wait a minute. It's just us and the Pirates and the Nationals and the Marlins for one spot, and we can just add two guys, and then all of a sudden, like, it changes the dynamic for everyone.
Cardinals training camp is 2 weeks away. Cardinals players who are poised for a breakout season. That sounds like some homework for Kellen to work on. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was shocked at the news the Suns acquired Miles Bridges. I was. Look at that. They didn't acquire him. Brian Gregory targeted him by all accounts.
Yeah.
Do you think Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia did their due diligence on this? Do you think they consulted Tom Izzo on this?
I sure hope so.
So what kind of kid are we talking about here? What happened? The circumstances. Why did the Suns do this when they didn't have to? Why did they do it?
That's
Especially with a culture that they have. I don't know, but we're going to find out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up. So before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
This
summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and the Diamondbacks will have rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Sun General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped out with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Center. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for that game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what's trending now.
Let's review Kellen's homework.
Sounds like some school time music right here. Kellen's homework. When Kellen fills in for Gambo, I have an assignment for him. Previous assignments have been top 5 Spielberg movies of all time, NBA rookies poised to make the biggest impact with their team.
What was the one that you guys really freaked out at? Oh, holy bleep, this guy got traded, guys who were never going to get traded, but if they got traded, guys.
Yeah, like I
really went for it.
I can't believe that guy just got traded, guys, in the next deadline in the offseason. And yes, you did have Devin Booker on the list. Today's list, I feel like just based off of watching you interact in the newsroom and watching you pour over it, I think I might have challenged you with this one. Did I challenge you with this one?
You did. You did.
Okay.
Just because we also have to quantify what it is, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we will talk about it. So Kellen's homework today here on Burns and Gambo is based off of this here story that I found this morning when I was poking around, and this was on ESPN.com. It's, list season in the NFL and coming out with lists for this and lists for that. Picking breakout candidates for all 32 teams. One player on each team in the NFL who is their biggest, best breakout candidate. For the Cardinals, they selected Walter Nolan III based off of the production he provided last year when he wasn't hurt and how he kind of justified that first-round pick, and he looked like a beast when he played. I thought, Kellen, for your homework today, you would come up with your 5 breakout candidates for the Arizona Cardinals in 2026. And now I can see why you might have struggled with this one a little bit.
A little difficult because like number one should be Jeremiah Love. Like he's gonna be a breakout star for the Cardinals, but I can't say Jeremiah Love. Like that's not fair. Like that's very predictable and saying, and I'm not really catching anyone off guard with that. Like Marvin Harrison Jr. in year 3, am I supposed to say breakout candidate?
If you want. I mean,
would he be one? Do I even think of?
Here's the thing: if you've noticed so far in Kellen's homework, it's not like anyone's grading you.
Okay.
I mean, Lauren, have you been grading him and I don't know about this? Have the people on the YouTube chat been grading Kellen and his performance so far?
I think she is the one grading me, to be clear, because she is the one that is always right, as we covered yesterday.
Well, she did mention that, ad nauseum, that she is always right. So you're not really being graded on this one. If you want to say Marvin Harrison Jr., you can say Marvin Harrison Jr.
Number 5, Jordan Birch. I think you could pick a litany of pass rushers here. Baron Browning was my pick last year. That pick did not go well, to say the least. Someone is going to have to get sacks on this team. Just someone's going to have to do it. Josh Sweat and Calais Campbell were the only 2 guys who did it last year. The only 2 players on the team last year who finished with more than 2 sacks last year. It was just Calais and it was just Josh Sweat, so someone else is going to have to get those sacks. I'm going to go with Jordan Birch, not in a way where you look at him and he's like the best edge rusher on the team, but like who can be the guy opposite Josh Sweat. I think Birch is going to make a little bit more of a push for it. Pretty consistently played 30 to 50% of the snaps as the 4th option behind Zaven, Josh, and Baron Browning as well. There was a lot of buzz about him in training camp, and we were looking to see a little bit more from him. I think that was rookie stuff. I think he'll get going and be productive and have a handful of sacks next year.
3rd round pick, so there's a measure of expectations that come with that. Maybe not the full-on expectations of a 1st rounder or a 2nd rounder, but when you're a 3rd rounder, it's not like you're a lottery ticket. You're expected to make a contribution, and I do think there is, safe to say, on this team, to your point, a big void when it comes to that position and that stat, and they are desperately looking for somebody to fill it. So why not him? Okay, I like that. You'd be graded well for that choice.
Thank you. Number 4, I think that he was on his way to this before suffering an injury, and with the identity change that we expect to see happening offensively, look, he's not going to catch 45 balls for 400 yards and 6 touchdowns, but Tip Ryman, I think, is going to be an incredibly important part of this team as that secondary tight end who is just going to be in there to maul guys. Like that is his job and what is going to be in there. I was talking about it with Tyler Drake in the office, and in terms of like the update on his health, I think those are going to be coming with time. But the season-ending injury last year, we'll see if he's ready for the start of the season. But once he gets in there, with how much they're going to run the ball, I can talk about Jeremiah Love, but the fact that they have Tyler Algier and then James Conner eventually as well, and if we see Trey Benson, like this team is going to have to run the ball and run it effectively. And if that is going to be an effective offense, it's going to have a little bit to do with Tip and the role that he is going to have as that secondary blocking tight end that we were starting to fall in love with a bit with seeing the way that he played. And then just when things were getting going for him, he suffered that injury.
A little bit. With him, I always wonder if there's anything more, or is that, and not that it's, it's fine if that's all that there is, because that's an important role. But with a guy like Tip Ryman, is that all there is? Or is there something else to his game other than being the mauler at tight end? Okay, number 3.
Number 3, sticking with that theme, Chase Basantis. I think with what this team wants to do in the run game, and you have no choice but to do it with the run game when you have the running back room that they do, and quite honestly, the quarterback room that they do as well. He is very much in the Isaiah Adams tier last year, where like this is the guy where if he pans out and he starts to become an above average starter at his position, you can really start to see the full picture of what the offensive line could be. That picture is missing a right tackle right now, but I think if his development is fast as a rookie and speeds up, and maybe he's not starting in week 1, maybe it's week 4, maybe it's week 8 when he gets in there. If him and Seumalo are legit and Yelda Froholt gets back on track, which I think Froholt will, you just sign a right tackle in free agency, an average right tackle in free agency, and all of a sudden you've got like a dependable, solid offensive line for your next quarterback.
He is one of the most important players on the roster. I have no doubt. I don't know if he's going to live up to that billing. I think for them to have more success than people are anticipating, that he is one of the key guys to leading to that. Is he ready for it? Are his shoulders broad enough to handle the load that comes with this? Is he all of that? If he is, I'm not saying the Cardinals are going to the playoffs. I'm just saying if there's a path to this team being better than people think, I think that path has Chase Basantis on it as a big part of it. Number 2.
Walter Nolan. I think this goes without saying. We saw, and I have been screaming from everywhere about the lack of blue chippers on this defense specifically, and where you get like legitimately great game-changing impact from defenders on this team, not named Budda Baker. We got Josh Sweat to emerge in that group last year, and I think Walter Nolan is going to be the next guy to do it. He was incredibly impressive in the short amount of time that we got to see him. Of course, the main concern here is the injury, and if he's going to look like himself coming off the injury, if he's going to need to use this upcoming season as a way to like get healthy and get back on track. Is he going to fall behind because he's not in practice, things like that? But from a talent perspective, he's undeniably one of the 3 or 4 most talented guys on the defense.
There was a lot about last year that really, really sucked for the Arizona Cardinals. That is not exactly breaking sports news first. Walter Nolan's inability to stay on the field health-wise was one of the biggest things about last year that sucked, because when he was out there, it looked I don't want to say it looked good. He looked so good. He was just dominant at times out there, and it was such a shame not to see that fulfilled to its fullest extent. There was just so much that went wrong last year. Him not being out there was a big part of that.
When he would like split through the gap and tackle someone in the backfield and it wasn't Calais' jersey number, I was like, wait, who's that? We don't have anyone else that can do that. Who is that? And it was him. And he's going to have to step up. Speaking of like Calais, like probably should be talked about more how much this team is going to miss Calais this year. And Walter is going to have to be a huge part of that. Number one, and I think that last year there was too much pressure put on this guy, and he had to standout performances as well. But there were so many injuries and so much inconsistency that this corner room now has the most like dependability with it. Like we've got Sean Murphy bunting a bit further back. We're waiting to see when Garrett Williams will be back. But I think like Will Johnson is positioned to have the breakout year and like maybe be a Pro Bowler at the end of the year if this year goes well enough for him. I thought that there were a lot of flashes last year and there were a lot of lacking flashes. But again, I think that solely had to do with the fact of how depleted this corner room was for the second straight year. If they're moderately healthy at all this year, and of course, if he stays healthy, I think he's going to establish himself as one of like the better defensive backs in football, really. He is that talented. It was the only reason he was there was because of injury. That was it. Everyone did not say it was because of talent. It was because of strictly the injury concerns.
Yeah, and when he played well. There was a little bit of a learning curve, but he played well. I applaud you for not going Marvin Harrison Jr. That's low-hanging fruit. You could have done it, but you didn't. I appreciate that. He certainly would have belonged on this list. I was wondering, even though, God, there's just so many mouths to feed offensively, I was wondering about Elijah Higgins and whether he'd be on that list as a guy who might break out a little bit because he's shown some flashes. Mm-hmm. And if they really do run a lot of 13 personnel with 3 tight ends out there, does he get some looks because everybody else garners so much attention? That's a good list.
Cardinals Corner co-host in the producer booth, Lauren Colville. Did I miss anyone? I had Birch 5, Tip Ryman number 4, Chase Pasantis 3, Walter Nolan 2, and then Will Johnson 1. Is there anyone else you would want to shout out as a potential breakout next year?
Well, I see that you're playing into the teacher's pet hand already, if I am the principal in this analogy, by picking an Illini just like that. So I see where you're coming from. But
you got to know the angles.
I would give you an A on this homework assignment.
Wow. Can I print that off and put it on the fridge?
Sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Kellen got a gold star today on the Burns and Gambo show.
My mom's an elementary school teacher. I could get you one of those certificates with the stars around it where you write in your name. We could do that whole thing, too.
She's legit, dude.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, ASU football clearly won the offseason. Is that going to translate into wins when the season starts? That's coming up. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Sean Payton wanted the Broncos to hire Bill Belichick on a temporary basis. Yeah. Have him take over as the head coach. Sean Payton would take a back seat, run the offense. All in pursuit of Bill Belichick becoming 15 wins to break Don Shula's all-time record.
So, and to think the Cardinals had Sean Payton in for an interview. Why didn't he sign here?
2 meals. He ate lunch and dinner with them. I'll sign anything you want if you give me lunch and dinner.
He was on the Jarrett Carlin interview tour.
That's it.
2 meals. I'm in. I might have some more questions tomorrow in the morning for breakfast.
Right.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, off or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all pro shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
With Lauren, she's got an update on our poll question at ArizonaSports.com. It has to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And there was a dramatic pause right there. Right?
I was like, were you waiting for me to fill in the blank?
No, it's just a dramatic pause.
Okay.
Had to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks and the fact that for 3 straight years now, they have the exact same record after 91 games. The literal exact same. 2024, 25, now 26. In 24, they went on a run. They were buyers. In 25, they went on a losing streak, and they were sellers. What will 2026 bring? That is the question.
That's exactly what we're asking. Will the D-backs end up rallying and buying, or will they fade and sell?
Fade and sell.
Fade and sell. I was curious what the 2023 team was at. 48-33. That is better.
The 2023 team was a weird season.
Very weird.
Very weird season. They were great for the first half of the season. They were rolling. And then they hit that stretch, like mid-July to mid-August, where they were hot garbage for a month. Dropped 2 games below 500.
57 and 59, your memory is correct. And then they ripped off a whole lot of wins to land at 69 and 62 directly after that. So they went 12 in 3. They won 12 of 15 to kind of get back on track.
Yeah, that was a Sarah Lang's wee season, right? I love the wheeze from Sarah Lang. That was a kind of season for the Diamondbacks. So that one is an outlier. The last 3 have been remarkably similar. They just haven't. The Julys have been different. So last time, what were we at 82% fade and sell?
Yes, and we've actually gone up.
Great.
But ever so slightly, so no need to worry. 83% now going with fade and sell, 17% going with rally and buy.
All right. That is our poll question. You can hear it at Arizona. You can see it, at arizonasports.com and vote on it while you're there. We had Chris Karpman on earlier. Hopefully he's got the power restored in his house. When we talked to him, he was supposed to join us via the airtime, and he couldn't because he didn't have power in his house. I hope everything's okay now. Big 12 Media Days were yesterday, Kellen, and this, when talking about ASU football, and I know we haven't had a lot of ASU football conversation lately, but because it's Big 12 Media Days, it kind of went top of mind. A thought kind of occurred to me, and I just want to see where it goes here for a couple of minutes. ASU football had a great offseason. The Michigan threat, whether real or perceived, they fought that off. Kenny got his raise. Kenny got the raises that he wanted for people on his staff. He got the financial recommitment from the university to the program. And it was about as great as you could have expected if you were an ASU fan to see everything that went down. Now that we're getting a little closer to the season, I don't know whether I should be surprised or not, and you tell me, that the actual win predictions for ASU football this year, they're very mid. Their over-under is 6.5. The unofficial preseason poll came out, and they were 8th in the Big 12. It's a little surprising to me that a team that had such a good-looking offseason, everyone's kind of like, when it comes to the team. What do you make of that?
Well, it's such a completely different position they find themselves in than last year, because while they're going to be relying on continuity this year, like a bunch of teams do, last year they had the most continuity of pretty much any team in the country. Like, they brought back just about everyone, and this is the year where Dillingham had to go into the portal and play that game instead of just focusing on retention. Like, offensively, 6 of their top 7 guys in yards from scrimmage from last year are gone. Derek Eusebio is the only guy back. Now, you might look at that and be like, oh gosh, who's going to be the skill guys? But we talked about it earlier with Chris Karpman. Harris and Miller at wideout are going to be huge for them. It might be the best duo that they've had there in nearly a decade. The defense is kind of the same thing, where CJ Fight is back, Adrian Wilson, Boogie Wilson is back as well, but it's a lot of transfers. Owen Long out of Colorado State linebackers might be the most important one out of all of them for what he's going to do. So I don't really think there is a great way to. So, like, you can look at what happened with Oklahoma State, right? And, like, the whole North Texas thing, mess to maker, and, like, half the North Texas roster is moving over to Oklahoma State. So it's kind of more predictable to look at what that team could look like. We don't know how any of these pieces fit together at all, and especially a quarterback. Like, we just don't know how good Cutter Boley is, because he was on an undermanned and just completely outclassed Kentucky team. Like, anytime we talk about those SEC teams, like we talked about Mississippi State when they were on the schedule a year or two ago, when you're outside of that top tier, it's so hard to evaluate the rest of that conference as well. So they're a mystery box to me. I have no idea what to expect from them.
I don't
year.
And there's a couple things that go into this, and that's why I asked when we had Chris on the show earlier. That's why I asked him a question about are there any common threads between this year's ASU team and the 2024 team that kind of came out of nowhere, was picked dead last in the conference, and they ended up winning it and going to the playoffs. Because again, looking at it from the 30,000-foot view, it feels like, to me, one of the common threads between those two teams, there are 2 of them. Number one, it's a roster that you just don't know about because there are a lot of transfers, right? So there's a great mystery box to almost all of it in terms of, what do you have? What did you go get? And to your point, how is it going to fit? And I think that was a very similar question in 2024. I think the other common thread is at quarterback. nobody really knew what they had in Sam Levitt at the start of 2024, right? I mean, there were good reviews, and there was a little bit of tape to go off of from his stuff at Michigan State, but there wasn't a lot, right? And so it was kind of a mystery. And honestly, even at the start of that season, it was really more about Cam than it was about Sam. And you didn't need Sam Levitt to be great until about midway through the season. He turned a corner and became awesome. Cutter Boley might be the next Sam Levitt. We don't know. But that kind of commonality of a completely rebuilt roster through the transfer portal and we'll see, maybe we got a guy at quarterback kind of thing, at least gives the potential for 2026 to be like 2024. The other thing I noticed, too, I was looking at the latest preseason poll for the Big 12. I think part of the problem here, too, is the Big 12 is really hard to predict in football. Did you see? I sent you last year's preseason poll, like where they were picked and where they, and you went to Arizona, for goodness sakes. They were picked dead last. They finished in a 4th place tie in the Big 12.
Houston was 22nd in the country, and like they came out of nowhere as well. They went 10-3 too. I'm glad you brought this up because I think that this is going to be year 3 of this new conference, and I think we're going to definitively be able to tell is there a tier separation at the top? Now, I would have argued that one of those teams that should be at the top is the Iowa State Cyclones, but they lost Matt Campbell and pretty much their entire roster in that move to Penn State as well. But if you look at team records over these 2 years, BYU is 23-4, Texas Tech is 20-7, Iowa State 19-7, and then ASU at 19-8 and TCU at 18-8, followed by Utah at 16-9. So is there going to be in this year 3 a tier separation that occurs where BYU and Texas Tech for the 3rd straight year are at the top and definitively separate themselves as the class of the Big 12, which we're arguing ASU could be involved in? Or is this going to be another year like it could be a mix of that like last year where, yes, they're at the top, but you've got your Houstons out of nowhere. You got your Arizona Wildcats out of nowhere. I'm curious to see because it honestly is way more fun to watch when we don't know who is going to win this conference. Like it's just so much more fun that way, and I hope Texas Tech and BYU don't run it for the next decade.
Technically, BYU came out of nowhere last year. They were preseason 9th. They ended up tied for 1st, right? Like Baylor was predicted to finish 3rd. They finished 11th last year. This is, and I'm like you, I'm curious to see if anything resembling consistency sets into this conference, or is it really just going to be mad chaos every single year? And something tells me it's just going to be mad chaos every single year.
Only punching bag of the conference so far has been Oklahoma State, who's at 4-20. But again, this whole North Texas movement, Mestemaker could be a 1st-round pick. They're one of the more exciting teams in the conference.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it is the latest suggestion to try to get the best out of Zach Gallen. Is it just pure desperation now at this point? That's next here on Arizona Sports. Kellen filling in for Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and the Diamondbacks will have rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Sun General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped out with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Center. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for that game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Will it be a sprint or a limp to the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Very hard on us. It's very hard on him. It's very hard on everybody.
but we are digging in with him and we're trying to figure it out. And, I talk about picking the right heart or the right challenge. We could pick 15 things every single day apart on any player that's struggling, but I think we have to individually, piece by piece, pull out the right thing and address it. For me, it was sequencing today. If we sequence better and don't make certain mistakes, then it's a totally different outcome, in my opinion. But before we go crazy with what's wrong with Zach, I'm going to simplify it for him, and it's up to him and the pitching coaches and me too to figure out that part of the puzzle, and that's what makes coaching and managing so special.
I don't know, Tori. It might be time for a little crazy when it comes to Zach Gallen. Welcome back, 5 o'clock hour. Burns and Gambo, Kellen Olson in for John Gambadoro here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. You asked me the question earlier. I'm going to ask you the question. What do you think Tori and Zach were talking about when it was the inning break and it was a long conversation and it was a one-sided conversation? What do you think they were talking about?
I assume it was pitch selection, which is what Tori referenced there and referenced earlier in the show too. And I think I think I would assume Tori was getting fired up, particularly just about with what you're trying to battle through right now, we have to the guarantees that you have, like the non-negotiables, not so much that specifically, but all the stuff that we can take care of ourselves. Because you're a starting pitcher in the league, you're gonna have some bad luck here and there, but all the stuff that we feel like we can totally control ourselves, we need to get into that. It's the old adage that everyone uses when they go to the PR seminar when they're a rookie, is control what you can control, the controllables. He has a ton of controllables in front of him in a lot of different ways, I'm assuming, in Tori's perspective of it at least. And so I'm sure there was a disagreement over that's sequencing in general. And that's the type of thing where I'm sure Tori is saying, look, dude, you can't afford to be taking a risk with that type of sequencing right now. You got to stick to what we know will give you the best advantage here.
Yeah, it was a very, if you missed it, it was a very one-sided conversation. It was Tori very passionately, as he is wont to do, speaking to Zach Gallen, and Zach just kind of staring off onto the field, listening, trying to, kind of nod his head. Really not even nodding his head, just absorbing what it was that Tori was saying to him. Look, at this point, just about every conversation about Zach Gallen has been had on these airwaves. And maybe I'm bringing up something that's already been brought up, or maybe this is the first time that we're talking about it. But as a last-minute desperation heave to try to do something else, Kellen, people are now, and when I say people, I specifically, and I'm not trying to call him out, but I want to cite his work, Jack Summers over at Sports Illustrated, and he's been on this train for a while, citing Zach Gallen's first inning ERA. He was 7.5 going into last night's game. I believe it's now sitting at 9 after the 4 runs he gave up last night. That's what his first inning ERA is. Jack Summers, smart baseball guy, is pitching the idea of an opener. Somebody coming in, pitching the first inning for Zach, and then kind of settling into the game so Zach can, instead of having those numbers work against him in the first, he comes into the second. That's desperation. Is it worth a shot at this point? If you're not going to DFA him, is it worth a try?
I believe the list I'm looking at is accurate. I just basically looked at, who has started a game for the Diamondbacks in the history of their organization and has thrown 2 or less innings when they started. Another way of me pulling up the openers, essentially, right? I'm looking through the list. The last time the D-backs used an opener was Jalen Beeks in September, late September last year. They used Jalen Beeks again in late August and in late September, and that was it last year. So they used it pretty much 2 to 3 times, maybe max, last year. Not using it this year. You'll remember the Mantiply stints where we saw a decent chunk of him as well. Brandon Hughes was one of those openers for a little bit of time.
Forgot about that.
Scott McGuff got one crack at it.
I remember McGuff,
as well. Jose Ruiz even got some cracks in 2023 as well. Dre Jameson had his opportunities there too. So Tori and Hazen, under their steadfast, they have done this before, but it has only been really out of legitimate sort of desperation, if you will.
Are we there? Can I argue we're there?
I would argue you shouldn't be there because don't do anything to your bullpen. Don't touch it. It's working. Don't start doing different things with it.
I like that. That's a good counter argument.
I don't like doing that for the sake of a pitcher who has the worst ERA and WHIP and you don't have under contract beyond next year. Like, how different would this conversation be, by the way, if Zach had another year on his contract? Like, it would be a totally different conversation because you got to fix him for next year. Like, you got to try and get every last thing out of him to make sure that you don't have to eat that next year of the deal. Instead, we know what the deal is here, which is that he's on an expiring contract right now. So that just changes the conversation totally.
It'd be a Merrill Kelly conversation.
Exactly.
I think that's the boat Merrill Kelly is in. Like, you have to fix that. I mean, Zach, we can talk about DFAing him. We can talk about the money they would eat by DFAing him. Heck, I've even seen, I got the numbers here comparing the last 11 starts of Mad Bum before he got DFA'd by the team and the last 11 starts of Zach Gallen leading up to what happened last night. They are, this will shock no one at all, very, very, very similar. Very similar numbers between Mad Bum and Zach Gallen. So, yeah, that's where we are. You make a great point about the bullpen. The next start for Zach Gallen will be against the LA Dodgers this weekend. So, in theory, your best guy to be your opener, and Jack points this out on his Twitter account, would be Brandon Garcia. But to your point about what you're doing to the bullpen, now I've just taken my one and only lefty and I've burned him. And I've burned him in the first inning in the name of giving Zach Gallen a little bit of a softer landing spot.
Yeah, what if we're up 1 and Thompson's reeling in the 7th and Ohtani's on deck? I want to bring in Brandon Garcia. And now I've already used him.
Unless you've got confidence in the righties, the reverse split guys, the righties who are good against the lefties, and you feel like you've got enough of them to be able to navigate it. But yeah, that plan is important. But again, we have now entered the conversation where if you're not going to DFA him, if you're not just going to cut him and move on, and I understand there's a lot of pros to doing that. I understand there are a lot of people who are advocating for that. If you're not going to do that, then it is desperation time. You really are at that point of, let's try this, let's try that. Yesterday, I'm going to assume that if Zach Gallen had gotten out of the first inning relatively unscathed, let's say he just gives up the 1 run and not the 3-run shot to Cronenworth. And let's say he went to 2 strikes on Sheets, he went to 2 strikes on Cronenworth. Let's say he gets either one of those guys out and the inning ends with 1 run. If Zach Gallen gives him 5 and only gives up 1 run, he's out of that game. He's gone. He's out. Torrey's going to get him out of there. He's in line for a win. He's got a confidence builder. That's desperate too. You know, his pitch count might have been at 75 or 80 if they pulled him after 5. I think they would have yanked him in a New York minute if he was in that situation. You're at the point with Zach Gallen where if you're not going to release him, you have to consider everything. I don't like it as much as you do. I really don't. I don't like the idea of it.
Is it wrong to say I don't think he's earned it with how he's pitched? Like going to this length?
No. It all goes back to something you said at the beginning of the show when we started this conversation about Zach Gallen. What are they waiting for? Why are they waiting? Just about anybody else in any other circumstance, we know how this story would have ended. It hasn't. What are they waiting for? Is it because he's Zach? Is it because they really think he's close to fixing it?
Is it because he kind of turned it around at this point last year? Like, I've been waiting.
Is it that? Is it that his last 2 outings really have been defined by, 3 really bad innings? Mm-hmm. Right? And everything else has been... You can live with everything else that he's done, and it's just been the throw. I don't know. But for some reason, and there's a lot of candidates, Zach Gallen has not met that DFA fate yet. And if they're going to wait and they're not going to do it, then they need to be desperate and try anything. And maybe that is, in fact, an opener. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, turning our attention back to the Phoenix Suns. They attacked this offseason in ways that not a lot of people were expecting. The right amount of urgency, too much, too little? That's next. Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
D-backs at the Padres Game 3 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, we talked about that continuity and internal development as a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success. They're also, like we like to call it, they're our kind of guys. They're beloved by this city. They're engaged with the fans. They do all the stuff that we ask them to do off the court, and then they've performed extremely well on the court. And I think, again, one thing that is really important to us overall, an overarching thought process always is, where can the guy get to next? And will he put in the work to get there next? Do we have a system in place to help him get there to that next step? And that was a yes, and a yes on all 3 of those guys.
Brian Gregory meeting with the media yesterday. Kellen Olson was, in fact, there for that press conference yesterday with the 3 players who were re-signed. Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin. And, of course, Brian Gregory spoke as well. If you're wondering what Brian Gregory had to say about Miles Bridges, that deal has yet to become official. The guy saw Gambo tweeted today from Ireland that there's no reason to think that it's not going to happen at all, that it's going to happen. It's just, I thought I read somewhere they were trying to maybe expand it into one of those crazy 5 or 6 team things, right?
Yeah. And from the other team's perspective, like there's the Suns, from what we know and understand, are pretty much done. So if they have to wait, it doesn't do any harm to them specifically.
Yeah.
And there are situations where a player can get rerouted and like you get an extra second round pick out of it somehow. Like there are some situations that can occur like that. So from the Suns' perspective, there's no rush for them. You want to get it done here sometime in the next week. But if it takes a few days after the official July 6th date, you're fine.
Yeah, it's maybe there's an extra asset, smaller asset coming to the Phoenix Suns if you do route in a couple of other teams. But there's no reason to think that it's not going to happen. So we went from continuity and player development, and that was Brian Gregory talking about continuity, to what has since transpired. And yeah, there was a lot of continuity. There was a lot of bringing back the guys they wanted to bring back. But then there was a healthy dose of change in there too, right? So it was, do I want to call what they did this offseason aggressive? It certainly was different than what we were told was going to happen, right? Like, everything we were expecting, this was not it. And you and I are both wondering whether the Suns had the proper amount of urgency this offseason, or if they were too urgent this offseason in how they did things.
And to be clear, we both wanted them to be urgent. We just wanted them to be urgent in a different way, where they made different types of moves. We don't even need to get into like the types of moves we're talking about or whatever, but the main inspiration for this thought is a quote from Paul Flannery, who wrote for SB Nation about the NBA forever, and he always had this thing, which I think is totally right about the NBA, which is the hardest thing to do in the NBA as a team is win a championship, obviously, but then the second toughest thing to do is go from no expectations, have an awesome year with no expectations, and then what do you do next year? Like, you'll remember when the Blazers like made the Western Conference Finals randomly that one year? Like, how about when Atlanta did in 2021?
Yeah.
It's like when you have that type of year, or like a version of the Suns, it's like, okay, how do you make that happen again next year? How do you get better than that next year when you so far exceeded expectations? Now the expectations are so much higher for the next year, where if we were looking at it from our vantage point as people who thought that they were going to win maybe 30, 32 games, and if that would have happened last year, we would be sitting here talking about this team about maybe they can make a push for a play-in spot. Maybe they can be the 10th seed. Maybe they can be the 9th seed. Now instead we're talking about like you need to lock in a top 6 spot in order to be better than you were last year. And the source of inspiration for this is the 48-win team a decade ago when Goran Dragic won Most Improved Player. Eric Bledsoe was absolutely fantastic for them as well in that season when he played for half of it. PJ Tucker, Gerald Green, Channing Frye. Everyone remembers that team. That team was supposed to be just as bad, if not worse, than this Suns team. They made this crazy run where they were the highest win total ever to not make the playoffs at the time. Jeff Hornacek was outstanding, and it's like, okay, now what? Now that there are expectations, now what? Their answer was don't re-sign Channing Frye, bring in Isaiah Thomas, and make this 3-guard Hydra thing work. Pretty much the worst idea because Goran Dragic hated it. He did not like it at all.
Yeah.
This leads to him getting further and further disgruntled to the point where he asked for a trade, to the point where he, not so much publicly, but almost directly publicly, puts out a list of only 3 teams that he would go to, hand-tying the Suns in terms of their negotiation. So then they trade Goran. Oh, yeah, here's Brandon Knight, by the way. So now Brandon Knight is here, and here's the big move where it's like, okay, well, this whole thing didn't work out, and we traded Isaiah Thomas, who went on to do incredible things in Boston for a few years. We traded Goran Dragic. Do we just kind of reset? They didn't reset at all. They made the Brandon Knight trade instead and kind of kept going, and then the next couple of years and hair salons and all that kind of stuff unraveled after that. So it's not to look at that as a foreboding example. It's just more so how an example of how this can go wrong when the type of urgency that you show is the wrong one. The correct urgency for them, in my opinion, was the Isaiah Thomas move, or a move like that was going to, in theory, make them better as a team. I think people forget that team was like kind of solid, by the way. They weren't great, but they were
the 48-win team before they
the year after.
The year after.
Before they traded Goran, before the year they traded Goran, the year they traded for Brandon Knight, like they were still like a little bit around 500. Like they weren't too terrible that year, but then Goran got unsettled and then everything. So it's like, okay, you need to show urgency and try and make the team better, make the team a little bit different, because you're not just going to be able to replicate this again, but you have to be extremely careful with how you do it, because if you do it as poorly as these guys did it, then you blow up the entire thing, and then you're in a horrible spot for the next 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, I guess for me, I mean, I understand the 2014 comp, it's a good one. I think for me at the end of the day, if you're going to give me the option of do nothing or do something, I would put myself in the do something camp. Now, just because they didn't do the thing that I wanted them to do, and they did the thing that I still don't like or agree with very much for reasons that we've gone into 100 times in acquiring Miles Bridges, I still think at the end of the day, I was so opposed to the doing nothing plan and just keeping it exactly as it was, because I just didn't see the logic in, everyone's going to be a little bit better, everyone's going to be a little bit healthier, and we're going to win 5 more games than we did a year ago. I just didn't see that working like that at all. So if you're going to make me choose one or the other, I would choose doing something. I would choose changing the equation as opposed to not. I don't love how they changed the equation. I would always, I appreciated the fact that they tried something different at the end of the day. Does that make sense? I respect the fact that they tried something different.
I always want teams to go for it, always.
Right?
Like, remember when the Mavericks traded for Kristaps Porzingis from the Knicks, and it went horribly wrong, and that did not go well at all, and then they had to try so many different iterations around Luka until they traded Luka. I'm always team go for it. So from that sense, I'm always going to not agree with the trade, but see the vision in the trade. I do want to go for it. But you've set up this dynamic with the roster where the pieces are clunky with how they fit. And if you go into next summer deciding, okay, we really need to shift this thing because it doesn't gel together, what assets are you going to use to reshift? And, like, for example, they make the Isaiah Thomas, Goran Dragic trades. Within that, they used the asset attached to Brandon Knight. Remember the Lakers' top 5 protected pick that we talked about forever, for many years? That was the asset they used in that trade in order to get it done and still pivot in a way. They don't really have many assets left now to pivot. That pick was really the one that you had in mind for that summer, not this summer.
And that's why I to your point, I'm curious about the contract extensions for Dillon Brooks, and I'm curious about the contract extensions for Miles Bridges, and how much that pens them into this is going to be the core of your basketball team for the next few years. This is your ride or die crew here, and there's an argument to be made to waiting a little bit to see how the pieces all fit. We talked about this a couple days ago. Waiting to see how the pieces all fit before you just commit yourself to, nope, this is it. This is the core moving forward. I hope they don't do that. Because that would be, I think, a mistake for them, depending on the money and whether they're tradable contracts or not. I don't know if a core of Dillon Brooks, Miles Bridges, Devin Booker, and maybe Jalen Green has a whole lot of potential to go very deep in the Western Conference.
Book turns 30 the day before Halloween. Running out of time.
Yeah.
Running out of time.
Which is another reason why I would have voted for them to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe
you just need to be right, because this is probably your last swing with him at this level.
This isn't the thing, okay? But if you're just saying to do a thing, do something.
Yeah.
But this wouldn't have been the thing that I would have wanted. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a surprising name was added to the NFL top 100 player list today, and he's a fan favorite for the Arizona Cardinals. The question is, what is his future with the Arizona Cardinals? That's next. Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
In the last week, the tone of the key members of this team, Torey Lovello and Corbin Carroll, said it's time to go right now. We need a greater sense of urgency.
Well, that's another thing that's remained consistent from year to year to year. 24, 25, 26 is here we are, 91 games into the season, and now there's a call for increased urgency. In 2024, did they not learn their lesson?
Right.
It was talked about ad nauseum going into last season.
That's a great point.
We can't coast into the season. We're going to hit the ground running. It's the same
That's
stuff.
a great point.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. leader.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them a call today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the San Diego Padres last night. Zach Gallen gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and the offense was never able to recover. They will be back at Petco Park tonight for the 3rd game of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres will have their ace, Michael King, on the mound, and the Diamondbacks will have rookie Jose Cabrera on the bump for them. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin all official. Here is Suns General Manager Brian Gregory on the development and success those guys have helped out with.
Internal development is a big key for us, and I think we're on the right track with that. Obviously, today's a big day because all 3 of those guys were critical, like I said, to our success.
And the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow at Mortgage Matchup Center. Caitlin Clark has been ruled out for that game tomorrow, even though she will be playing in the Fever's game tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibility. A slightly later edition of Diamondbacks baseball tonight, 7:10 first pitch. The D-backs and the Padres, game 3 of 4. We'll preview it coming up in D-backs on deck. By the way, because Kellen's been dutifully filling in this week on the Burns and Gambo show. No Arizona Sports at night.
No.
Tonight from 6 until 6:30. It'd be a quickie edition if you guys had one. You do not have one, so...
Nah, you ain't going to see us for a few weeks, dog.
Only if you speak to me like that.
I decline. I can only get away with it in small bursts.
Only if you promise to speak to me like that.
The nod from the principal is ever telling. Do it just a little bit.
Nod to do it in modulation. Well, I'd love it if Kellen spoke to me like that every single time.
Further.
That'd be great.
That's it. I'm done.
Keep me on my toes if you spoke to me like that.
I don't want to go to the principal's office. No, thank you.
Lauren is in church. She made that abundantly clear earlier in the week. You want to play your little drop? Go ahead, play it. Go ahead.
She'll find it. It's there. Lauren is right and we're all wrong. That's it. So when I try and be funny and get that,
Lauren jerks the chain and you fall right back in line.
Lauren is right and we're all wrong.
That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. No World Cup action tonight, poor Kellen. Be back tomorrow, though. France and who is it tomorrow? France and
Morocco.
France and Morocco. And that's the only one tomorrow?
Yeah, my French team versus Lauren's Moroccans. She doesn't look too psyched for it, and rightfully so. It'll probably be a pretty boring match, and France will probably win.
We had a draft earlier today in which Kellen, myself, Lauren, and Jamal, snake-style drafts. Kellen ended up with France and Switzerland. He had the first pick. I had the second pick. I took Spain, and I got Norway. Lauren went England, number 3, and then she took Morocco on the backside. And then Jamal in the 4-5 slot took Argentina and Belgium at 4-5. So, and then the winner we'll figure something out for the winner. So,
nice move to the European countries, by the way. Like putting this at noon or 1. Like they could have put it in like prime time for us, but they're doing a helpful service.
Doing a solid for the
team that are still in it.
For the international, I hadn't thought of that, but that does. And again, I'm sorry, that is the only match tomorrow. That's the only one. Okay.
Yep. 1 on Thursday, 1 on Friday, 2 on Saturday.
So normally I avoid this stuff like the plague because I get it. It's just filler for summer programming in the NFL, and the fact that Budda Baker was named number 75. Top 100 players in the NFL on NFL.com. They're doing a slow reveal. I think 10 players every week they're pulling out there. Congrats to Budda. I know it's not like the most honorable thing he's ever achieved in his life, but hey, if it means something to him being on that list, fine, cool, whatever. It did, however, make me wonder about Budda. And I'm wondering where we are as a fan base right now with one of our most visible, identifiable, lovable players and members of the organization. He is going into the final 2 years of his contract. There is very much an out at the end of this season that if the Cardinals wanted to move on from him, they could with large cap savings and minimal dead money hit. If they wanted to trade him, they potentially could with large savings and minimal cap money hit. But he is Budda Baker. And what I'm trying to figure out, Kellen, and what I need your help in figuring out is there some universe where it's worth it for the Cardinals to keep Budda Baker around for the next time they're good again to make sure he's on your roster when you are? Is there any universe where that makes any sense?
It feels like that's being a bit generous with his timeline specifically. Now, okay. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know how good Budda Baker is going to be in 2 to 3 years' time, and if there's going to be drop-off from him at all, or there's going to be a lot of drop-off with age when he's 30 right now and going to be 33 in 3 years. I don't really know, but if you look at this team, again, we'll cite it every time we're talking about the National Football League, where anyone can just turn around and win 11 games out of nowhere. So that could certainly happen. But if we had to go with the best,
the lawyers make us say that. We're required to say that.
Yes, they do. Logic tells you that this team is at least 2 years away, maybe 3, and with that, and using that deductive reasoning, you have to wonder if Buddha's going to be a part of the next great Arizona Cardinals team, to use another familiar line from this show. And I think it just comes down to, and this is where some people disagree and it's a business, but I think it's just up to Buddha. What does he want? If he wants to just stay here and retire here, go for it. If you'd rather go somewhere else and win a championship, we can trade you for a 4th-round pick and be on your way, good sir. Be on your way. Whatever you need at this point, because I feel that way about the Cardinals, honestly, more so than any other organization because of what these guys go through. Like, my thoughts on Kyler were well and clear that I'm actually kind of rooting for him to succeed after all the crap we put him through here over the last 8 years. I know a lot of people listening disagree, but I feel that way about Buddha even more after everything that he stuck through with us, whatever he wants, honestly.
Yeah, there are certain players who have achieved that level of they've earned it. Like I think about a Shane Doan and his last year spent here. There was the idea that maybe he was going to go somewhere else to try to have a little bit more success. Hey, brother, if that's what you want, you've earned it. Go ahead. No one will begrudge you for it. Same thing with Fitz. We might get to that point with Devin Booker at some point. Hey, you want to go somewhere else to see what else you can do because this isn't going anywhere? Fine, man. You've earned it for everything you've done. I feel a little differently about Kyler, but I understand the sentiment and where you're coming from. I think Buddha is very much in the Booker, Fitz, Doan, if not one of our all-time greatest. Certainly in that camp, in that category of, man, you've put in the time, you've punched the clock, you've done everything and beyond that we've asked you to do. If you're not feeling it and you feel like you want to go try somewhere else, yeah, you've kind of earned that right, and you can go do it if you want. But we're also talking about a team that, let's be honest, doesn't, and maybe Jeremiah Love fills this void. Trey McBride certainly has it now. Doesn't have a lot of fan-friendly, popular players, right? And it would be, I would imagine, for some in the fan base, and not that this is why you would do it or not do it if you're the Cardinals, but I would imagine for some in the fan base, it would be devastating to see them part ways with Buddha. Be like, what are you doing? You're getting rid of Buddha? He's the only guy on the team I like, kind of thing. Or he's one of the few guys on the team I like, kind of move. And the Cardinals, from a PR standpoint, has to be careful about stuff like that a little bit with their fan base. We're a delicate bunch when it comes to the Cardinals.
Leader of the locker room. So it's like, okay, if you trade him, who were your leaders left in the locker room? You would have said Calais is one. He's gone. That's putting a lot on Mac, I think, a ton of responsibility on him. Is there anyone else that I'm forgetting of in terms of like veteran leaders of like Paris has been emerging as one, but he's still like a younger player. But like that's the void we're talking about, not the fact that he's still like one of the better safeties in football, but what this team would be risking from a leadership perspective, I think, and the example that he's set every day ever since he got drafted. That's what they'd be missing out on.
Defensively, nobody comes to mind. Lauren, am I defensively somebody who we would say, other than Mac, who's a leader? Offensively, I mean, geez, Paris, Yelda,
Trey in time, but he's still pretty young.
I think he's still pretty young, but he's been pretty vocal the last
Jacoby
week
Brissett.
or so.
No, not the guy. Not the
Jacoby,
guy holding in. Not that guy. Sorry.
It's just Buddha does deserve the salute on his, and I wonder how that story is going to end, and I wonder when that story is going to end. And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I think you're right. It deserves to end however he wants to. He strikes me, I hate to say this, he strikes me as the kind of guy who might get a little itchy to go see what that grass looks like on the other side, and see where somewhere else what he can do before he really gets old in this league and can't play at a level that he's accustomed to playing
Understand
at.
Optically, I can look at this differently than other people who would be like frustrated or like pissed seeing it, or but like it would be like really fun to see him on like the Ravens or something. I'm just thinking of like signature defenses across the league and like where Buddha could go, or signature franchises with like the defensive identity that they've formed over the years, and Buddha like fitting right in with any number of those types of teams and pursuing a championship. I mean,
Turn on your microphone, Laura, so everyone can see what you're doing.
Does have an opening at safety in the last number of years that makes sense.
says the Bears fan on the other side of the
I'd
glass.
welcome him with open arms.
I'm sure you would.
Mm-hmm.
Bring Buddha to the Bears.
Come on.
Come on over.
Yeah.
Come on over.
We got a nice QB.
Yeah.
We got a nice head coach. We got a nice DC for you.
Got a nice safety partner for him who he's familiar with from his days playing for Seattle as well, and Kobe Bryant. Yeah.
We've also got a coach who played that same position in the NFL. Come on. Now I'm really selling this. The more I'm talking, the more I'm buying in.
Yeah, and the flip side is that maybe the Cardinals, if Buddha wants to stay, and the Cardinals like, you're our Fitz, you're our lifetime contract guy. You will be here as long as you want to be. And if Buddha wants to be here, if he really wants to be Fitz. And I guess there's part of me that could see him doing that. I just think he'd be more likely to be the one to go, whether it's the Ravens, the Bears, or any of the other 29 teams. He could go there and do that.
All sounds perfect, Lauren, until you're asking us all to be honorary Bears fans for Buddha, and that normally ends in pain for you guys. So we'd rather pass on that if we're being honest.
Count myself as an honorary Bears fan for Lauren.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would count myself as that. Not just because of Buddha if he were to go there. I'm an honorary Bears fan for you.
I mean, we discussed it in great detail last year. If either I'm going to live 5 years longer because I have the strongest heart ever from watching the Bears games last year, or I'm going to die 5 years early. And we may never know what the answer is, and I'm okay with either.
Didn't your sister, the medical experts, say, though, there's some legs to this theory, though, that you
There's
could just
like technically then if I'm getting my heart pumping that quickly and I'm getting the blood moving around.
It's good for your circulation, right?
Yeah, that I'm living longer because I'm testing the heart muscle.
Game 3 between the Padres and the D-backs. We'll preview it on our way out the door here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue Special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement?
If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
D-backs on deck as we preview tonight's game between the Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres here on Arizona Sports. Game 3 of 4, as we've mentioned. So far, the two teams have split the first 2 games of the series, and today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors and skylights, cabinets and countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. For Arizona, Kellen, right-handed pitcher, the youngster, 24-year-old Jose Cabrera, gets yet another start for the D-backs. He is 0-1 with a 4.73 ERA, still looking for his first big league win. He is opposed by right-handed pitcher Michael King for San Diego, 5-7 with a 3.52 ERA.
Let me know if you agree, but King is quietly, and I'm wondering if it's fair to say quietly or not, but quietly has become like one of the best pitchers in this division. Like if you look at his numbers over the last 3 years since coming over from the Yankees, 3.22 ERA in his career for the San Diego Padres, spanning over 63 starts with a 1.19 whip as well. Certainly not maybe one of the 2 or 3 or 4 best pitchers in here, but whenever you're facing him, you know you're going to be at an uphill task. He has been consistently great for this San Diego Padres team. Only made 15 starts last year, but still had a 3.44 ERA. And then in his debut season as a Padre, 2.95 ERA and 30 starts, 173 innings for him as well. So he's been great for them, and this is going to be an uphill task for this offense without one of their key guys. Geraldo Perdomo out of the lineup. Vargas is now going to be hitting second in the lineup. Weird little thing with Jerry where I'm curious to see what Torey will have to say. This will be the 4th game he's missed this year, which sounds like, yeah, he's going to miss 4 games. But he played 161 last year, so I wonder if there's been an alteration in the approach with Jerry and giving him more rest now this year.
Yeah, I'm searching through the Twitter accounts of the people who cover the team on a daily basis, and I'm not seeing any mention of a Perdomo injury. We'll get to the injury report in a second, but I'm not seeing anything outside of this being a standard day off for Geraldo Perdomo, but it is unusual, to say the least, that he is not in the lineup for the D-backs tonight. Getting back to your point about Michael King,
in that Jake Peavy tier where at least I'm not a star or superstar.
It's why I thought last night's game was so important for the D-backs if they're going to take 3 of 4, because this is the matchup I didn't like of the 4-game series. This is the matchup where I thought, you know, to use a phrase that I overuse probably, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight when it's Jose Cabrera versus Michael King. And so for me, it's why I thought last night was so important. Zach Gallen, a get-right start against San Diego. Germán Marquez, a guy that you should be able to knock around and get him out of the game early and send the Padres spiraling a little bit. And instead, it was everything the opposite happened. Zach Gallen got in trouble. Germán Marquez got out of trouble and was able to give them some length and some depth and things like that. So it makes me worry this series has gone from a 3 out of 4 to a split, and a split I don't know if just does them any good. So, yes, it's a long-winded way of saying that I think Michael King has quietly become one of the main guys one of the quiet, low-key, good starting pitchers in the National League West. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. As I mentioned, there's a lineup change for the Diamondbacks today, but I can't find anything that would suggest it's injury-based. Ildemaro Vargas is batting second, playing at shortstop tonight. Geraldo Perdomo is getting the day off. Pavin Smith is at first. Tommy Troy is in center. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is the DH. Max Kepler is in left tonight for the Diamondbacks. Carroll is in there as well. That's your lineup. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less, a new GMC for less, than you can at Liberty GMC. As we go into this game tonight, looking at the wild card standings, the Arizona Diamondbacks and San Diego Padres in a dead tie, 45-46 on the season, 4.5 games out of the last wild card spot in the NL. Kellen's got a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Going to double up on Corbin Carroll. For last night's key, I mentioned his success at Petco Park. The best place he hits at on the road besides Coors Field has consistently been great there. And another big note on Corbin Carroll, he has 6 games, with 3+ hits. The Diamondbacks have won all 6 of those games. So when Corbin has a big day or night, the Diamondbacks win the baseball game. I'd love to see them win the baseball game tonight.
Have a big day, Corbin Carroll. Have a day,
Be a
kid.
superstar, buddy. Let's go.
Have a day. We'll see what we're talking about tomorrow with this baseball team and where things stand with them. Diamondbacks baseball